frost fresh. Tell me, have you heard of the ones who forfeit purity for some chaotic fun? Your shadow, that I embrace the flaws. I am contaminated your soul. Time to accept the core. There's power in your frozen lips. My eyes course through them.
Common sense is gone. Take me to the mousy
Desensitized, memories of my past self is buried under the ice.
Hypnotized by crystal light, seeking a new era.
Covered in ice. Annihilate,
Every impossible
obliterate.
puzzle puzzles. Till my body freezes.
If you feel in your quest for more, I'll take your role. I am the contaminated your soul. Time to accept the core. There's power in your frozen limbs. My eyes course through them. I am the contaminated your soul. Time to accept the core. There's power in your frozen limbs. Be yourself, you are chosen. Get up, stand up, let's race to the top. Come on, join me together. Let's follow our hearts. Get up, stand up, let's race to the top. Come on, join me together. Let's follow our hearts. Weary eyes through a tinted screen. Even when the world around us blurs, I'm in control of my destiny. It's calling me on the track, checkered flag. I'll always chase this feeling. Stand up, let's race to the top. Come on, join me together. Let's follow our hearts. Get up, stand up, you know we can't stop. We are always together. Let's race to the top.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Come on and get up, it's time to take the driver's seat. Come on and stand up, we got every good day on repeat. Come on and join me, 'cause you're never alone. Come on together to the moon and beyond we'll go.
If you ain't at the top, here is your shot. You just gotta take it. Behind the wheel, your destiny's clear. New records will break it. Through the dream crowd, you see me. We're
YoHallo! Welcome in, everybody! Welcome in! What's up? Thank you for the follow! Cluck Daniels! Thank you for being part of the Discord as well! We appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for being here. Today, you are gonna take advice from this dumbass. I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding, but I'm not kidding. I mean, you don't have to take the advice, but it is coming from this dumbass. It's not a lie. But yes, let me go back to normal somewhat. This is my normal. Okay, we're back, sort of. Yes, today we are doing a VTuber Help segment. What is that? Well, I had done like 3 episodes before. I did one on how to become a VTuber because that was like the #1 question that I would get at conventions and whatnot. And so it's really hard for me to like answer the question because I'm the kind of person that's like, if you ask me a question seeking advice, right? I don't want to give you half-assed advice. I don't want to give you 2-sentence advice. You know what I mean? So for me, it's like, okay, I want to try to give as best quality advice as I can in the like 2 minutes I have to talk to a person at a con. But I'm able to tell them, hey, go check out this video on my YouTube that, you know, if you really want to deep dive in my advice and whatnot, you could definitely check it out there, essentially. So that's why we're doing this VTuber Help segment today, is mostly for the future people that I may end up encountering at conventions, to be able to let them know that they could watch this video and get more information. So if you're watching the YouTube video after the fact, I will put a timestamp on when we do actually get started with the VTuber Help segment stuff, but I am going to chat with the chat for a little bit because that's what we do. We interact, we engage. Obviously, thank you for being here. We appreciate everybody just by lurking and hanging out in the chat. Helps me keep doing what I do, so we really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Never required, but always appreciated, so thank you very much. Anyway, let me catch up on chat here really quick. We will get started relatively soon. I won't take forever today to get into the material because it's going to take me a while to get through everything because I want to be as in-depth as I can. So yes. But thank you for being here. I also wanted to say thank you so much for hanging out for movie night. Yesterday, we watched another Nicolas Cage, aka me, classic. We watched Trespass. And if you're on the Discord, I made one of the screenshots that we took from the movie a sticker in our Discord because I thought it was really funny. So yeah, but it's great. It was I mean, it wasn't a good movie, but it was fun to watch it with everyone. So yeah. Last thing I say before I catch up on chat, sorry. I added a couple new features to the stream. As you had already noticed, we have a check-in. Yes, thank you, Lauren. Thank you so much. We have a little check-in alert now if you want to check in. Also, it works for lurks, so if you are going to be lurking, you know, it'll give you a quick little thank you as well. It might be wrong. Like, I might have to fix some stuff because, to be honest, I like set it up before the stream, so there might be some things that I need to fix, but we'll get there. It's basically what I'm saying. All right, if it looks funky, I'm working on it. Okay. Anyway, but yes, I added that. I also added a little goal bar here, just to have. I don't know. I was like, I don't know what to put for it yet. I'm still tinkering with like figuring out what I want to put. I also thought about putting a follower goal, but I don't want like my whole overlay to be just like insanely populated with things. So I like the more like minimalistic look, even though we have all these raccoons here. But you know, I try to go for it, but yeah, we fail. But anyway, yeah. So I added a couple cool things, and I'm looking forward to talking about that. There's also that gachapon thing that you can see in the starting soon screen. That is something where if you subscribe or gift a sub or a certain amount of bits, you'll get to pull from the gacha, and there's like different loot that you can get. So yeah, but obviously I only have it on certain screens, mainly my starting soon screen and my BRB screen as well. You can see it here. Hold on, wait. There it is here as well. So yeah, then if you see in the top left hand corner, the top collectors thing, it just has a bunch of test names in it. So to ignore that, but but basically it kind of tracks like who you know, like what you got, or like the people who got like legendary items, for example. So that's what that is. I know it's a bit wonky, but I'm figuring it out. Basically, all this is still very much in a work in progress, but I had to start stream at some point today, so... Anyway, alright. Let me see here. Oh, frick, son, wait, hold on. Let's see if it works, because I switched screens. Shit. Thank you, son, for the gifted sub. I'm sorry, there was a slight delay. Shoot, let me just try to, do it for you. Hold on. Although I can't exactly do it for you, but I can still pull and you can see what it looks like at the very least. Let's see. There. Overlays. Leave it to me to fuck that shit up, man. Okay. Okay, let's see. How do I emulate this? So let's say it's a gift. So you gifted, it's scammed, I'm sorry. So you gifted a sub, so let's go and press that. So this is what happens. Ah, okay. So it's like how it says Susanetta. It's been close enough to this, to the female version of Sun. You got a shaved dice stolen by Kōri, very epic. And then you should get one more pull, so you get 2 pulls. And let's see what you get. Oh, you got some ball blast out the ass. Let's go. Very nice, very epic. Okay. All right, there you go. I'm sorry that I scammed you there. Sorry that I scammed you. Nice, yeah, sick pull, dude. Anyway, I need to correct that in case people are gifting on your main screen. Yeah, I'll figure it out afterwards. What did you say? My 2 pencils are not working right now. Anyway, we can't see it on this screen. Yeah, I know you can't see it on, I mean, you want to see it? Here, I can turn it back on. There you go. It's just kind of busy, you know what I mean? So, here, I'll turn the, I'll have this be the thing that we focus on today. There. Cool? Alright, there. If we gift on this screen, we won't see it. Well, there you, okay, I know. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure. I didn't want to, like, freak everybody out with all these new things, okay? It's like, oh, shit, new and shiny stuff. I don't want to freak anybody out. I was gonna freak out, okay? Anyway, my bad. There, you can see it now, right? I'll adjust it better afterwards, okay? Alright. My mod's getting upset at me. My mod's like, you're doing a bad job. And I'm like, oh, fuck, okay? Shit, my bad. It's a new toy, we should see it. A new toy is crazy, for real. Anyway, thank you, son, for the gifted sub, by the way. Thank you so much. Let's see. Catch up on chat here. YoHallo Yanagi, YoHallo Italiano, welcome in. YoHallo 7, YoHallo Shadow, welcome in. YoHallo Fishy, YoHallo Gamer. Once again, YoHallo Cluck Daniels, thank you for being here. YoHallo Veskai. YoHallo Sun. Do I spend my first points ever to do check-ins? No, don't. It's fine. Thank you for the check-ins, everybody. I appreciate that. YoHallo James, welcome in. What's up? YoHallo Deadviv, good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. I appreciate it. Also, Lauren, thank you for coming by today. I really appreciate seeing you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being a part of the events that we do as well. Really appreciate you. YoHallo Llama Tuna Roll, welcome in. Good to see ya. Hi, I'm from YouTube in the future. I'll check the timestamp. Okay, for sure. I have a test today to try to become a teacher, so I'll see you. Good luck, Yanagi. You got this. Hell yeah, we love that. Congrats on that path of life as well. I know that sounds weird. I mean that as genuinely as I possibly can. Okay. Lauren, thank you so much for the like. I appreciate that. Heck yeah. Get them snacks. Get some dumpster snacks, perhaps. Yellow B, thank you for being here. What's up, what's up, what's up? As much as I'd love to say listen to this as helpful for me, I guess I'll have to watch it when it hits YouTube. I might be back later. For sure, Shadow. Yeah, absolutely. It should be up on YouTube and Twitch. So, I mean, Twitch just goes away after 2 weeks, but you know. Oh my gosh. Oh, definitely. Heck yeah. Thank you, Lauren. Let's go, Kōri-Oujo. What's up, Unholy? Unholy. Welcome in. How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. We are doing a bit of a long just chatting stream, and we are also gonna be discussing some advice that Two Brain Cells Kōri have, if you were interested in getting into VTubing. This is mostly for, you know, I get asked that question constantly at cons, like, what are your advice getting into VTubing? And I'm always like, this is a long answer that you're asking me to give, basically. So I like to be able to provide a VOD of some kind, which this is what this will be, where I have like my advice condensed essentially into, because it's just a lot. Basically, I'm a yapper, you know what I mean? So yeah. Hey Kōri, what's up, GT? Good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. B, thank you for the subscribe. Okay, you get a little bit of a pull here. Okay. Yo, you got the bomb blast out the ass too. Let's go! Hell yeah. Very nice, very nice. That's a good pull. That's a rare one. And then I think you get one more pull. Here we go. All right. What are you gonna get? What are you gonna get? Ah, and you got some more Taco Bell to pair with it. Let's go. Hell yeah. Just extra of that, you know what I mean? Let's see. Let me catch up on YouTube chat. Give me one moment. But thank you so much, B, for the subscribe. Really appreciate you hanging out here in the chat. Thank you for your support. The legendary Taco Supreme Party Pack. Yeah, exactly. All right, give me one moment, Twitch chat. I'm going to catch up with the YouTube, and then I'm going to run the ads now, so that way it doesn't bother us as we get started. So sorry to anyone who has to deal with the ads. I'm sorry. It's always inconvenient. I'm just trying to make it a little bit less inconvenient. All right, let me catch up on YouTube here. Let's see. Let's see. Lisa, thank you for coming in today. Appreciate you. Alex, thank you for coming by as well. Feel free to come by anytime. You're always welcome. Welcome back. Thank you, Nimby. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here as well. Thank you. Side Assault, good to see you. Welcome in. Here, take notes. Heck yeah. Let's do it. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Thank you. Let's see. YoHallo Kōri, ready to get educated. Yeah, let's go, party moth. Big YoHallo, good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the gift of zombie. Oh, you got a double Taco Bell. Let's go. Extra Taco Bell. Extra Taco Bell. Let's go. Hell yeah. One more. One more. I'm gonna get it one more, please. All right, let's check it out. Here we go. Oh, will we get a legendary item? Ah, now you have the dumpster. You got all the Taco Bell. Let's go, Taco Bell dumpster. 3 a.m. Taco Bell dumpster. Let's go. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. Another one. Ah, I see. So also the person that gets the gifted sub can also pull. Very epic. Very epic. Dancing raccoons. Pretty cute, right? Pretty cute. Oh my gosh. You got the dumpster? Lucky, right? Right? Ah, another bomb blast out the ass. Let's go. Hell yeah. Let's see here. YoHallo Shogun, early stream, let's go. What did I miss? Early stream? I'm not that early. Oh my gosh, hello. No, you didn't miss anything, don't worry. We're just chilling, we're just hanging out. Just yapping for a little bit before I get into the core of everything. I'm not gonna yap too long today, I promise. Anyway, yo, this new shit is so cute, what the fuck? Ah, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Thank you, thank you. I spent a whopping like 3 hours trying to figure this shit out. Some of it still needs to be fixed, but don't worry. Let's see. Those are some crazy new features. I don't know if I'm ready for the Baja Blast. Real. It's gonna hit you real hard, okay? But yes. I also, one of the legendary items, now, you know what? I'm not gonna tell you. You're just gonna have to figure it out yourself. There's some legendary items, I gotta say, alright? But yes, we have a new check-in feature as well, that I thought was pretty cute. And, yeah, thank you. Glad you like them. I'm glad you like the little upgrades. You're an hour early, LaFuck. What do you mean? What time is it? I don't know. I've lost all conceptions of times, okay? Think of the hydrate. I don't know. Let me go and do that real quick. Thank you very much. Okay. Let me keep catching up with chat here. Hi, GT. Oh my gosh, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Good to see you. What's up? YoHallo Cosmic as well. Welcome in. We got Kōri-Oujo. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. Finally. Kōri-Oujo. Kōri-Oujo these nuts! Ah! Sorry. It's just too easy. It's just too easy, man. Don't touch me. I think it also works with 100 bits. Like, with bits as well, but it, like, the least amount is 100, so... I'm pretty sure that's what I set it to, but I couldn't exactly... Oh, I think I did test it, actually. Never mind. It should work. Anyway. Wait, how do you do 3D without having money? Dude, I don't know. If you find someone who has the answer to that, let me know. Oh, Cosmic, thank you for the 100 bits. Ah, shit. Let's see what Cosmic gets. All right, here we go. Here we go. Da-da-da-da-da. Ah, you got a Fargate! Hell yeah. Let's go for good. Hell yeah, let's go. Epic, beautiful. Let's see. I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. We'll figure it out one day, I'm sure. Let's see. I want to stay, but unfortunately work calls. Have fun, everyone. Thank you, nobody. Yes. Good luck at work. Doggo boo. Yum, yum. Volume for the poll is kind of loud. Okay. I guess so, huh? Thank you for the bits, JT. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Ah, more bomb! Blast out the ass! Let's go! Hell yeah. Okay, let me see here. Settings. Jewels? No, sound. Okay. I have it at like literally 8%, so this is now at 3%, so hopefully that's quiet enough for us. All right, okay, let's see. Thank you back. Thank you for the check-ins, everybody. What does having money feel like? I spend too much. No, literally, it felt. So you need money to have a 3D? Aw, shit. I mean, low-key, yeah. You need at least a little bit, because I do know, like, okay, so to my understanding, the cheaper trackers for 3D stuff, there's different options out there, but if you, like, a cheaper, good option is, like, at least $200. But then that doesn't include the model itself. You know, the model, 3D models, I mean, the cheapest I've seen is still like $600 to $800. And like, you're not, I mean, it depends obviously, right? But sometimes you're not always getting like potentially the highest quality, and obviously quality depends on your perception and opinion on as to what quality is, you know. So there's just different styles of stuff that like I unfortunately for me prefer a style that tends to be a little bit more expensive with 3D models, so that's my fault, okay? But yeah. Anyway, thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. What's up, Zab? How you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Welcome in. Hi. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're chilling. Okay. We're just hanging out right now. Chatting, yapping, some would say. Let's see here. Feels great till my wallet is crying, so real. So real. Kimmy Kimura, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. It's so good to see you. Yo, double freaking raid. Let's go. Thank you so much for coming in today. I don't think I fixed the raid message on the YouTube, so it's gonna look stupid. I'm sorry. but, okay, I promise we appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. How was your stream? What were y'all up to today? What activities were y'all up to? It's so good to see you. How have you been? Oh my goodness. I feel like the last time we interacted was for an event, and so it's good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome in. Hello, hello. I know that I don't know if I said this already, but I really think your model design is cute. Like, I distinctly remember it. I was like, that's a cute little design. I like the hair specifically. But anyways, how are you doing? How was your stream? Thank you for being here. We're just hanging out, yapping for a little bit. We're gonna get into like a little VTuber Help segment where I talk about mostly like how to become a VTuber, because I get that question a lot when I go to conventions. I'm an IRL event VTuber, so I go to like a lot of anime conventions, and I like stream my point of view, interact with the con goers there. I've also been spearheading the VTuber IRL VTuber concert space as well. So we've actually got a concert coming up in like a week and a half or so over in Mesa, Arizona. So we're looking forward to that as well. But but yeah, how are you doing? Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, heck yeah, dude. Oh my gosh, thank you for coming in. Thank you for rating and streaming and creating content. And thank you so much for bringing over your wonderful community here. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yes, how you been? How was your stream? And obviously, don't let me keep you. If you gotta do any after stream care, please take care of yourself. Get some water, get some snacks, all that good stuff, okay? Don't let me hold you hostage. Do what you gotta do. But yes, it's really good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Let's see here. I mean, Kōri, I want to be the first rockstar type 3D male VTuber, so I got you. I got you. Easier said than done for sure, unfortunately. I mean, in my opinion, but you know. It's wonderful to finally be subbed. Heck yeah, B, thank you. Thank you for the support. My big-headed goddess, good morning. What is up? How are you doing? Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. You know, we do be having large foreheads sometimes, you know what I mean? Because we have a big brain, but nothing in it. Let's see, a long tough Minecraft stream. I'm gonna go eat. Keep being you. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Yes, Minecraft. I like Minecraft, but for whatever reason, Microsoft does not believe that I own Minecraft, even though I bought it twice now. So I can't play Minecraft even though I want to, because it just decided I don't have it anymore. So, but that's fine. Yes, absolutely. Get some snacks. Do what you gotta do. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. But yes, welcome in, Kate. Thank you for being here. Cat? Kate. Cat Enjoyer. Cat Enjoyer. Yes, it's probably Cat. I'm dumb. Anyway, let's see. Unfortunately, I have to head out early. My brother called me and demanding my attention. You're good! Don't worry, Clark Daniels. Have a good stream. I hope everyone has a good day. Thank you! Thank you for joining the Discord as well. We appreciate it. We appreciate people hanging out and being a part of the community. Calling caps on nothing in it. My mom said if you're big-headed, it means you're smart. It sounds like your mom was just trying to, like, make other people feel less insecure about the big forehead. You know what I mean? I'm just kidding. Cat enjoy. It's confusing. Trust me. No, you're good. Hey, listen. It clicked eventually. All right, so you're good. That was like, that was my fault. Let's see. Fox Tograph. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome and welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're chilling. Thank you for being here. But yes, we're gonna get into the core of the stream here in a second. We're going to be doing the VTuber Help segment, okay? So let me get everything set up here. Alright, so that way it doesn't bother it. Like, one more time, I'm just gonna run a really quick ad because I don't want it to bother us. I'm sorry, I just like can't tell if it's gonna do it or not. So I'm gonna run an ad real quick. But it's pronounced photograph. Hope you're gonna. Oh my god, I read that as fox because I think of like fox fur. Oh my god, oh no, I'm hanging out with Autumn. Autumn's a furry, and so I'm hanging out with Autumn too much. You know what I mean? Ah shit. Oh fuck. No, I'm kidding. Oh my gosh. Okay. Photograph. I'm gonna try to remember that. But I probably will because it's like so unnatural to me. So I will try to remember that. But I'm sorry in advance if I forget. I mean, I might just call you Toe because it's kind of funny. But if you hate me for it, I'd understand. So I'll try to remember photograph. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Okay, just think of the Nickelback song. Or Toe works. Okay. Look at this water. That's so real. Oh my gosh. Hello, Kōri. Just want to stop and see how you're doing. Hi, Shiplord. Welcome in. How am I doing? Oh my god. I had a terrible day. I had an absolutely terrible day, but, I mean, latter half of the day was really bad, but, got some good news, got some weird news, you know, it just is what it is, but, I'm alright. I'm good. You know, I'm happy to be learning and growing, and that's what's up. So, I should mention I'm at 300, wait, is it 30,000? 30,000 feet right now. Sorry, me and numbers don't get along. Hell yeah, let's go. How does it smell like fart more or less? No, I'm just kidding. Anyway. Oh my gosh. YoHallo, Kōri. YoHallo, Sly. Good to see you. Welcome in. What's up, what's up, what's up? Alright, give me 1 second. Let me set up real quick. Give me a moment. I'm gonna set up for the how to become VTuber, fucking VTuber Help Segment. And also catch up real quick on YouTube as well. Who needs money for a 3D model when you have sugar daddies and feet pics? You have a sugar daddy? Let me know, dog. I need one, man. I'm just kidding. Let's see. Hi. Welcome in, Ray. Thank you for being here. YoHallo Bluebird. You had a terrible day. Who'd I have to body slam? Nah, it's alright. It's alright. We live and we learn. Let me see here. Get this up and running. Up and running. Okay. Let me switch over here. Then I might have to get some things fixed and checked and whatnot. Okay. All right. So, let me get this here. Thank you for the check-in. It's good to see you, Inquisitor Machine. How have you been? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. What's up? Are you sure you don't need a seance or a priest? I don't think that's how you spell seance, but I know what you mean. I'm just thinking because I read that as like Beyonce. I was like Beyonce. But I know what you mean. Sorry, no, like I obviously I read it as the way that you wanted it to be read. So clearly, I knew what you meant. I'm sorry. I just was like, wait, Beyonce? Do I need Beyonce? Yes, I do need Beyonce. Okay, fucking Queen Bee, you know? Okay. Pulling viewers down, damn. Shit. I see nothing. Okay. Anyways, Wi-Fi is spotty on the flight, so I'm gonna join back and when we touch down. Kōri, today it can't always be better because the day isn't over. Hope stream goes well for you and the day gets better. Thank you, Shiplord. Heck yeah. Be safe, okay? Yes, touchdown. Like the football, you know what I'm saying? Sorry, that was lame. But yes, be safe. Safe travels and things like that. And thanks for tuning in while you're in a very interesting place. Anyway, please don't do a seance. I don't want to return. It's so real. Just let me die. Just let me die, dude. It's fine. The world would probably be better off without me. You know what I mean? Oh, man. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to turn on my BGM so that way you're not just listening to me breathing down your neck. Let's see. Am I too late? No, you're never too late. Don't worry. We're too late, if anything. You need to get doused in holy water to ward off the bad juju. You know, you're telling me, man. Farting, just shut up for a second. We're talking about farts now. We're talking about, who's talking about farts? What freaking person with a childish humor would talk about farts right now or have a fart gun just sitting on their neck? Not me. It's me. Anyway. Feet pics mentioned. I'll see a kidney. I'll sell a kidney or 7. That's crazy, Sly. You need an oil prince on a sugar daddy? Damn. Oh my gosh. I blew it. No, you're okay, GT. You're good. Don't worry. Well, seance is the only way to get Destiny's Child back together. Oh my god! That's so funny. Oh my god. Oh, that's so real. Seance. Seance. Okay, say my name. Okay, we're focused. Anyway. What's up, Krishna? Good to see you over on YouTube. Thank you for being here. Okay, let me get started. Let me get started here. Okay, we're all waiting for me. I'm waiting for me at this point. Okay. So, here we are. Okay, so, I may also turn this off. Let's see. I'll keep that on. I'm gonna turn these off though because I do want to keep it relatively clean. Okay. All right. So here we go. I will get started now. Anyway. So we're going to be talking about how to become a VTuber today, but there's going to be a little bit more to this than just how to do it. You know, I think a lot of people can very much attest to how to get started. Like, it's not that, it's not rocket science, you know, it can kind of feel like that, but if you just organize things a little bit, it's not that hard to get started. I think the biggest thing that I would say is that a lot of people, they don't start at all, and that's what is the hardest part, is starting, you know. But once you get started, I think it's really important that, you know, you have that starting point, and now you're just gonna build that foundation. But getting the building blocks of becoming a VTuber is probably the hardest part, you know what I mean? And it's the part that everybody at some point kind of gets stuck on most of the time, right? And so you are already winning if you're starting. So let me make that clear. A lot of people look at the price tag, or they look at, oh, I need to have, you know, a moving VTuber model like the one that I have right now. Like, the people think that you need to have like a rigged model in order to get started, and my honest answer is no, you don't. You know, I consider PNG VTubers as VTubers, sorry, PNG tubers as VTubers, you know, GIF and GIF, however you say it, don't fight me, okay? I consider them VTubers as well, but that's just me, that's just personally what I think. I know other people have varying opinions, that's fine, but like, that's just personally what I think. And so, to me, I feel like it doesn't really, I don't know, it just doesn't really matter how you're starting off. It's just a matter of, you gotta start, because if you don't start, then you're just gonna be stuck in like analysis paralysis and kind of like in this cycle essentially of not knowing where to go or what to do and things like that. But if you just like choose a direction and choose to get started, you're actually like winning over like half the people who try to do this, because a lot of people don't end up starting at all, you know what I mean? So pat yourself on the back if you are starting, okay? Because that's already the hardest part, I think, you know? So don't let the price tag and those things like stop you. Try to start if you can, you know, because once you start, you kind of keep going and you keep learning, and that's when you really start to tailor and figure things out with your brand. A little bit about me and my experience, in case you're coming from this from a con. At the time of making this video, I have been a VTuber for about 4 years, and honestly, even with doing it for 4 years, it may sound like a long time, but honestly to me it feels like nothing because I still struggle so much with trying to figure out my direction and, you know, what I want to do as Kōri. And obviously there's so many components to it, you know. It's not just about the stream and like the technical stuff that goes behind the stream. It's also your own like social media presence. It's the way you talk to people. It's the way that you brand yourself. It's the way that you create marketing collateral. Like, there's just so much that goes in to content creation, because that is what at the core of VTubing, it is content creation. So today I'm talking about how to become a VTuber, but more importantly, why, and also the core of VTubing, which is content creation, how to think about it. Because I feel like people just say how to become a VTuber, you just buy a model and you know, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but like other people just say, oh, this is where you go look for a model and this is where you do that. It's like, no, I think before you even think about the model, I think you should think about content creation, because that is what VTubing is at its core. And I think a lot of people forget that. And content creation is kind of the same as like going for a hike, you know, every weekend. It's, some people enjoy going on a hike every Sunday morning and other people don't. It's not for everyone is basically what I'm trying to say. You know, the content creation is a very weird and difficult space to navigate. It's not for everyone, and it's okay to admit to yourself like, hey, maybe this isn't for me. You know what I mean? Also, of course, now somebody chooses to be loud outside with their fucking car. So sorry about that. Anyway, the last thing I will say before we really get started is that if you have any questions, please save your questions for the end of the presentation. I'll try to make some pit stops in between some of these slides, but for the most part, I'm just going to be focused on, you know, talking through these slides and giving out my advice, because I'm like 2 brain cell and I literally lose my train of thought the second that I look at chat. So if I'm a little bit like, you know, not interacting with chat too much, I apologize, just because I want to get through like my points, but I'll take a pit stop here and there to address some things. But if you have questions, please save your questions specifically for the end. I will have a Q&A section, and I'll be able to answer some of those there. I also had a couple of questions asked to me on Twitter, so I'll be able to answer that as well at the end of the presentation. So, all right, let me get started. Okay, so some of this, some of you guys are probably are already aware of because I have kind of talked about it, you know, on my panels and whatnot. So some of this is like not necessarily new information. But what are VTubers? Okay, in case you're like coming here or you got to show your parents, you're like, listen, mom, I don't want to play just Minecraft anymore. I want to be a VTuber that plays Minecraft. Your mom's like, what do you mean a VTuber? Virtual streamers, that's basically what it is, right? We use an avatar to stream and make content instead of a face cam. The way that I sometimes explain it to people who like really don't get it, I say that it's like a really fancy TikTok or Snapchat filter. Like I say, it's a really fancy filter, basically. We all know that's not quite what it is, but obviously it's like actual software, and it's an actual, you know, avatar model that has been specially designed and layered and rigged to be able to reflect your actions, right? But, you know, in layman's terms, I just try to say, hey, it's just like a really interesting filter, essentially. So yes. All right. Also, thank you to all those who are checking in as well. Thank you, Jake. Thank you for being here. My setup, this is pretty much what it is personally. So I start with the iPhone. This could also be like a webcam instead of the iPhone, but iPhone tracking usually historically is a little bit more dynamic. So I like iFacial mocap. I am now currently using VTube Studio on my phone, but I like iFacial mocap better. There was just reasons why I couldn't use it specifically for this model. But iFacial mocap is an app on my phone, and it just tracks your facial movements. It sends that information to another computer software. Example for me, what I use is VBridger. VBridger just kind of allows you to be a little bit more expressive. You don't need these two things, okay? But what you do need is your main computer program, which is, for me, VTube Studio. If you're using like a Vroid or 3D model, that's probably gonna look different. I don't exactly know what that is because I've never had a 3D model, but mine is VTube Studio as a 2D, which is what this is, a 2D model. And really the only things you need to get started, if you even have a model that is like mine where it's a live 2D, it's a webcam and VTube Studio, and then having good lighting. People ask me like, oh, how do you, like, what's a good webcam? And I honestly tell them like, listen, you know, you can get like a cheap $30 webcam on Amazon or whatever, It's like a 1080p webcam, like by Logitech or something. That's what I actually use that for the convention stuff. Like the webcam at the convention is that one. But I had used to use that for my first model. I just used a webcam. I didn't have an iPhone tracking. So, and that worked just fine. You know, so getting a good webcam, I mean, get one that's like 20-30 bucks, 1080p, right? That's what a good webcam is for me. But what's more important is having good lighting. If you are in a dark room, it's going to be harder for the webcam to pick you up, right? And to pick up your facial movements and whatnot. So it's going to be really important that, you know, if you have a webcam or even if you have a phone, just in general, you know, have good lighting so that way it can capture your face, you know. Even if I have iPhone tracking, like if I don't have my light on and I just remain the dungeon creature that I am, it's not going to track me that well. I unfortunately have to have some light. You know what I mean? My skin, it burns. Anyway, so having a good webcam or a webcam and good lighting and then VTube Studio, that's kind of like all you really need to get started. If you're not starting off with a live 2D model, you know, just really having a good mic, you know what I mean? And that's the main thing, I think, because you're not using any tracking stuff. You should probably just like a PNG or a GIF or GIF or whatever, right? So anyways, that's my setup, more or less. Beyond that, I have 3 monitors. I think you at least need 2, in my opinion. But I have 3. I like sometimes, I do use my 3rd monitor more now, but like before I was kind of like used to only 2, so I really mainly use these 2, but then the 3rd one's there too for like extra stuff. So I do think that having an extra monitor is like at least 2 monitors is kind of necessary, just because there's so many screens you have to have up. So I will say that as well. All right. Why VTubing? Why do people get into VTubing? These are just some of, you know, my examples. There's so many different reasons why people get into VTubing, and these are just like a few off the top of my head as to why people get into it. So you can be anonymous, which is pretty cool. You know, personally for me, I enjoyed that idea of being anonymous. You know, I'm someone that like, I don't really care if people find out like who I am per se, but I do like the idea of like people are finding something to latch onto Kōri. Like I like the idea that people can enjoy Kōri, and that's what matters to me. Like I want people to enjoy and be around and see Kōri for Kōri, I guess, and not Kōri for the person behind Kōri. And so that's why like I like to remain anonymous. I like to just have Kōri be herself, you know what I mean? Which she is an extension of me. It's not like, you know, we're completely different people, but there are aspects of Kōri that like do not appear in my own daily life, you know what I mean? So yeah. Character building, lore, projects. So this is like my main reason for getting into VTubing. And my goodness, am I tired of saying the story, but I'll say it again. Why and how or what got me into VTubing? So I went out to lunch with one of my friends, and while we were eating our lunch, she just like, hey Kōri, do you know what this thing called VTubing is? And I was like, oh no, what is it? And she's like, slap, just puts a whole freaking 50 slide deck page freaking document on the table and was like, let me tell you about some VTubing, okay? So she took me through, oh, this is like Hololive, for example, and this is what the concept of VTubing is, and it's like da-da-da-da. The reason why I tell you this, Kōri, is because I think you'd be good at it. And I was like, I bet. And so within a week, I was building out, you know, my character. I basically wrote a short lore, designed her, commissioned my model, and within a month I was debuting. But my weird thing about my story is that I really knew nothing about VTubing before getting into it. Like, genuinely. I did not know who was who. I didn't know, like, the trends. I didn't watch anyone in particular. Like, I went into VTubing practically not knowing anything. I just deep dove into it. So that was what was weird about my story. Now, the reason why I got into it was because I thought it would be really cool to be able to play as a character, and to be able to write stories around that character, and also the projects as well. I worked on music and stuff like that even before I was a VTuber, but I never really had like a platform to post it on, so I thought it'd be cool to finally have one. And then for me, the character building and playing as a character was important to me because I used to be in the cosplay community, and I really enjoyed, you know, dressing up as a character and posing as a character. I didn't do like LARPing, which is like live action role playing. I didn't do that. Just letting you know, okay? I was weird, but like not that weird. No, I'm just kidding. But I definitely enjoyed, you know, the kind of surge of confidence that I would have when I was dressing up as a character that I felt like was you know, empowering. And so I really enjoyed that aspect of cosplay. And obviously the project side of things too, you know, tinkering with things and whatnot. So yeah, it's great. Okay. So the last thing I'll say about my journey is that the reason why I've stayed, which goes into one of the points here, obviously, the reason why I've stayed with VTubing is really the community that I've built. And I'm not talking like the VTubing community as a whole, because that's pretty toxic, not gonna lie. But the community the people that I've been able to interact with, and the people that see Kōri for her mission a little bit clearer, I think those are the people that I've really appreciated and enjoyed interacting with a lot. And it's kind of what kept me here. It made me want to stay, and even now my community is what makes me want to stay in this, really, you know. So we have a really active Discord community. We have community nights, some, you know, some even scheduled. We have scheduled community nights and otherwise impromptu ones, and you know, so to me community is really important, and a big reason why I stayed, but not necessarily a reason why I got into VTubing, basically. Okay, I'm gonna take off my sweater. The next point, as I'm shuffling around, improving social skills and communication. I think this is one of my favorite things that I've heard from other people when I had asked people before, like, oh, why did you get into VTubing? Like, there are people out there that will say like, oh, you know, I'm introverted. I'm also introverted, but you know, introverted and wanting to make friends or to learn how to talk to people a little bit better, practice their communication skills and social skills. And I think that's really great because, I mean, I've said it a million times and I'm sorry for saying it again, but as someone who has a degree in English, you know, to me, I'm always trying to improve my interpersonal communication skills, like, as much as I can. Usually unsuccessfully, of course, but I try to, you know. It's an honest effort, and I always appreciate when I see other people putting in the honest effort to improve their own, like, social skills and communication, you know what I mean? So, yeah. And then I kind of touched on this already, but, you know, the obvious, you know, what we see when we're watching other VTubers, one of the more obvious reasons why people get into VTubing is, like, you know, the enjoyment of, you know, playing games, meeting new people, collabing, you know, the funny clips and whatnot, having fun with people, just that kind of thing, right? So, yes. I'm gonna pause for a second. I just would like, for people that are coming in to the chat, I'm not really interacting with the chat just right at this moment, just because I am trying to go into my flow state, because, you know, me, two brain cells, I don't really, you know, do well interrupting my train of thought. I'll pause and say hi to everybody, but I do want to ask the mods, Shogun and Sun, if you see new people coming in, could you just let them know that, you know, I might be in kind of like a flow state, so I'm not quite saying hello, but, like, welcome in, you know. Thank you for being here. Kōri will say hi to you as soon as she gets a chance, basically. Please let them know that. But let me catch up really fast. I always feel like you need a little money, patience, and an idea. Not much, just a little each. That's real, yeah. Get your notebook, start writing stuff down. Hell yeah. V-tweeters. Loud car of room tuber. Hey, yo, let's go. Actually glad to say that beforehand because I have like a bajillion questions in mind. Thank you. No, you're good. You're good. A war flashback to VTuber rewards. All right. The Kōri pictures peak. Thank you. Thank you for the check-ins as well. I appreciate it. At least phone, one monitor, or second phone / monitor. One phone and 3 monitors is what I have. But I think having your phone and 2 monitors is fine. You don't even really need the phone, honestly. You don't need to start off with like crazy tracking with the phone. Just like literally webcam and 2 monitors. I think 2 monitors is necessary just because of all the screens you have to have, but like that's just my opinion. If you can make 1 screen work, like who am I to tell you not to, you know? So anyway, don't be knocking the LARPing. Hey, I'm not. I'm just saying I don't do that, all right? Thank you for coming by, Keelam. I appreciate it. Welcome, Kakashi, as well. Take your time and lock in. Thank you. Thank you, Kat. Appreciate it. How y'all doing? We're chilling. We are just getting into it, yeah. Aside Assault, I will definitely check that out later if you're okay with that. Or if you want to ask again later your questions and stuff like that, I will do my best to answer. So yes. Also welcome in Yellow. Thank you for being here. Okay. Obtaining all the knowledge. Hell yeah, let's go. So far I loved every single thing of the presentation. It's like, I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope I can be entertaining and helpful. It's always my goal. But yeah. Okay, let me continue with after a swig of water. Okay. What is going on? Okay, here we go. Okay. Why VTubing for specifically content creation? And this is what I mean by, again, we forget sometimes because we get so caught up in the aesthetics of VTubing. We forget that at the core and the base of VTubing is content creation, right? You can have like beautiful VTuber model with big booba, okay? Or big dick, I don't care, whatever, okay? Big forehead. But if you are not creating things with it, then you're not exactly following, you know, the usual path of a VTuber. Now, you could always just get the avatar and the model and just like not do anything with it. Just be like, oh, this is pretty. You know what I mean? But we're here because you're wanting to be a VTuber, and what a VTuber commonly does is make content with that avatar, right? It's a virtual streamer, right? We're going back to that definition. And streamers at the end of the day make content, right? So please don't forget that you have to somewhat enjoy or understand, you know, the concept of content creation when it comes to VTubing. And again, it's okay if it's not for you. There are many times where I'm like, this ain't for me, dog. And that's totally normal, okay? So recognizing that is totally fine. You're not less than or anything like that because you decide that content creation is not for you, okay? Totally fine if it's not. So why VTubing for content creation? So if you're not someone who likes the camera on, so to speak, right? You can make content quote unquote without it. The reason why I say quote unquote without is because technically you do have the camera on. You know, you're using the camera to track your movements or something like that. You know, if you're using a live 2D model or a 3D model that has a little bit more movement, then yes, you do have the camera on, but you're not having to like, I gotta do my makeup or do my hair or whatever, you know what I mean? So you can worry less about, you know, your appearance and worry more about the content that you're creating essentially, right? But that does mean that there's a little bit more that you need to consider, which is like, how do I puppet this model? For me, I mean, my God, the other day I was trying to clean up my previous VODs and stuff like that I had saved on my PC, and I saw the debut stream of my 2.0 model, which is not this one, but it's the one before this one, and I was like so stiff because I didn't know how to puppet the model, and puppeting is essentially just like, how do you move and basically be engaging and interactive with your model, and so learning how to puppet your model is going to be a whole different thing because you have to move a certain way, or however you want to be able to express yourself through your model. You have to try to like get that to be muscle memory more or less, because some of the things I do as a VTuber, as Kōri, as I puppet her, is not natural. It's not a natural thing that I do when I'm talking to somebody, you know what I mean? So you kind of have to learn how to puppet your model so that way you can make engaging content, right? aside from that as well, it's your voice, it's the way that you're engaging them. Now, I'm not saying go and use a voice changer or anything like that. If you want to, that's totally fine. That's up to you, of course, right? But the way that you engage is going to be more so reliant on the way you puppet your model, and also on the way that you speak and articulate your words and things like that, right? So you kind of have to consider those things, that those are going to be definitely put more on the spotlight. It is on the spotlight for face cam streamers too, but it's going to be even more so, you know, when you're a VTuber, right? So yeah. And my second point, there's lots of video editing potential. You know, there is a certain style of video editing for VTubers specifically that exists. And now there isn't necessarily a name for it that I know of, but I do know that there is like a particular style for it. So that's cool, right? I think you can be a lot, like, very animated and also literally feel like an anime, you know what I mean? Make things feel exaggerated, or having like the chibi art and things like that, little goofy scenes or scripted content, things like that. I think there's a lot of potential there, you know, as a VTuber, as an anime character or whatever. So yeah. My last point, in some ways, I think it's a little bit easier to get into a character / persona. And I say that because, like, you're kind of removed from, like, how do I look? You know, does my hair look okay? Does my clothes look okay? Whatever, right? You're removed from that, and now you're more so like, how do I be the best version of Kōri? How do I be the best version of this character or persona that I'm trying to be? And you might be someone that's like, I don't want to be a character, I don't want to be persona. Okay, that's totally fine. You know, then how do you make it to be an engaging video? You know what I mean? How do you make, you know, how do you highlight certain things about your personality to attract the audience that you want to attract, right? If you're someone that's like, I'm pretty quiet and cozy, that's totally fine. You know, that is absolutely okay. That is absolutely okay. Now you just got to think about, you know, how do you speak and how do you present yourself, so that way you can attract people who enjoy the kind of like cozy, comfy, you know, content, right? But you can't, that means that, you know, in my point that I'm saying is that, you know, when you're making content as this character, you know, you want to try for the most part to have that consistent branding of like, hey, I'm a cozy, comfy VTuber. So you're probably not going to, like, you know, post something that's going to be extremely chaotic. I mean, you can, but you just have to realize, especially when you're starting out, you have to realize that, you know, if you are inconsistent, the more inconsistent you are when you're starting out, the harder it is for someone to like latch onto something, essentially, to basically, the harder it is for the algorithm to find your core audience, the harder it is for you to find your core audience, it's harder for your core audience to find you, you know what I mean? So it's like, the more spread out you are, the harder it is for, you know, your target audience to find you, essentially. So usually, especially when you're starting out, you want to try to really hone in and focus on like, this is my niche, or this is like what I'm gonna do, and I'm just gonna like follow through with that, essentially. It is my opinion and my advice. So I'll talk about that a little bit more later. Okay, why not VTubing? I think it's important to talk about some of the negatives as well. As much as I don't like to talk about them, nobody likes to talk about the negatives, but I would not be honest with all of you if I went and said there's no problems at all and everything's fun and dandy, you know, and that's not the kind of person that I want to be. I don't want to try to set you up for something that could potentially, you know, be negative for you, you know, and so I want to be honest about, hey, this might not be it, and that's okay, you know. It's not for everybody. Like I said, sometimes I think it's not for me, many times I think it's not for me, but I'm still here, unfortunately, sometimes. But anyways, I want to be honest, and that's why I am talking about some of the, you know, potential negative aspects of VTubing, so that way you are aware, is more so what it is, because I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like this shit doesn't exist, you know what I mean? Okay. So, first point, content creation is a commitment, especially if you want to be famous. I think the idea or the concept of being famous is also really skewed. People have asked me at cons before, like, how do you know if you made it? And I'm like, you let me know, dog. I don't know. I never feel like I've made it, you know what I mean? And so to me, it's like it's up to you to define that for yourself. What does fame look like for you? Because fame to some people is a million people following you, but fame to other people is like, hey, I have a core community, and I'm gonna appreciate that core community, and we're all having a good time, and that's what matters to me, you know? So understanding like that this is a commitment, understanding that, you know, if you want to be famous, it's a very, very hard road to take, because I don't even really know what that road is, to be honest. I don't consider myself famous by any means, you know, and so I can't really tell you what that looks like, but I can tell you and give you advice on, hey, if this is what kind of like you want your journey to be like, you know, these, as a VTuber, like these are some things that you should consider, essentially, right? So generally speaking, you know, if you do want to see some growth, maybe you don't want to be famous, but you do want to see some growth, it's a commitment, you know. It is a lot of, you're trying to be as consistent as you possibly can, and that doesn't just mean a consistent streaming schedule or content schedule. It also means like brand consistency, you know what I mean? Having like the similar colors across your different website, you know, your social media, whether it's Twitter or Instagram or your own personal card or website. You know, you want to use similar branding and, you know, material that's going to be like make your brand and your VTuber persona like memorable, right? And so consistency is really key, and it sucks to say that because it's like such a corny thing, but it's true. So yeah. Second point, when expectations don't align with the reasons why you're doing VTubing, it's hard. It really is. And what I mean by that is that I've many times, and I've said this before, but there was like this curse or this like myth in the VTubing community where, and I think it still kind of exists now, there are people who they debut and they're nice and shiny, and they got all these viewers on their stream because they're all pretty and new and whatnot, and then after a month, you know, you're no longer new and shiny. There's another new and shiny sparkly diamond down the street, and they're all going over there. You know what I mean? All your viewers that you thought were there for you are now going to somebody else, which is the industry we live in. You know what I mean? But a lot of people see that. They start off saying, hey, I'm getting into VTubing because I want to have fun. And then they kind of blow up a little bit for their debut. They're like, oh my god, I have so many viewers, and like I can make this work. I could like, you know, be famous. And then when suddenly their expectations are not aligning with the reason why they got into it. They're saying, I got into this because I want to have fun, but now that I had this really great debut, I'm expecting that I be famous. That's where things start going downhill. And this is just an example. But the myth is, after 3 months, a VTuber will basically just like either quit or they'll rebrand or something like that. That is the myth in the VTuber community. Yeah, 3 months after your debut, you're quitting, going on hiatus, or you're rebranding. And to me, and this is just my opinion, you know, I think that stems from this problem where we suddenly don't realize it, but we have these expectations that we want to be famous, that we want to, you know, have something more, or maybe not something more, but just something changes, basically. Like, for whatever reason, you know, we got into this VTubing thing for this reason, for A, and for some reason our expectations changed somewhere along the way for some reason, and now it's at Z, and because there's such a difference between A and Z, you're like, oh shit, I need to leave, I can't do this anymore, I need to do a rebrand or whatever, you know what I mean? So understanding that idea between expectations not aligning with why you're doing certain things is going to be core, honestly. That's something that I struggle with even now, where I set an expectation like, okay, I want to hit, you know, Twitch partner or something like that, right? But then when I start doing these things like, oh, I'm working on well, this was back 2 or 3 years ago, I had released an original song album. My first album, Interstellar Ice, I released it, and I was really excited about it, and for some reason I had thought, hey, if I release this album, like how Mori Calliope did from Hololive. You know, she released an album and like so many people appreciated it, so many people support her, which is great. You know, maybe if I do something like that, then maybe I'll also be able to get some support. I realized very quickly that that was a little bit of a silly thought, right? Because when you're releasing music on Spotify, that's going to help the Spotify. But when you're expecting for your stream to do better, to get more viewers or something like that, it feels like shit, because you're like, I did this because I wanted it to bring more people to the Twitch. But the reality of the situation is that it's not going to do that. It's going to bring people to the Spotify, right? So again, there's an expectation that was unrealistic or did not actually equate like to the actions that I was taking. So trying to align your actions and tasks that you have to the ultimate goal that you're trying to achieve is going to be really important, and it comes up often in my journey as well. But basically, you're just constantly trying to define your goals and trying to make actions towards it, right? The actions that are going to hopefully achieve those goals, basically. But next point, VTubing can be expensive. It is true. Everybody's heard it. It's not a lie. But you don't have to start off with all the expensive shit, is all I'm trying to say. I think everybody gets scared behind the price tag and they don't start just creating content. And the issue is that, you know, you could buy a really nice model, you know, spend $10,000s or whatever trying to, you know, become a VTuber. And then you start being a VTuber and you don't like creating content. You're like, man, I don't like sitting on the stream for 6 hours and talking to a chat. You know, I don't like sitting here having to record videos or video edit. Like, there are other aspects of content creation that I think you have to, like, at the very least be able to do. I don't know if enjoy is the right word, but hopefully you enjoy it, because I'll make it easier, right? Learning and understanding if you are okay with that first is obviously much more important than I think spending all that money. Because the last thing that I want anyone to do is spend all their life savings on a VTuber model, start doing it, and they're like, fuck, I can't just leave. Like, I don't like what I'm doing, I don't like content creation, but I can't just leave because I spent all this money on a model, you know, because then you feel trapped, right? And then your hobby, or what should be your passion project or hobby, doesn't feel like a fucking hobby anymore. It feels like a chore. And, like, nobody wants that, you know what I mean? So, I definitely feel like, yes, VTubing can be expensive, but you don't have to start off with some expensive shit, basically. But once you do get started and you do start looking into assets and whatnot, yes, VTubing is expensive. You know what I mean? Generally speaking, you know, people ask me, how much did you pay for your model? How much did you pay for your rigging and shit like that? Honestly, I don't know. I blocked it out of my head. Okay, I'm just like, you know, I don't see it. Just take my money, take my wallet. You know, but generally speaking, and it might have changed because I haven't looked too deeply into it lately. But when I was looking into, like, you know, rigging and whatnot, it was very much like, it just depends on what the style that you want is, and obviously your budget. But generally speaking, if you do enough research, you'll probably find a rigger that is close enough to, like, what type of rigging you want, or an artist that is close enough to what type of art style you want, and you'll be able to also find one that's, like, in your budget. But it's not going to be like a one-to-one. Like, you're not going to, like, come out the gate with a Zentreya or Iron Mouse model. You know what I mean? Like, you're probably going to start off, you know, I like most of the aspects of this model and rigging, and, like, that's good. And then later on, when you have more money or you want to invest in it, you can buy something a little bit more expensive if you absolutely want to. You know what I mean? But generally speaking, like, I see, and again, this could have changed since the last time that I looked, but generally speaking, like, art for VTuber models, I've seen be like, again, this is very general. I'd say baseline, it's like at least 1,000 for like a half or full body, maybe like 2,000. We'll just go on the higher end and say it's like 2,000, right? At least. And then that's not including, like, if you want toggles or anything like that, where, or like, you know, a pet, like how I have my raccoon, you know what I mean? So there's there's more toggle, there's more price in that, where if you want to add more stuff to your model. But baseline, just for the model and nothing else, no expressions, no emotes, no move, you know, whatever. We're probably looking at about $2,000. If you're trying to get that rigged as well, you're probably gonna look at also about $1,000 to $2,000. Again, it just depends on like what kind of rigging you're looking for, and that's again a little bit on the lower end. I've also seen models as expensive as $10,000 for just the art and $10,000 for just the rigging. But again, it just depends on what kind of model and yeah, basically what kind of model you want, what kind of artist you want, what kind of rigging you want, you know. So that's pretty much like up to you at the end of the day. But it can be expensive, but all I'm saying is if you're trying to get started, don't let the price tag stop you. Just get started so that way you can try it out and see if you like it before you buy something that's really expensive and you end up not liking it. You know what I mean? So yes, but why I put it in the category of like, why not VTubing? Yes, it's expensive and that sucks. Nobody likes expensive shit, you know? But the real of it is that, you know, in order to afford, like, you have to be able to afford, unfortunately, as you get deeper into your VTubing career, and it depends, every journey is different, right? It gets expensive when you have to like also pay for the content creation stuff, where you have to pay for like, okay, I need a video editor, long form, short form, things like that. That's not even like about VTubing. Like, we're talking specifically about content creation, you know what I mean? That's also expensive to have to do, just as a baseline, you know? So you gotta have to consider that, and obviously the setup required. Like, you first and foremost, before you even think about the model, and I talk about this later, you need to have a good setup. You need to have a good PC that can run your games and run your streaming softwares and shit. Because I see so many people who get a really nice model, beautiful model, spend tens of thousands of dollars on it, but then they start streaming and it's super laggy because their PC can't handle it, okay? So don't be one of those people. If you're gonna invest in anything, oh, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? Oh my god. What happened? What happened? You see what I mean? Oh my god, the PC. All right, there you go. My V-Bridger decided to crash for a second there. So many people decide to get into VTubing and spend all this money on it, but they don't spend any money on their PC, and they're like, oh shit, I'm trying to stream this game and I can't even stream it. You can't even stream your model baseline because your PC is unfortunately outdated. So yeah, you do gotta make sure that your PC can handle everything that you want to do, essentially. The last point, and possibly one of the most important points, is toxicity in the VTubing community. I think this is really in any community has drama. Any community has toxic people in it. But when you're living in a space of content creation, you know, something that I've learned, and I'll use this as the example because I think it helps paint the picture as best as I possibly can. Recently, I had a video that went viral of me, quote unquote, getting rotated, right? I make a funny face, cardboard cutout gets flipped over, and I make a funny face, and it's literally like 5 seconds. And that, for whatever reason, got like 3 point some odd million views, probably even more than that. I don't know. I fucking stopped looking at it after a certain point. But what I'm trying to, why I bring that up is because I learned very heavily from that specifically that you cannot at all ever control the type of narrative that people are going to create on the internet. Like, people were taking that video, and again, all that happens in the video is dude comes up and says, hey, that's a nice cardboard cutout, and I say thank you, and then he's like, all right, and then flips it over, have a good one. Oh, whoa, you know, me being silly. And that's the whole video. And all the thought that went on to the video was like, hey, you want to do this video where I flip your cardboard cutout and like you just react and I walk away? And I'm like, yeah, sure. That was it. It took a total of 10 seconds to be like, yeah, sure, let's just do this silly video and move on with our day. You know what I mean? But, you know, when that video gets posted, it goes viral, whatever. As viral as a VTuber video can be. And someone like makes a video, another TikTok video about it, steals the video and says, this man got rejected by this VTuber and that's why he's flipping over his cardboard cutout. I don't know, I was like, where did I reject them? 1, 2, where did they confess their ever dying love for me? You know, I mean, and so I say all this to tell you that the content creation community as a whole, it's hard because you could tell a story word by word as clearly as possible about a dog, and someone will still think somehow that you're talking about a cat. We live in a internet online place where people just take shit and completely spin it and make their own narrative of it, and you cannot do really anything to change that. Unfortunately, we're essentially powerless in the eyes of the masses, you know what I mean? And the VTuber community, unfortunately, there's a lot of that, and I think it's not like anyone's fault, but I do think that there's a lot of just deep-rooted, for lack of a better term, trauma. You know, there's just like, oh, another agency is going to shit. Another agency had a CEO who was using their talents as a personal harem group. Oh, there's like another, you know, VTuber who is outed for being a terrible person or abusing people. Oh, there's another VTuber with a 1,000-page Google Doc, you know, like just on and on and on. We see over and over and over again. There's so many like bad things that happen. Every day, every week, there is some kind of fucking drama. And the sad thing is that the VTubing community is primarily on Twitter, on X. I didn't use X before becoming a VTuber, which was great. But now that I have to use X because I'm a VTuber, it is one of the most, I mean, all social media platforms are toxic to a certain extent, but it is really bad. I mean, the algorithm on Twitter, it really just feeds off of negativity, and it feeds off of emotional responses and like petty drama fights. You know, like they want to push the posts that are eliciting like a negative response from people is what I have seen, and it's because it keeps people on the platform longer, and it makes them want to come back. It's that like addictiveness to feeling, you know. I especially, I've said this many times, but I think especially over the time where we were all stuck at home and there was a the pandemic, I mean, like we were all searching for just something to connect and feel something over, and I felt like in that time the growth of VTubers, it really sparked, but also the growth of like shitty drama Google page docs also started to grow and grow and grow, because we were online more, and we were online to feel something because we were all stuck at home. And that's just my theory, you know. I'm not saying that's the truth, but the sad reality is that the VTuber community, like any other community, there's a lot of toxicity in it, and oftentimes I definitely, you know, I don't talk about this a lot, but I don't like posting on my Twitter or really on any social media. Like, I don't like being on social media because I see all the negativity and it doesn't do me any good. It doesn't do anyone really any good, I think, but I don't like being on there, and so I generally don't post that often because it's just like, and then there's just like also that the constant feeling of like comparison of like, oh, I post this, it gets 2 likes, and then somebody posts something similar and it gets 1 million likes. What the heck, you know? And it's like, it sucks, you know, being surrounded by that. And it's something that when you get into the VTubing realm and sphere, it's kind of hard to get out of it, you know, unless you're just not on social media. You know, I'm really thankful to have a community that I feel like I belong in, and that is my community, and that I can rely on when I'm feeling like shitty about myself and I'm feeling shitty about insecure, whatever, you know. But not everybody has that. And so I definitely warn you about getting into this community and dealing with some of the most toxic people that I have ever met in my life. And I haven't lived a long time, but I've lived long enough to come across some pretty bad people, and this is... VTubing community people will always top the cake. Just any time. So, yeah. And I think part of it is... I mean, there's so many layers to it, but I think part of it is just like, you know, we're also using these avatars. We all forget online that the people that we talk to are people at the end of the day. You know, it's so easy for us to forget that. Especially when we're using anime characters as a mechanism to create content, you know? So, just be careful. Trust your gut feeling. If you feel like something's weird, you know, try to back away from it if you can. Try to stay out of the drama, you know, things like that. So anyway, all right, let me continue. So welcome in, everybody. Apologies, I am focusing on the slide deck here, so I can't quite say hello to everybody, but welcome in. Thank you for being here. Thank you for checking. I appreciate it. We are going to be doing Q&A at the end of the presentation, so I will not be taking any questions until then, but if you would like to hold on to your questions, I can definitely try to answer them later once we get to the Q&A portion. Okay, why VTubing is not great for content creation. I say CC because the content creation is too fucking long, but that's what CC stands for. So, it's not as easy as just turning on the camera and recording a quick vid. Now, I know that we talked about earlier, like, one of the cool things about it is that you don't have to, like, you know, turn on a camera and, like, worry about the way that you look. However, because you are foregoing that in a way, you now kind of have to consider, like, I have to set all this up. I have to set up, like, my VTubing softwares, click on everything, make sure everything looks good. I also have to, like, edit everything, you know. I mean, that's normal, right? Even with the face cam stream. But it's there's a little bit more work than just being like, okay, record, blah, 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 done. You know what I mean? And I say this more so specifically for TikToks because, like, TikTok is obviously a big social media platform. Instagram Reels are also really big, but you can't just, like, turn on the camera and make a video. Like, it's not that simple, unfortunately. You have to, like, pre-record it, edit it, then get it back on your phone, then you post it. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit more complicated or complex, but you know, you take some and you shit yourself. So anyways, next point. Sometimes things can get stale fast. And I say that because, you know, when you're using the same model, I mean, people feel like, oh, I use the same model for, like, you know, 5 years, that sucks. I think there's good things to it. Like, for example, you have that brand consistency. Anything or anyone that has touched your brand in 5 years knows what you look like, right? Knows your avatar, knows your anime character, whatever. But the issue is that in order for you to switch up or, like, to have an event. So my example that I'll use here is that obviously a lot of you know, VTuber debuts are, like, arguably the most important type of events as a VTuber. But the issue is that they cost a lot of money. You know, we're not like all like Iron Mouse, who has the ability to have like 4 or 5 or 6 or 10, you know, model debuts a year or outfit debuts a year. You know, we don't really have that. But so for us, you know, it's hard because we want to make our streams engaging. We want to switch it up once in a while, but you kind of have to pay for certain assets, or you have to find those assets to be able to make those, you know, adjustments, to make it to have a little bit more variety in your streams, or to not have things feel like it's getting stale or anything like that, basically. So yeah. The next point I have, you get placed under the category or anime stereotype, and I think obviously it's already like, well, there's always been a bit of a disdain by the masses of like, oh, anime, ew, you know. It's gotten better over the years, but going into my last point, it's a very toxic online landscape for VTubers right now. It is really, really bad. It's arguably it's like probably the worst it's been, but I think it's mostly because of like the amount of eyes that are on VTubers at this point. But I think it's gonna be like how anime was, where at first anime was like, ew, gross, but then as the years have gone by, you know, it's been like, okay, cool, you know what I mean? But we're at the ew gross time right now. It's gonna take time for us to finally get to the point where it's like not as like ew to the masses, right? A lot of people don't understand it, and we're also combating at this time AI. People all the time, like almost every convention I go to, at least 2 or 3 times an hour, there will be someone that's like, is this AI? And I'll even have a sign that says not AI, and people will ask me if I'm AI. They'll look at the sign, look at me, and ask me if I'm AI. We're combating a lot of things here. We're combating AI, the rise of AI, and we're also combating just the overall, you know, unfortunate era of just, you know, VTubers are the next, you know, nerd to make fun of in the overall, you know, society, I guess, online landscape, right? So, I think for the most part, we will hopefully one day get to a point where it's not going to be as ew, but who knows? I think the other issue is that a lot of what gets posted a lot of what goes viral on VTubers are the drama and is the bad shit. So it's hard to say at what point it's gonna be a little bit more normalized, is basically what I'm saying, because most of the stuff that comes out or goes viral is just drama and like, you know, it just makes us look even worse. So it's like, why would it become a mainstream thing, you know? So anyways, I definitely think like being a VTuber content creator, excuse me, you are trying to find a niche within a niche within a niche within a niche. Like that's how hard it is, or how hard it can be to find your target audience, because you are, you know, looking for very, very particular people. And yes, there's like 10 billion people on this planet or whatever, right? But probably only like 1 million like VTubers or some shit. And then only a percentage of them are going to, you know, find your stream. And then only a percentage of them are going to stick around your stream. And then only a percent of them are going to do X or Y or Z, right? You know what I mean? So it's not the most, I mean, content creation is hard generally speaking, but you have to consider that this is a niche within a niche within a niche within a niche, and that it's gonna be difficult. And there's a lot of just like people will be very quick to judge negatively if you're a VTuber. So, all right, let me take a swig of water as well. Okay. So these are some things that I ask myself often, and I also always recommend people to ask themselves constantly. Like not just, you know, not just when you first get into it, but like I like to try to have like, you know, quarterly check-ins with myself on how I'm feeling or what I want to do, game plan, things like that, you know. So first question, why am I getting into VTubing? The reason why this is an important question for getting into it is because the more that you understand like the why you're doing something, the better you can take action to accomplish that why. If your why to get into VTubing is, hey, I want to make some friends, I want to reach out, I want to make some friends, I want to, you know, build a friend group, okay, great, you know. Now, what you're gonna be probably doing is you're gonna be taking action to find those friends, right? You're going to be joining maybe some Discord community servers and interacting on there, or you're gonna be trying to network more, like you know, comment and chat with more VTubers on social media, show up on their streams and chat with them a lot more, you know, versus you're doing scripted content, or you're like, you know, making music or whatever. Like you are not doing those things, so that way you can focus on your why, right? Your why is, hey, I want to make friends. Okay, now what actions can you take to actually achieve your why, basically, right? A lot of people, I think, don't they have a why, but they don't end up actually taking actions to achieve that why, and they become unhappy. So the more that you can have that answer as to why you're doing this, why you're doing VTubing, what is your goal, right? The more that you understand that, and the better that you can understand and commit to actions and tasks that work towards your why, I think the better that you feel, and more importantly, the longer you will probably be able to keep doing this. Because I think at the end of the day, one of the biggest challenges with like trying to be a content creator is the longevity of it. You know, we constantly see success stories of people getting lucky where they get a viral video, it pops off, cool, they're famous, they keep doing shit, whatever, right? But for the 99 percentile, like you and me, well, maybe not you, but definitely me, we don't get famous like that. We don't get that lucky, I guess I'll say. And so we have to continuously try to gear, okay, here's this action I want to take. Does it align with my why? Does it align with like what I want to do? And then that way we can keep trying to stay here as long as we can. You know, if we're looking at other people's, generally speaking, if you're looking at other people's journeys as content creators, you know what I mean? Like, it takes them a while, it takes them years, you know? Generally speaking, I see people, it takes them like, you know, 5 or 6 years sometimes to hit stuff like Twitch partner. Sometimes it takes them even longer. And I do think that, for my experience at least, for my first like 2 years, I was definitely like all over the place. I was like, I don't know what the fuck I want to do. I was producing my own, you know, visual novel game for my lore. And now that was a for fun passion project, but like that didn't bring in anyone. Nobody gives a shit about that. And then I was making music again at the time. You know, no one really gave a shit about that. It's just, you know, whatever. What else was I doing? Oh my god, I was doing like a lot of dumb shit. Well, I was just spreading myself really thin, basically. I was working on the projects that, you know, had no reach, essentially, instead of trying to build a foundation and try to actually sit with myself and be like, what is my content? You know what I mean? So it wasn't until, you know, later in my second or third year that I was like, okay, this is what I want to do. And then now we're here where I'm like, you can see it now where I've got a direction, but I'm still definitely trying to figure out how to keep creating and managing the tasks it takes to follow this path and follow this direction. It's definitely not easy, but it's taken me 4 years to figure that out. So I can almost guarantee that it's not going to happen overnight. You know, you having all these answers, you knowing everything about VTubing, you know everything about content creation and your direction, it's not going to happen overnight. It constantly changes, and it's okay that it does. But recognizing when it does and why it's changing and what you can do to create action towards like that new goal or that new why, I think the higher chance you have for being in this in the long run. So I'm here saying that because I want to advocate for sustainability. You know, I want to advocate for, you know, you can do this for more than just a year or a month or whatever, you know what I mean? And just know that it takes time, you know? The longer that you stick with this, I think the higher chance you have to get more eyes on you if that is one of your goals, you know? When you look at Iron Mouse, you know, if you had asked Iron Mouse when she first debuted as Iron Mouse, not part of VShojo, not where she's at right now. If you asked day one or even month one of Iron Mouse being Iron Mouse, if you asked her, hey, can you raise 1.7 or millions of dollars for the Immune Deficiency Foundation, she would have looked at you and been like, what? No, I can't. What do you mean? But a couple years later, she's created her brand and created her foundation. She's built that foundation, and now she's at a point where, yeah, she can raise that money. But you ask her on day one, and a lot of us are on our day one, right? We can't do that. You know what I mean? So it takes time, okay? And try not to compare. your day 1 to somebody's day 5,000 or whatever. You know what I mean? So I'll say that again later because it's an important point. But okay, next question. What are my goals with VTubing? Again, I already kind of talked about that for the most part, but again, identifying like, what are you trying to do with this? You know, if you think that your core audience that you're attracting is going to be a lot of like FPS people, an audience that enjoys FPS, or an audience that enjoys Stardew Valley or something like that, then potentially you want to have a VTuber model that is going to be geared towards that type of aesthetic. You know what I mean? So you can consider that as well. You know, for me, the only thought that really went into my VTuber model or my design was, hey, I knew that I wanted to be a Gatmoe character and I knew that my personality was going to be crazy and wonky and raccoon-like, but I then thought, Gatmoe, what is the opposite of that? It's an ice princess. And so I had the appearance of an ice princess with the personality of a raccoon. Obviously, my design has very much evolved and changed into what you see it is today. I didn't always look like this. I definitely was more focused on the ice princess side of things before. But it took me time to figure that out. And that's all that really went into my thought process. If I were to do things again, I would have much more leaned into what my personality was going to be like on stream, which is the raccoon-like one. And I would have leaned into maybe more so what I'd be doing with the model. You know, if you're someone that's like, I'm going to be playing a lot of FPS, and maybe you want to get a toggle that has a little gun or something like that. You know, if you're someone that's like, I'm going to do a lot of IRL events, then with this model, I started getting more toggles that were like for when people take pictures with me, or a lot of people fucking wave hi to me, but I can't say hi in a timely manner because there's a delay, because they're saying hi, but it takes me 3 seconds to recognize that they're saying hi. So by the time they're done saying hi, if I say hi back, they'd already be long gone. So I ended up wanting to get a toggle where it's like a wave instead of me saying it, because there's such a delay between them hearing me, seeing them do it, and them hearing me, right? So anyways, that's why you can kind of think about, like, what is your goal with VTubing, and how you can try to shape your brand a little bit more, your aesthetics, into trying to accomplish or attract, accomplish your goal, 1, and 2, attract an audience that would make the most sense for you, right? Next point, what do I want or like to stream? Again, I'm just flowing here, flow state at this point. Again, knowing, like, if you are going to play a lot of FPS, try to have a little toggle that, like, is gun themed, or have a design that revolves around the game that you're going to be playing, or whatever. Or, if you're playing a multitude of games, then obviously you don't want to focus on one, but like, if you know that you're just going to be streaming a lot of Final Fantasy, maybe you want a character that kind of matches that, like, aesthetic a little bit more. So something to consider. Again, it's all in efforts to try to keep attracting people who are going to enjoy your content, right? Your core audience. That's why you do those things, why you try to think about how you want to present yourself. Last point, considering my goals, am I willing to commit to the actions needed to meet them? I'm going to talk about this in the high level because it's a weird thing to talk about. But something that I personally go through every damn day as a VTuber is a battle between what's gonna be good for the brand and what's gonna be good for my morals. Now, my mama ain't raised no bitch. I try to follow my morals as much as I can. I try to follow the things that I think is relatively positive. I try to follow the things that my mom taught me, believe it or not. But the problem is that the industry of content creation and of entertainment, it is riddled with just a lot of, things that make you feel like you question your morals and how you're presenting yourself. It kind of goes into what I said before of just like, no matter what you do, you could be discovering the cure for cancer and somebody's gonna find some reason to hate you for it. You know what I mean? there's always going to be nasty people on the internet that no matter how much good you try to put out there, no matter how much, you know, you donate to these really great charities or things like that, people are going to find reasons to dislike you, right? To hate you, to ridicule you, etc. And so there's this constant balance of like staying true to yourself, but also, you know, you have to market this brand. You know, Coca-Cola didn't become such a big brand because they were, you know, doing charities and things like that. They do that now, don't get me wrong, but like they became a big brand because they were a company that was marketing to these particular audience, and they were, you know, gearing these slogans and whatnot and putting shit in Coca-Cola that was gonna make people like it and get addicted to it, right? So that's something you should think about. Like, you know, companies, generally speaking, they're doing certain things to market themselves that can feel a little bit immoral sometimes to the average human being, you know? And so there's this constant, like, am I willing to commit to what it's gonna take to achieve my goals? You know, if you are someone that wants to be famous, you know, there's like, it's not fully true, I don't know, I can't say for a fact, but you know, some people say you gotta sell your soul in order to like be famous, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, is that really what it is? I'm not one to judge, but you know, it's possible that it could feel that way, you know what I mean? And so just remember, like, you need to be able to commit to the things that you want to do, and beyond that, committing to, for example, having a consistent stream schedule. Like, you know, for me, I stream on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturdays. That is 4 days. 4 days of the week that I stream. And it's a commitment, you know, because that's like at least 3 hours for each of those days that I take away from myself. Well, not necessarily, but you know what I mean. And so are you willing to commit to a schedule? Are you willing to commit to, hey, I gotta sit down every, you know, Sunday or whatever for a couple hours, and I have to edit these videos, I gotta schedule these out, I gotta look into algorithms, I gotta do research, I gotta blah, 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 blah. Like, are you willing to commit to these various tasks that are going to be required in order for you to continue doing content creation, essentially, right? So you need to consider that, or I recommend considering that. Asking yourself about your content, right? And I kind of talked about this already. So what best represents you, your brand, your character, right? You're trying to present yourself in a way that's going to have the highest chance or likeliness of, you know, your core audience or the audience that you want to attract to find you, right? So you want to try to present yourself in a way that, like, if you're going to be a cozy streamer, hey, maybe you've got a little cute little turtleneck on, or like you're holding a little cup of coffee or something like that. I don't know what a cozy streamer looks like, but but you know what I mean. You look the part, you know, and that's what's gonna hopefully attract people to you know, being there, essentially. Does this content make you happy? Are you passionate about it? I think that's also obviously more so about the longevity of your VTubing career and your sustainability. If you're happy about the things that you make, at the end of the day, that is what's going to be the most sustainable thing for you. For me, it took me a while to find out that IRL events make me happy, you know, and that I'm passionate about it, you know. But once I did find it, I felt like I could lean into it more, and I could, I don't know, feel like more excited about the things that I do as Kōri, you know, and thus make me want to stay in VTubing longer. So sustainability, right? If the more that you're happy with what you're doing, and you cannot rely on other people for your happiness. That's one of the things that I see a lot of in this you know, in this space, is that unfortunately, you know, it can be easy for us as human beings to lean on to others for validation and for happiness, you know, and that's natural. It's okay to do that. It's not a bad thing. But I do think that when you're doing something for yourself, when you're like, you know what, it doesn't matter at all if nobody cares, I care, that is very empowering. You know what I mean? when I did my 2 visual novel games, the first one I made and I released it. I mean, I spent like, oh my god, what was the number? It was like 300 hours or something like that writing and producing the game. And I remember like I was sat there like, I don't care if nobody plays the game. I didn't think anyone was gonna fucking play it, honestly. I was like, nobody's gonna play this game. I don't care because I'm just happy about this project. Like, I just really enjoyed making it. This is like a dream come true for me specifically. I've always loved visual novel games, and like I was so honored to be able to put my English degree with an emphasis on creative writing to use and make a visual novel, 2 of them. Like, I was really happy about that. It was what I was passionate about, and I didn't need, if nobody played the game, I would be fine. I'd be set because I made something for myself. But what ended up happening was that because I made something that I was passionate about, because I made something for myself, there actually were people who did play the game, you know? And that's cool, that's great. And that was an amazing thing to feel, but at the end of the day, I was totally content with nobody playing it at all, basically. And I'd still feel that way, because I did it for me, and I'm still here, you know what I mean? So, finding the content or finding the things that you are happy about and passionate about is really important, because not just for your longevity, your sustainability of your career, but also, you know, because other people will see that love and that passion and that happiness that you have, and that's contagious, you know? So people will see that and they'll be like, you know what? I want to be a part of this movement. I want to be a part of this community because I see how exciting and passionate, you know, this person is, you know? I mean, at least that's what I hope, that you want to attract those kind of people, right? So anyway, all right. Are there others who do this content? Be careful with this one, because obviously you don't want to just be like copy and pasting people, right? Now, we live in a landscape now where there is really, truly, there is no original content, you know? Everything in some way or another is a copy and paste of something else. It's just unfortunately the world that we live in. But it's good to know, you know, if there's others that we can look to them and see, hey, is there something that, you know, I like about it that I can try to replicate in a way, or how are they presenting themselves and how can I potentially present myself similarly, you know, still have my own flair and whatnot, but how can I present myself to continue to attract the audience that they are creating as well, you know what I mean? Just using them a little bit as like an inspiration or a baseline for how to conduct yourself and how to present your brand and your content, basically. My last point, would I be okay with the audience my content may attract? I personally find this to be very important, because, man, I have kind of a funny story with this, but there was someone that came into the chat. This was not me, and this person doesn't come around anymore, to my knowledge, but there's a person, I don't even remember their name, that came into the chat one time, and they were like, you know, they had come a couple of times, and they said that they really wanted to be a streamer. They really wanted to, yeah, they weren't like someone who wanted to be a VTuber, but they wanted to be like a face cam streamer, and they were like, yeah, I really want to talk about, I'm not going to say what it is, but I'm just going to say insert controversial topic here. And I want to talk about insert negative topic here. And I also want to talk about insert insulting topic here. But I'm afraid that somebody's going to try to dox me or, you know, what is that called? FBI raid my house. And in my head, I'm like, well, yeah, if you're talking about supremely negative and controversial things, you know, it's concerning. You are going to bring in an audience that is going to hate raid you. You're going to bring in an audience that is going to attack you, and you're going to, you know what I mean? Like, of course, you should be afraid of that, because you are talking about very controversial negative things. So that's a very extreme example, but it is one that I bring up to give some shape to like why I asked this question, you know what I mean? The other side of it is a little bit more common, you know, if you are only playing Final, and I saw this with like someone else I know, I love them to bits, and I've seen them really like grow from it, but I know that they used to play a lot of like Final Fantasy like 14 or whatever, and they played it a lot, and they got like Twitch partner off of it. They got a lot of viewers and community from it. But the second that they stopped playing it, or they played another game, all of that viewership had fallen off, and they started to, you know, like any normal person, you're like, dang, is there something wrong with me? Like, why did everyone leave when I started playing a different game? It makes you feel like there's something wrong with you. But in reality, it's just that, unfortunately, you, by playing that game, Final Fantasy 14 a lot, you know, unfortunately, just with the online landscape, you attract an audience that, like, some of them, a percentage of them, are just there for the game. They don't really, you know, care about you. They just are there for the game, they want to enjoy the game, and, like, that is it. And then they depart once you are no longer streaming the thing that they like, and that's okay. You know, we live in a society, but we live in an online landscape where, you know, TikTok shorts, things like that is booming. You only have 30 seconds attention spans for most people, you know, and so it's normal. But if you are like playing one type of game, you can expect, or like one game really, like if you were only playing Outlast, for example, the second that you potentially don't play Outlast, you know, maybe it's a fucking cooking simulator or something, they aren't gonna show up because they were there because they wanted to watch you play Outlast, you know what I mean? So just something to consider, you know, that for me, like as a variety streamer, it is very weird and wonky because I have to hope that my audience, or that I find people that are okay with my personality, like that they're attracted to my personality and less about the game. But you know, that's just one of the things that you give and take with being a variety streamer. I think being a variety streamer is a harder route to go down, because it's harder for the algorithm to like find your people, like your audience essentially, versus like if you just play this game, it's probably easier for the algorithm to push you to like people who are interested in just that game, you know what I mean? So I get it, you know, it's a lot of just algorithm talk, but anyway. All right. Take a swig of water. Also, give me one moment. Okay, sorry. Should be back now. Okay, let's see. All right. So, content that I recommend avoiding. Just my recommendation. Okay, you don't have to listen to me. This is just my recommendation. Okay. So, activities or games that may indirectly encourage negative behavior. My example that I used earlier is exactly what I was trying to say there, basically. You don't want to be talking about topics that are going to attract people that are going to hate rage you or anything like that. Reaction and prank content is a tricky area. I mean, reaction content has really been booming in the last couple of years, and I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it, but it's easy to get into like controversy or drama when you do particular like certain reaction content and prank content, so you just want to be a little bit careful, you know what I mean? It's my opinion. You don't have to, but just my opinion. Trend focused content, I would say if you're someone that's like just trying to follow trends, you know, that's gonna be hard for sure, because like trends are like changing like every hour basically. So definitely having to stay on top of that is going to be difficult. And also, if you're just following the trends all the time, then sometimes you just may be doing things that don't match up with your brand. Like, I think it's good. People ask me before, like, how much do you balance, like, following trends and then, like, doing what you want to do? And for me, it's like, well, I try to follow trends that make sense for me, essentially. It's like, you know, if I feel like it's a trend that I'm comfortable doing and putting maybe my own little spin on it, then like, yeah, I feel like it's fine, but I don't follow every single one, you know what I mean? So anyway, yeah, something to consider for sure. All right. So my personal process was specifically content creation is boring. But I'll tell you anyway, in case you want to know. So, obviously, you gotta research algorithms. It's the bane of all of our existence, but it does pay off if you can try to analyze, like, your analytics and shit like that, right? Researching algorithms, seeing what's trending, what's new, what's working, what isn't working, you know, in your own content, right? That obviously is part of the process. Planning content, you know, if I knew that if I have the goal of releasing 30 shorts a month, which means about one a day, then that means at the beginning of the month, I would have to like record a bunch of stuff or like edit a bunch of videos and then schedule all that out. Especially if I know, hey, for me specifically, it's like, oh, I know that I have an event going on that I gotta take care of. So I have to like plan to not have the time to edit or to record or something like that, knowing that I have to do an IRL event, right? So planning in advance, right? And then spreadsheets. Oh, spreadsheets. The bane of my existence, but also a curse and a blessing, and mostly a curse. Anyways, spreadsheets, I hate to say it, but it is, I think, important. And it's mainly just organization. If you're someone who's like, I can't stand the look of a spreadsheet, okay, use a document instead. But regardless, you should try to find ways to organize your notes or information or your research. Because if you don't, if you just like have it all in your head, it all gets super scrambled. Like, you want to write down things that you think, you know, maybe it's not useful now, but it might be useful later. You know what I mean? Organizing things is going to be really important. And so however you best organize is up to you, but definitely try to use your spreadsheets is basically what I'm saying. How can I take something that's trending and repeat it in a way that's comfy for me? I kind of talked about that already. That's something that I try to do, you know, yeah. Posting content that best reflects my value. This is something that I've talked about before, but it's like a concept that I can't exactly like teach. Like, it's something where you kind of like learn that yourself. Like, I can never tell you what your value is, you know what I mean? First off, before I even continue talking about this, you know, as human beings, we all inherently have value, okay? Like, just take the streaming content creation shit out of it. Like, I want you all to know that you are all valued as a person, as human beings. You are all valued, okay? And the content and your numbers are not a reflection of you as a person, as your personal value, okay? You are more than just these numbers and things like that. And so, just know that, okay? However, not however, but when you look at it through the lens of content creation, what I mean by my value is what do you think makes somebody want to stick to your content? Because at the end of the day, anyone can say they're a raccoon gremlin. Anyone can say that they're chaotic. Anyone can say that they're cozy. But your value, it could be something like heavy chat engagement. Like, if you come to my streams, you know, you're gonna expect that I'm gonna check in with you. I'm gonna ask you how you're doing. I'm gonna, like, you know, want to know a little bit more about you, whatever's comfortable, of course. And there's value in that, you know, that chat interaction and engagement. And that is a lot of what other streamers do post, but you know, being able to hone in on like content that reflects like that concept of like, I'm heavily engaging and interactive, you put out content that is trying to attract people that are like interested in engaging with you, right? And so that's why you're trying to find a value of your content, basically. My value that I've tried to formulate for myself as Kōri is the IRL events, is like, you know, my mission to make VTubing more accessible to the IRL event space. And I'll be honest, I'm not great at posting content about that because it is so niche and because it is like difficult, you know what I mean? Like, I making and posting the content for that is tiresome, to say the least. But that's just an excuse, of course. But all I'm saying is that I identified, you know, something interesting or valuable about what I do as Kōri-Oujo bridging VTubing with IRL, you know, events, or pushing the boundary of where IRL events go. And I've tried to create that narrative that, like, this is who I am. I'm the IRL event VTuber, you know. So yeah, trying to create content that reflects that value will increase the chances of an audience finding you and like wanting to be a part of your streams, right? So yeah. Every 3 months, I try to take a pit stop and reevaluate myself, my content, how I'm feeling, things like that. I think that's important just for your mental health, most importantly, you know, for your mental health and your sustainability and longevity of your career. Making sure that you're taking the actions that you want to take towards your why or your goals. So. By the way, constantly my goals and my why and my actions end up changing. So if it ends up changing, it's not a bad thing. You know, it's not that the work that you've done in the past has gone to waste. More so, your work that you've done in the past has been helping to formulate what's next. You know what I mean? My last point, the more you plan and schedule, the easier it gets. Like, I can't stress that enough. Spreadsheets, documents, however you organize, however you plan, however you schedule, you know, try to do that as much as you can, so that way you can do a little bit more, or at the very least be able to have a more sustainable lifestyle. You know what I mean? Plan everything, plan as much as you can, so that way you can also plan for time to take care of yourself. You know, burnout is a real thing that a lot of people deal with, and I constantly get questions about burnout as well. But really, it boils down to, like, you know, planning and scheduling things out, and not like constantly rushing all the time to like get content out or to do X or Y or Z. You know, trying to do things in a way that's paced is a lot more healthy, you know, for physically and mentally. So try to plan as much as you can. You know, if you think it's stupid to write something down, write it down anyway. You know, you can delete it later, but write it down so that when you have that note, you can look back on it later and be like, you know, reevaluate it when you're less like scramble brained. Well, that's me at least. And I'm always scramble brained. So anyway, all right. Okay. Pitfalls of content creation. So there's a lot of, again, I'm talking about some more negative things here, of course, but I wanted to address these in case there were questions about it, or just so that way you know that this is something that you may encounter if you decide to get into content creation, aka VTubing. So the first point, drama, numbers, valuing yourself. I talked about that already. You know, you as a person, as a human being, you already have you're invaluable, really. Like, you are an amazing entity. You are a wonderful creature, regardless of the numbers that are on social media. You know, those don't define you, and they definitely don't define your value as a human being, right? So please remember that. It's easy to compare yourself with others in the space. There's many situations where I've been in where, like, you know, drama happens and I'm like, damn, like, this sucks. And you see the people that had treated you wrongly end up blowing up, and it's like, geez, you know, there are people that I believe are good, that I believe deserve that success, and then there's people that I believe are bad that end up getting it, you know, and that's not always like a fun thing to do with, and it's not like always in my head, to be fair, but like it is something that like I've come across that is not always great. And don't get me wrong, I am sure I am one of those people 100% that like people do not believe should be doing anything that I do, you know, so I totally get it. But you know, it's not fun by any means to deal with the drama or deal with those things, you know. People will skew your words, people will create their own narrative, people will see the things that you do at a weird angle and be closed-minded about it. They don't actually care about you as a human being, or like, you know, they don't give you grace when you make mistakes. It's just, if you do something, you're bad, and that's it, you know. Everything you do now from this point forward is viewed at this skewed angle where everything you do is bad, you know. It's something that's real, and that you know I many content creators deal with, and you know we just don't talk about it because it's just we don't want to give a spotlight on those things. It's not a fun thing to deal with by any means, but it exists, and there are people who will try to use you or take advantage of you for multitude of reasons. I don't like the word clout chasing, and clout chasing is like a weird thing. Like everybody's doing it in this space to a certain extent, and like it's just weird to call it clout chasing. Even the biggest creators are clout chasing in a way, and like people can disagree with me on it, but that's what we're all like trying to do something together but also working against each other, you know what I mean? Like it's a weird thing, but it doesn't exist anywhere else. Clout chasing doesn't really exist in any other industry, you know what I mean? It's just a really weird niche thing that like who the fuck is putting a definition to it, because it just doesn't make any sense anymore. But you know, I do agree that there are people out there that will try to take advantage of you, you know, either as a person or, you know, an online therapist, even though you're not a therapist, you know what I mean? Things like that. Anyway, burnout. How do you deal with it? People have asked me, you know, how I deal with burnout. I think, and this is not, I promise you this is not to gloat or anything like that, but I genuinely think I just have a really weird work ethic. I've, you know, for my adult life, I have worked essentially 2 jobs. It's just like, it's built into me to have like this extreme workaholic, for lack of better term, work ethic. And so for me, I don't really encounter burnout. Like I've encountered it maybe like maybe 3 or 4 times, maybe once a year, let's just say that. And I don't know. I mean, for me personally, I had the luxury of, you know, having a full-time job where if I felt burnt out from VTubing, I could lean on my full-time job, my big girl career, to be able to feel fulfilled and not burned out. If I felt burnt out from my big girl job, my career, I would go to VTubing and I would feel better. You know what I mean? So for me, the way that I kind of handled burnout was like having the 2. Now, unfortunately, as of November, I am unfortunately unemployed against my will. And so, you know, it's been a little bit different, definitely been a little bit weirder. I think now that I've been able to focus more so on my VTubing career, as far as burnout goes, I genuinely think just like doing something that is not related to VTubing helps with it. And that could be something as simple as reading a book. Like if you're not someone like I don't read books on stream, so I can go read a book or read a visual novel, game, or whatever, and just like enjoy that and disassociate a little bit from like the VTuber entity that I'm trying to be, right? And then otherwise, you know, I think maybe like working out or something, like doing something for yourself, I guess. You know, remembering that you are a person at the end of the day, taking care of yourself, you know, self-care, etc. You know, I think doing that or making time to take care of yourself is just as important as making time to work hard. You know what I mean? So pacing, I guess, again, planning and scheduling is really what ends up helping with like avoiding the burnout, you know what I mean? Because if you're pacing yourself correctly or as best you can, it reduces the chance of you getting burnt out, you know what I mean? Anyway, all right, next topic, or next thing, deciding to switch your content can be a good and a bad thing. A lot of people, I mean, I see a lot of like regular YouTubers, like facecam YouTubers, like talk about this, where they weren't sure if they wanted to switch their content, just like the story that I said earlier of like, you know, streaming only Stardew Valley, and now all of a sudden you want to stream Assassin's Creed games or something like that. It can feel like, oh shit, I'm losing all the viewership that I had when I was just streaming Stardew Valley. But so in that sense, it can feel like a bad thing, but it can be a good thing as well, because it helps kind of weed out like the people that are there for you, you know, and for your passions. And hopefully it also can help you hone in on what content does make you happy and that you can do for like the long run, right? So I don't think it's like bad to switch your content as long as you feel like it's a direction that can be more sustainable for yourself, and as long as you also understand that it's not a bad thing per se when you lose viewership or when you lose like support or what it feels like, you know, support, because it's just natural. You're switching up like the thing that you're doing. You're going to be attracting different people now, you know what I mean? So I think it's definitely like something to consider when you are deciding to switch your content. But again, it's a good and a bad thing depending on the way that you look at it. Ultimately, as long as you're making the decision for yourself and your happiness, I think that's what's important, basically. My last point, and probably the most important one, is time. It is a lot of energy and time and commitment to do content creation. Because not only are you maybe writing out scripts and whatnot for your videos, but you're also recording the videos, and then you're editing the videos, and then you're posting the videos, and then you're responding to comments, or you're on social media, you know, interacting and networking, or then you're streaming. Like, it's a huge commitment to be, you know, deep in the content creation space, or like as a VTuber, is my honest opinion. And if you're someone that's like, you know, having a lot of like, you gotta take care of yourself, you gotta take care of your family, you gotta take care of your job, and maybe have even a second job, you know, I don't know. I mean, there's people who do it, don't get me wrong, but like, it is a very tough task, to say the least. So just be careful, you know. You don't have to be like super quote unquote full time as soon as you start as a VTuber. You know, it's okay to like pace yourself or take some stepping stones where you're like, okay, let me just stream for, you know, 2 days a week for a couple hours and see how that goes. Get used to that, acclimate yourself, you know, don't just like, you know, jump into the ice pool or whatever, you know, put your toe in first and see how that feels and get used to that, and then, you know, put your legs in, and then, you know what I mean? So acclimate to your schedule, acclimate to content creation, take baby steps, that way you can climb up the mountain. Because ultimately there's a lot of people who don't take the baby step, they just run up the mountain, but they only get, you know, halfway up before they end up having to give up, you know what I mean? Or like, I can't do this anymore, you know? So we want you to take those baby steps, the little slower but more steadily, you know, pacing of like taking those steps to get up the mountain. You know, it's not a race against anyone. You're just, you want to get there. We're all going to get there at some point, but it's just going to take a little bit of time, right? And everyone's journey, everyone's walk up the mountain is a little bit different. Sometimes we speed up a little bit, sometimes we slow down a little bit, and it's totally okay and totally natural. So, anyways. All right. Boom. Boom. Okay, let me pause for a second and say hello to the chat. Give me a moment. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. For all those of you who are coming in, and I didn't get to say hi to, I apologize. I'm like 2 brain cells, so when I get started with the presentation, I try to just like stay on it, because if I look at the chat, then I'll like derail and I'll lose my train of thought. So yes, but yeah, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. If you have any questions, please hold on to them until the very end of the presentation. I will have a Q&A segment where I'll be able to answer some questions, but for now I'm mostly just focused on the presentation. But yes, welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. I also see Mia in the chat. Hi Mia. That was me. I only did Final Fantasy, and we weeded out the ones that were not there for me. There you go. See, it's like it's a give and take type situation. But I think ultimately, in the long run, it's helpful, and it is something that is for your happiness, you know, first and foremost. And believe it or not, your happiness comes first. You know what I mean? So I'm happy to hear that you took a path for yourself that hopefully made you feel happier and healthier and safer. You know, that's all we want. So yes, but thank you for being here. It's good to see you, Mia. Oh my goodness. Hello. How are you doing? Oh, we're doing great. I'm sure you are. But yes, welcome in. Hello, Ultra Chicken Fire as well. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Hello, Daunted as well. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Jack, thank you for coming in. Hello, Slim as well. Okay. Hello, Yano. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a lovely day as well. Thank you so much for your kind messages. I appreciate it. And thank you for being here. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I have to get to the to the presentation, so I'm not gonna read your time. I did read it in my head, but thank you so much. You are also amazing, and you are gorgeous. And thank you for coming in today, and we really appreciate the support. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let me go ahead and continue here. Okay, VTubing on a budget. If you're on a budget, here's what I tell people, basically. So, first and foremost, like I said, you need a working PC that can run your games, your stream, and your VTubing programs, and a webcam and a mic. But, first and foremost, a working PC. Do you understand me? If you spend any money, put it in the PC, okay? That is going to be the most important thing, because if you can't stream your games, if nobody sees what you're doing, I don't think people are going to want to hang out. You know what I mean? It's going to be hard for them to stick to something if they can't see anything, right? So make sure you get a working PC, okay? Very, very important. Next point, there's a lot of free models that are out there, or cheaper pre-made models are also a thing that you can find. Those two you can usually find on like Booth or Etsy or VGen. There's also a new thing, or relatively new thing, called a customizable model. They've actually been out for a while, but like they've been a little bit more popularized in the last like year or two, where you can, it's a flat fee that you pay, and then you can customize it to your character and you can stream with it. You just have to be a little bit careful reading the terms and conditions for pre-made models and free models and maybe even the customizable models, because some of them in the terms and conditions say that you cannot monetize your content. So you don't want to be using something that breaks their terms of services, because they obviously can legally go after you. So if you end up wanting to monetize your content but you're using a model that is like non-monetizable, you're gonna have to change your model essentially. But you can definitely try looking into that as an option. Also on Booth and Etsy and VGen, there are a lot of like free, no, not free, they're just cheaper, sometimes they're free, but mostly just cheaper like assets, like backgrounds. I've seen a lot of backgrounds, or like little toggles that you could have, like holding an ice cream or something like that. You could, you know, download those and things like that. Some of them are free, some of them are like paid for, but they're much cheaper than buying like a whole new model with a whole new toggle and shit like that, right? So definitely like looking into Booth or Etsy or VGen for different assets is very good. With Etsy, I would be careful because there's a lot of AI generated content on there, so I would definitely like double check. VGen's been a little bit better about that. Booth also has some AI generated content, so you just have to like, unfortunately we live in a time where we just have to be a little bit more cognizant of like the AI stuff. So just make sure you double check things to make sure it wasn't built with AI. So yeah. Anyway, you could also, instead, if you want something a little bit more customized, like designed for what you want and your character, you could always go for like a PNG or a GIF or GIF, however you say it, tuber. PNG and GIF or GIF tuber work about the same way. You can plug it into this Discord reactive site. You upload your image. One image is for talking, one image is for not talking. And so then when you're on a Discord call, it'll read, you know, when you're talking, it'll show the popping mouth or whatever as if you were talking, but just the mouth opening. And then if you're not talking, then it'll be the mouth is closed, right? So you could use that as well. I've seen a lot of people use with great success those types of models, and honestly I even see a lot of VTubers now who are bigger, they still use like PNG and GIF or GIF, however you say it, models. Like I don't think there's I don't know, some people say there's like a bad like stigma around it, and I just don't get why. Like that's just me, I'm sorry, I don't know, but I think it's fine. Basically, if you want to start off that way, I think you should. Honestly, I wish I did before I invested in like a moving model. Like I wish I just tried with a PNG or GIF or whatever tuber, because like I could really try this and see if I like it, you know, but try before you buy type thing, right? And not invest so much, because it is like a huge investment. So outside of that, you can use Canva or GIMP. GIMP is like a free version of Photoshop. Or you can find free VTuber assets on Twitter, X, whatever. Like I said, there's some on Booth, some on Etsy, or just like online. Like if you just search like VTuber assets, there's plenty of like little shops or artists that create those assets, and you just have to like credit them or something like that when you use it. So you can definitely just, you know, browse. I always recommend like bookmarking stuff. And like for my Twitter specifically, like I have folders, like one of them will be like, oh, artists or rigging or animated images. Like I will literally like save and bookmark to those folders different things that I find on X. So definitely recommend doing that as well, because like you can always come back to it later, because it's not like every day that you need an artist, but when you do need an artist, you don't want to spend like hours trying to find one, you know what I mean? So that's how I feel. Anyway. All right, and then last but not least, doing a lot of research, spreadsheets, research, eat shit, and sleep spreadsheets. That's what we do. So, so yeah. It'll never do you wrong, I think. You know, obviously the corny saying of knowledge is power, but I do really feel like, hey, the more that you research, the more that you write stuff down and take notes, like, you know, the better you set your future self up for success. And in a sense, that is planning, right? That is kind of like planning for when you do get to this, you have the assets, or you have at least like some inkling of ideas of like how you can approach this, you know what I mean? So definitely research, spreadsheets, research. It's like shitty, no one loves it, but it definitely helps plan and whatnot. So also, welcome into all those that are coming in. Apologies that I'm not super interactive with the chat right now. I appreciate the follows. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the check-ins. I'm just like 2 brain cells raccoon, okay? I have to stay focused on the presentation, otherwise I'll completely derail. If you have any questions about content creation or VTubing, please hold on to them until the very end of the presentation, and I'll be able to answer those. So yeah, thank you for being here. I appreciate the support. Okay, so VTubing on a little bit of a bigger budget, if you have a little bit more money to invest, okay? Dig into your lore, design, branding, your value. Again, like I said, what is your brand's value? What is your like your 10-second pitch to somebody? Like if you come to my stream, you're gonna experience X or Y, which is my value as a streamer, as a content creator, right? Really understanding like what you believe your value as a content creator could be will help you figure out what to invest in as far as like assets and things like that, you know? Like for example, if you're someone that like engages heavily with the chat, then you're gonna want like a nice chat box, you know, so you're gonna commission that, invest a little bit more in that, right? As far as like lore goes, I definitely get the question a lot of like how important is lore. It's not that fucking important. Like nobody, at the end of the day, most people that are gonna stick around your stream are not there because you wrote a story about your fucking lore. Like I just say my 2-sentence lore to people who ask me on stream or on the at conventions, just like I'm a raccoon that got isekai'd into Ice Prince's body. 1 sentence, one and done. They forget by the next day. You know what I mean? So it doesn't really matter. It's just something to like help attract an audience, right? Like what that says is that like, hey, it's a crazy concept. A raccoon animal getting isekai'd into a ice princess. Oh, that's funny. I want to stick around for the funny. And so it's something where it's like the lore should try to like, yes, define your character or represent, you know, your value in some way or something, a concept of your stream, which for me is like chaotic, funny, dumb shit. But on the other hand, it's like it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, your lore is not exactly what defines your content. Obviously, when we look at HoloLive and stuff like that, like the like Gen 1 myth, like they very much leaned into the lore of all of the Gen members, right? But you see, the thing is that that's HoloLive, right? Like, we gotta think for a second here. I'm not HoloLive. You're probably not HoloLive. If you are HoloLive, I'm looking for a job. Anyway, but in all honesty, right? Whole Life operates a lot different than the way that common, you know, independent VTubers are going to be operating. So while yes, they lean into the lore, it's also because, you know, they're playing as idols. You know, idol culture is very strong in agency life, and I'm not an idol. I never claimed to be one. I don't even claim to be a V singer. Like I'm just a guy. I'm just a little guy, okay? And so for me, it's like lore doesn't really matter. You know, I don't think that you should spend a ton of time on it. Don't write 2 visual novel games like I did unless you want to, unless you're passionate about that. That's totally fine. But just know it's not like gonna make or break you, you know? It's kind of just like a nice to have. So yeah. Anyway, again, if you have some money, you could dig into it a little bit more, so that way you can have a more refined design or refined branding. But otherwise, you know, it's not a necessity. It's just a nice to have. But yeah, again, if you have budget, you know, getting a character designed by an actual artist, I think has actually been a lot more. I don't know. I wish I did that when I started off, because I originally designed Kōri, and now that like I'm at where I'm at, I wish I did it because this model here, the 3.0 model, was designed by an actual designer. Peeb did an amazing job. Brought what I believe, like, I didn't think that the concept of Kōri could exist in a design, but boy did they bring it to life, and like I'm so glad for that. So honestly, one of the things that I might have wanted to invest in if I went back and had the money to, I would say investing in someone to actually design my model would have been nice. Like my character design, basically. Design my character design, not my model, because that's confusing. Design my character design, that'd be great, because I didn't really think that hard about it. So yeah. Anyway, all right. So, next point, investing in stream assets that make your model or brand pop. I think that's really important. Obviously, you want to try to have brand cohesiveness as much as you can, because that'll increase the chances of someone remembering this brand. Like, if Iron Mouse uses a lot, like Iron Mouse's brand is, you know, pink hair, pigtails, you know, maybe a purple bang, heterochromia, little demon wing things. That is memorable, and you see that across most of, you know, her posts or her social media, her branding. Like, you see that, you know, it's memorable. If you look at Kōri, you see Act the Rack, you see the crown, you see the pinks and the blues, you know, so you remember those things, and hopefully, the hope, right, people remember you later, and it's like, oh yeah, let me like check out how that raccoon girl's doing or whatever. That IRL event VTuber, that's right. I saw her at Anime Gaming Con last year. I wonder how she's doing, you know? And so you want to try to create an experience that people will remember and hopefully come back to. You know, that's essentially what I mean by investing in stream assets. You want to create brand cohesiveness and an experience that are going to make you stand out as much as you can, and as much as you're comfortable with, of course, right? Same thing kind of goes with like marketing collateral and artwork as well. You know, you want to try to invest in, if you're going to be using like a, for example, like a calendar or like a schedule, you know, like a weekly schedule is really popular with VTubers. Like, you want to probably try to commission that to make sure it looks really nice, so that way, you know, it attracts eyes and it looks cohesive, right? And then obviously the same thing with artwork. For me, artwork is like an interesting one, because I personally have like a, well, I don't know if other people feel the same way. I've never asked anyone, I guess, to be fair. But for me personally, I am very particular usually when I choose my artists. Like, I usually try to go for a certain style. And I don't really know how else to explain that, but it's like I try to go for an art style that best matches like Kōri's brand. For example, I don't really go for artists that use the watercolor style. Do I love it? Personally? Abso-fucking-lutely. Do I think it's a good art style to represent Kōri? Nah, not really. Not, at least not this version of Kōri. You know what I mean? Maybe if I had an outfit, maybe to make more sense. But, you know, watercolor art styles and artwork usually instills more so like a dreamy or, I don't know what other words to describe it. I'm just gonna say like fantastical or dreamy type or like childlike, maybe. I don't know what other words to use for it, and that's just my opinion, of course, you know. But that usually is what I imagine when I see. It's a little bit more elegant sometimes, and so for me it's like it doesn't really work for Kōri, you know. I'm looking more so at, you know, cute, more classically styled, you know, anime girl type style, you know what I mean, for Kōri at least. But it depends, obviously, you know, it depends on the project. I definitely have some pieces that are like horror themed and whatnot, so it's not necessarily like your cute anime girl style, but yeah. Anyway, I definitely think for me it has been important to try to find artists that match the style that I think best represents Kōri. And also I did used to try to find artists that like posted the artwork. I think unfortunately now we have that landscape on X that like unfortunately anyone can just like use Grok, the AI tool, to just completely turn any image into AI slop. And so I've honestly not really posted art anymore because I want to try my best to respect the artwork that an artist has created or I commissioned, but obviously there's a lot of people who have another take on that too. I don't really care what other people do, let me just be clear. It's just that that's personally what I do. I just try to avoid posting the artwork because I don't want it to be put or used for AI purposes, you know. I didn't consent to that. I don't want that to happen to myself, so I don't want that to happen to other people, so I kind of avoid posting the artwork. But it's like when we used to be able to post it, I tried to find artists that posted the artwork that I commissioned from them, because like they would tag me in it and then people would be like, oh, I like that design, and they might like check me out, you know what I mean? But I'm at the point where I just don't care about that anymore, because I'd rather just everyone be as comfortable as they can with whatever they commission and the artists as well, right? So anyways, yeah. Next point, see what other bigger quote-unquote VTubers are doing and find a way to apply it yourself. I already talked about that, so I won't go too deep on it. Again, you don't want to like completely like be a carbon copy of them as much as you can. There is no such thing as original content anymore, but you do want to try to like, you know, make your own version of it, you know what I mean? Try to have your own take on it if you can, you know. But it's good to see what other VTubers are doing, so that way you can learn how does someone with 100 viewers interact with their stream versus someone who has 1,000 viewers. A good example is if you watch like some of the bigger streamers do collabs, for example, like Saikuno, I had gone into one of their streams before and they were doing a collab. They had like 3,000 or some odd people watching, but the chat was pretty slow. Like there's only like once in a while there'd be a comment that comes in. I go into a stream where there's 20 people, there's 20 viewers watching this VTuber, and the chat's like boom, 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 ba, ba, ba. You know what I mean? Like it's just constant. So, you know, the way that bigger streamers, and it's not always a one-to-one, but I'm just saying, like, look at the way that some of the bigger streamers, and I think I would start off with people that are like at Twitch Partner or at 100 viewers or something like that, not at 1 million or 1,000, you know what I mean? Because you should probably get to like 200 viewers or 100 viewers before you start looking at the 1,000 people, you know? Looking at the people that have like 100 viewers, you know, what are they doing? How are they interacting with their chat? What do they have on their stream that people are interacting with that maybe you could, you know, get something similar? Whether it's like, you know, a check-in widget like I had added, right? You want to try to see how you can potentially apply the things that other VTubers or other content creators are doing that you can also like achieve. But again, don't look too far out. Like again, I wouldn't look at Iron Mouse when you're starting out because she's on chapter 500. But do look at someone who maybe has like 75 or 100 viewers, because then you can see what is it that they're doing to get to that point. You know what I mean? And then once you get to that point, then you can look at Iron Mouse, but don't look at Iron Mouse yet. Is basically what I'm saying. Is my advice. Anyway, so yeah. Also just knowing what's important to have in your stream, you know, like having alerts, or, you know, I have like a lore video that or not lore, but like an animation that plays at the beginning of my stream. You don't need that. and it's more so for me. But if you see another bigger VTuber do it, then maybe you want to consider having that. You know what I mean? You want to try to figure out, like, I literally had a spreadsheet when I started off of, like, you know, here Mori Calliope had, you know, X, Y, and Z. Shy Lily had X, Y, and Z. That was another person that I could bring up. Chika Fuji Lisa had X, Y, and Z. And so I'd see, okay, they all had X, so I probably need X. But not all of them had Z, so maybe I don't want to have Z. You know, just different assets or concepts that they have to their stream. Like, if there does seem like there's a trending thing that you should have, you know, based on your research, then yeah, you should probably try to include it on your stream, right? Or at least help you, direct you into, like, what you should invest in, basically. Okay, last point. Consider investing in short-form content and your social media presence. I definitely would say that, again, like I said, the current online landscape is very much focused on the quick, short-form TikTok type of videos. So if you do spend any money on video editing, I highly suggest having a short-form content editor, because that'll also help you put out more content, like, across the different mediums as well. Whether it be TikTok, Instagram, you know, whatever. You're just trying to have more social media presence, and I think the short form content is, like, the biggest bang for your buck, for lack of a better term. It's not necessarily like you do this and you'll get big, but it definitely is something that could help you get more views and things like that on those particular social media platforms, and hopefully those views can eventually convert into people who going onto your stream, essentially. So yes. Okay, I'm gonna pause here. Hi, Halen Riser. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How was your stream? What were y'all up to today? Hate to raid and run, but I need food. No, get that food. Get that grub. Get that grub. 100%. No, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes, have a good night. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for considering us. Thank you for streaming and creating content. Thank you so much for bringing over your wonderful community here. I really appreciate it. I hope you take care. But thank you so much. I really appreciate y'all. Welcome, everybody. If you don't know who I am, hi, I'm Kōri. I am an IRL event VTuber. I do a lot of IRL events. I go to a lot of anime conventions and things like that, virtually attending and connecting with the anime con-goer community. I also have been spearheading IRL VTuber concerts. So that's kind of about me. We have a concert coming up at the end of this month. It is free for you to be able to watch on Twitch if you would like. Otherwise, you can also watch it in person in Mesa, Arizona, if you would like. But yes, thank you so much for coming by. Let me see here. For those of you who came in as I was talking, apologies if I am late to saying hello or I cannot say hello. When I get in presentation mode, if I look at the chat, I completely derail. And so I'm trying to stay focused and be able to go through my points as fluidly as possible. But yes, thank you for coming in today. I appreciate everybody. There will be a VOD that will get posted. It'll be obviously up here on Twitch for about 2 weeks before it disappears. It'll also be up forever on YouTube if you would like to check it out. And if you have any questions, please hold on to your questions until the very end of this presentation. I will be doing a Q&A at the end of everything. So please hold on to those until the end. But yes, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all those who are lurking or just hanging out in the chat. It does mean a lot to me and helps me keep doing what I do. So I really appreciate that. All right, we'll continue here. Okay. Some things to be careful of. Again, I want to give a kind warning to you in case you are not at all a part of the VTubing community currently or not used to content creation. So, things to be careful of. Obviously, we all know this one. GFX artists, scammers, AI scams. It's ran more and more rampant in the last couple years, and unfortunately with the rise of AI, they've gotten fucking smarter, okay? So it's even harder to tell or to know, but at this point, to be honest, if somebody DMs me and their account looks weird, like, I don't know, they have like some Genshin character as their profile picture, and then they only retweet like art commissions, or they only post about art commissions, they're probably a scammer. Or they're AI, one of the two. It's a scam, okay? If they just DM you and be like, hey, how are you doing? Or hey, what's up? Most likely, they could be a scammer. There is a chance they're not, because I will be honest, I had 2 artists, like, I knew they were real people, but 2 artists in the past literally DM me and be like, hey, how are you doing, or what's up, and I was like, oh, I'm cool, and then they were like, hey, do you need a commission? Like, they did the same thing that the scammers did, and they were real people. I knew they were real. So anyways, regardless, most of the time they're scammers though, okay? So, just the second that you realize it's a scammer, you can block them or just, like, not engage with it, you know what I mean? Just ignore it. Or you can send them a dick pic, I don't know, whatever you care. Just do what you want, okay? So definitely be careful of those. They're also pretty rampant on Discord, unfortunately, too. I don't know how many people know this, but you can set up there is a setting in your personal Discord settings where you can choose, like, people in the servers that I'm a part of can DM me. Just turn that shit off. Like, nobody should be DMing you from a server unless, like, you guys are already friends, already confirmed that you will DM each other, you know, so turn that shit off, basically. That's my recommendation, but you don't have to listen to me, that's all I'm saying. Regardless, you know, just be careful of those scams, you know, it happens not just on social media, but also even on sites like VGen or like Fiverr or like Booth, you know. So just be careful. Keep an eye out. If something looks fishy, it's probably fishy. So, you know, yes. Anyway, all right. So next point: X/Twitter drama. We could go on and on about that. God. DMs, be careful with DMs for sure. People will DM you. I've had people in the past who, I don't really know how to explain it, but when I was talking to them on DMs, now I never expect anyone to be the exact same way they are on stream as they are in DMs. You know what I mean? Like, that's just a little bit unrealistic, you know? We're complex human beings. We interact differently in different scenarios, okay? So I had this one event, and it's kind of happened other ways, but this event specifically, I had this one person DMing me, and I won't tell you the whole story because it's like all this back and forth, but they were in the DMs, and the conversation I had with them, I just had this gut feeling, and I just felt like, for lack of a better way to explain it, I felt like they were trying to make me say something that would potentially be like screenshotted and twisted. Like, they were trying to make me say something bad so that way they could use it against me later, if that makes any sense, or trying to make drama out of it. I don't really know how to explain it. You know, they were like writing this line between like, I don't like you, but I want to be your friend. That's like the line that they were writing. And I just had a gut feeling about it. I was like, something about this conversation doesn't feel right. It makes me feel like you're trying to like make me upset for some reason. And so I kind of just like, you know, didn't really talk to them after that. It's not like I said I hated them or fuck you or anything like that. I just like, you know, we just weren't talking. And then, you know, about a year or two ago, they like, well, okay. Shortly after that, they blew up and they were like getting a lot of views, super popular. Okay, great, that's awesome, whatever. They're in their corner, I'm in my corner. And then about a year ago, they got outed for all of this drama. Like, they were bullying their peers, they were putting them down, they were telling them to like off themselves, like really evil, nasty things that they were doing. And I was like, holy shit, am I glad I trusted that gut feeling, because oh my god, you know what I mean? Like, yikes. So all I'm trying to say is that, you know, even in DMs, even though you feel like it's a private conversation, the unfortunate reality of the industry that we live in is that a lot of people, you know, even if it's not their intent initially, they can always go back and screenshot things and potentially use that against you. So like, just be careful, even in private sessions, like, of what you say, is my advice. I don't think you should like walk on eggshells all the time. Like, I'd like to trust people, I really would like that. But the unfortunate thing about my experience is that I'm fucked in the head and I can't trust that easily. And so I'm always like being careful about how I speak and how I say things, you know? So yeah, but just try to be careful if you can, and know that like just because it's private doesn't always mean that it will be respected privately, basically is what I'm saying. I mean, I hope it would be, but you never know, basically. So another thing, trolls on your stream, that's pretty obvious, right? Like most people expect that, but genuinely it is a whole different thing when you're dealing with it live. You know, there's people who like hate raid, there's people who will try to say all these like slurs and things like that. There's also, and I don't classify this as a troll, but it is just disruptive to the stream where people trauma dump. Now, I didn't think that trauma dumping was real. Like, I don't know. I did it until I became a VTuber. Then I started realizing like, oh yeah, there are a lot of people who just come onto the stream just to like, I don't even want to call it vent or rant. Like, it's really just like, it is just dumping shit on you. That is like, we didn't ask, and I didn't necessarily need this. I don't know who you are, but it's just a whole life story, and it's like, oh my god, it's a lot, you know? And it's hard when like you're trying to stay in character, you're trying to at least, you know, create content. You know, when you're trying to create content, you can't just switch it off and be a therapist for someone, unless you are you know, actually a therapist, or that's the content that you're trying to make, is like being a person that, oh, you can come to me when you're having a bad day. Like, that's totally fine. But, you know, me personally, I'm not necessarily someone that's like, oh yeah, cry on my shoulder. You know, that's not necessarily my brand. So for me, it's like the trauma dumpers are definitely like, I was surprised when I found out that they really do exist, because I didn't think they did. But it is real, and it's not necessarily a troll thing, but it is very, or it can be disruptive, essentially. I'm gonna be real, and this might be a controversial fucking topic, or like opinion, but like I kind of low-key also find the people that like come in just to say like this long ass paragraph of like, oh, you had a beautiful day, the sun is shining, and you gorgeous being an entity, I would wish you the most majestic of days, you are beautiful, and you are doing amazing things, and have a beautiful day, goodbye. I also find those people to be a little bit disruptive, because like I'm talking about shitting my pants from Taco Bell, and you're like skipping in a meadow of sunflowers. Like, to me, it's like, you're not really here for the content, you're just here to like get attention for that one message. It's kind of similar to people who like, they'll make their name like Gargura, and it's like, I'm Gargura. No, you're not. You know, oh, Gargura followed me? Oh my god, no way, Gargura. Like, they want that, they do things for like a reaction. Now, to be fair, I would rather them say nice things than say negative things for a reaction, but it's still like reactionary comment that like doesn't really care about the content and cares more so about the reaction. You know what I mean? It's like a jump scare. You know what I mean? It's just a jump scare, and it's like, well, it just comes and goes, and that's it. There's not really much like actual value in it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, you know, I think for me it's like, if you do care, if you do have all of those great things to say, stick around to the person that you're watching. You know, shoot them a follow. Half the people that, actually most of the people who just drop that message and go, they don't even follow, they just drop that message and they leave. That's literally it. And like, what I'm trying to say is like, drop the message. Say, if you want to have some positivity, I'm never against that. Have the positivity, say what you want to say, but stick around for like what's happening beyond just that. You know what I mean? Like, don't do it just for the reaction. So, you know, I'm not saying anyone here has done that, of course. I'm just saying, like, obviously, because you wouldn't be here if you were that person. If you were the person that just dropped the comment and left, you wouldn't be here, right? None of those people are here right now, okay? So I'm not talking about you guys, but I'm just saying, this is my controversial hot take. I do think that it can be disruptive and a little bit like trolly, because it's just like a jump scare. It's just like a reactionary thing that happens momentarily, and then they leave and they don't actually care. You know what I mean? And so, you know, we ultimately, as streamers, as content creators, we want to find people who care hopefully, about the things that we care about. And we want to attract a community that cares about our values, about the content that we're creating. And so that's what I want to say about that. Right? You know, and so dealing with certain people that can feel like, you know, troll behavior or negative, or like, you know, they don't care about you. It's not like, I don't hate people like that. I don't think we don't have the right to hate people like that. I don't think they're not necessarily doing anything inherently, like, okay, unless they're like racist and evil in that sense, then yes, they're doing something wrong. But I just mean, like, you know, generally speaking, like, it just is something that you should be aware of that happens. So that way you can be prepared for it. Because when you're dealing with it live, it can feel very disorienting, because you're like, oh my god, how do I react to this? Because I don't want to react poorly. I don't want to, like, you know, this person it could be genuine, you know, like stuff like that. It's like you never really know, you know, is this intent real? Is this, you know, so you don't want to treat them poorly and dismissive, but also you don't want to like feed into something that may just be you know, a jump scare. There you go. I was like, what is the word I'm trying to find? Okay. Anyway, the next thing in this little bullet is comparing yourself to others. And it's probably one of the hardest things ever. When you compare yourself to other people, you know, you build a narrative about them in your head that may or may not be true. I remember, this is kind of random, but I remember one of the, and this isn't to like call anyone out or like, you know, be drama or controversial. I remember like when I was first getting into VTubing, there was a clip of Sea Dog Connor and Iron Mouse talking, and like Sea Dog made this like comment about, oh, like this isn't word for word, so like, and I'm not hating on Connor by any means, okay, but he said something along the lines of like, well, we can agree, or like you can agree with me that like the whole life, you know, talents didn't work that hard for their position, or like they don't work that hard. Something about whole life talents not working that hard for something. And again, don't quote me. That's not exactly what he said, and I'm not trying to put him down. I bring this up because Iron Mouse then was like, hey, we should switch the topic or talk about something else, you know? And I like to think that maybe one of the reasons why we decided to switch the topic from that is because, like, genuinely, we don't fucking know what it took to get into Hololive. They know. I don't know. Do you know? I think if you know, you would be in it, you know? Again, I'm looking for a job. Anyway, but again, like, all I'm saying is that, you know, we don't know the steps that someone has taken behind the scenes in order to get to where they're at. And I try to be the type of person that looks at other people as positively as I can. Like, it, you know, just, hey, if they are successful and hopefully they took cool steps to get there. I don't know that for a fact, but hopefully they did. I'm sure they seem like they're a nice person. Okay, you know, and try to leave it at that. But when you're comparing yourself to other people, sometimes you build this narrative around them as if like, oh, they didn't work hard, or they got you know, they got in an agency, so they have all the help in the world. But there's a lot of things that, you know, there's a lot of negative things that can happen in an agency. We've heard time and time again the horror stories, the management taking advantage of their talents and things like that. It's not always fun and dandy. And so when you're building a narrative about somebody else and you're comparing like, oh, you know, they are so much more successful because X, Y, and Z. Well, again, complex human beings, complex industry we're in. I don't think it's always like just so straightforward that they are popular, they have X or Y because they did A, B, C. You know what I mean? And so then you start getting like this skewed angle on people or on other creators, and even worse, you get a skewed angle on your own journey, right? Because your journey is your own at the end of the day. The path that you take is going to look a lot different from my path, from the person next to you's path, from Iron Mouse's path. All of our journeys are going to look a lot different at the end of the day, you know? But that's what makes us freaking cool as shit, you know? That's what makes us stand out, is that the difference in our journeys, you know what I mean? And so I try to be positive and embrace that as much as I can, but I also understand, you know, it's tough because it's so easy to look at others. It's easier to look at someone else than look inwards, right? It's easier to judge other people. It's easier to critique other people than to look at yourself and reflect and to critique yourself, right? That's so much harder to look in the mirror and say, hey, maybe I am doing something wrong. You know, that's hard. But if you can do that, if you can have that introspectiveness and reflect, you have that ability. Everyone has this ability, but not everyone, you know, acts on it. We have the ability to grow, and not just as like a content creator, but as a person, you know, because at the end of the day, we're all people, you know, and I would like to think that I could grow as a person as well as while I'm growing as a content creator. And I would like to hope that the person that I'm growing into is one that I can be proud of just as much as the content creation version of me that I am creating is something I can be proud of as well. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, you know, yes, I say you should look at other bigger VTubers to see what they're doing, but that doesn't mean that you compare your journey to them. Your journey is going to be your own. And I always tell other people to look at, you know, you get started with content creation, you get started with VTubing, and you're in it for 2 years or something like that. And they're like, oh fuck, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, I haven't made any progress. I'm still at the same place. So-and-so's doing so much better. So-and-so's doing that and this, and I'm still here. And I'll tell them, I'm like, okay, but have you improved since last year? Have you improved since 6 months ago? And usually the answer is like, well, yeah, I guess I did. Like, I got, you know, 1 additional viewer, or I got, you know, I streamed a little bit more, or I started putting out more content. That's what you compare. You compare how and who and what were you a year ago, or 6 months ago, or even 3 months ago, you know? Where were you at that point? What were you doing? And look at yourself today. And I can almost guarantee that there is accomplishments and actions that you have taken that you should be proud of. And that's what you should be comparing yourself to, is yourself. Because you want to be better than you were the year before or the months before. That is the ultimate goal. It's not, I need to be better than Shy Lily. It's never about that. I need to be better than Kōri-Oujo. No. It's about, I need to be better than the person that I was last year. That's what it should be about. And again, I say this out of concern for burnout, out of concern for mental stability, physical sustainability, all of those things. Like, having the mindset to do this is more important, I think, than having the money, the tech, all of that. You need to have a mindset that is strong in order to do, you know, content creation, because it beats down on you every day. Every day, all the negativity can just pile up. There's some good days, don't get me wrong, but like most of the time, you know, it's the negativity, that's what soaks in. You know what I mean? So just remember that you have, as a human being and as a content creator, you have the ability to improve always. So don't stunt your growth because you're too busy looking at everybody else. You know what I mean? So anyways, my next point, people who want to take advantage of you or someone you know. You know, again, I don't like the term clout chasing. Like, it's such a weird thing that, like, I don't even know anymore what the definition of it is, and people will see what I do as clout chasing. I'll see what someone else does and be like, maybe? I don't know the definition of it. But basically, like, you know, clout chasing is, like, only in this industry. And so it's just kind of like this weird thing where it's like, who decided this? I don't know. Whatever. Basically, what I mean more so in this is, I guess, people that see your value and try to steal from that value. I have to burp. Why that sound so terrible? It's like a fucking zombie. Okay, wait. Sorry. Let me talk about my real life example. I have been a part of things, and I'm not going to name names. I've been a part of things that entities that claim to be a company, right? And this has happened at least twice, unfortunately. But you know, I've been a part of things where a company that says, hey, we're gonna give you this and that, we're gonna give you support. Okay, cool, sounds good, right? And then I basically find out that, you know, whether it be a company or maybe even a person, they just wanted to use me because they saw my value as an event organizer. But they did not see my value as a human being. So they didn't treat me as one. They treated me as an event organizer because that's what they wanted out of me. And so I did it, and they got to reap the benefits of, you know, take advantage and reap the benefits of the hard work that I had put in. And that was that, you know? And so that is more so what I mean. I'm not necessarily just talking about that concept of clout chasing, because everybody fucking knows about that. And guess what? Everybody does some form of clout chasing at the end of the day. Even bigger streamers do. It's just, we are all in this weird landscape where we're both like, we're kind of working together, but also competing against each other, you know, stuff like that. It's whatever. But at the end of the day, it's like, you know, if somebody is trying to use you for your value as a content creator, I think that it is dangerous. And I would be worried, basically. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this point of something to be careful of, basically, is that there are people who will use you to try to get a leg up on people, on others, you know? I mean, I've heard on the grapevine that there are people who join, you know, agencies or companies just so that way they could reap the benefits of the drama and Google Docs that'll come out once it blows apart. So they join it, expecting it to fall apart and expecting to reap the drama that comes from it afterwards. There are a lot of strange people in any industry, but damn, are they strange in the VTubing community sometimes. Anyway, there are good people for sure, don't get me wrong, but there are also very questionable people that I think just like see the world in a very negative, you know, like angle, which I personally would like to not do that, but you know, it is what it is. Anyway, kind of going into my next point, the term friend. I don't have this problem as much anymore, maybe because I have been so like head down working on the IRL events that I do, to a fault, of course. I don't really call people my friends anymore because of experiences that I've had in the VTubing community with that term. I think, and this is just my opinion and my experience, what I've experienced with the term friend is that people call you, like I've had people, you know, call me a friend, and once that F-bomb, literally the friend bomb word was dropped, they started showing, I guess for lack of a better term, their true colors. They just were more, I guess maybe upfront or aggressive about like disdain for certain things. Like I had someone who was, once we called each other friends, they started trying to like distance myself from the other people that I considered friends. Like they started saying in private DMs, like, don't you think it's kind of weird that so-and-so does X or Y or Z? And also this person is also kind of weird because like they don't do this. Like they started saying that, so that, and I think it's a manipulation tactic of like trying to get me to not hang out with them anymore or like to distance myself from them. And I feel like that was really fucking weird. Basically, you know, it's just weird things like that have happened sometimes, and what I've chalked it up to at a high level, just like many things that exist in life, the term friend is just a word that means different things to other people. When I say the word tree, I can almost guarantee most of us are thinking about different types of trees. Maybe some of you are thinking about a palm tree, some of you are thinking about a pine tree, some of you are thinking about a tall man. I don't know. So for me, it's like everyone's definition of tree, everyone's definition of friend is potentially different. And I've had to come to terms with like maybe their definition of friend and how I can commit to being their friend is not aligned. And so we're not compatible as friends. Like I truly believe like just as we may not be compatible in a like you know, significant other type relationship, in a boyfriend girlfriend or whatever type of relationship, you know, that we may not be compatible there, so it's possible to also not be compatible as like a friend, you know. So anyways, I just say this because like I just would be careful. I don't think it's bad to call people your friend. I just like would say be careful. Like if you start feeling like something's off, just know that you're probably not crazy. It's basically what I'm trying to say. If you feel like someone who is supposed to be your friend is telling you to off yourself or telling you, you know, bad things about yourself, or trying to manipulate you or push you away from other people or tell you what to do, if they're trying to bully you, they're not your friend. And it's okay to like let them down easy and be like, hey, I'm like really busy. I can't be your friend. I'm sorry. I'm such a bad friend. I can't talk to you anymore. That's kind of literally something that I've done where I'm like, I'm not a good friend. Like I've said to people, I'm not a good friend because I like just drop off the face of the earth. Like I'm the kind of friend where it's like when we do meet up, like once every 2 or 3 years, it's very like quality and it's like we haven't stop talking, but I won't talk to you for like 2 or 3 years. So, but it's not like I hate you. It's not like, you know, whatever. But, you know, one of the people that I had termed as friend when I was when I got into VTubing, like they expected me to talk to them like almost every day is what it felt like. And I'm like, I can't commit to that. I'm sorry. Like it's nothing wrong with them. It's nothing wrong with me. It's just that I don't have the ability to like talk every day. You know what I mean? But that just comes down to definition of friend. You know what I mean? They thought being a friend was talking every day. Me, I don't see it exactly the same way, and so it just wasn't compatible, you know? Anyways, all right, next point. The VTubing community is mainly adults who sometimes act like children. Self-explanatory. I don't really know what to say about that. But yeah, okay, the first point, so actually, funny enough, this was in my previous, like, so obviously I've done this segment before. This is my new 3.0 version of it. But what I originally had here was the VTubing community is mainly adults. Period. And the reason why I put that in there is because, you know, there's a lot of like NSFW content out there, and I'm not putting anything down by any means. I'm just stating that it is a fact that there is a lot of NSFW content out there. It's not something that is very welcoming to younger, well, minors, obviously, definitely not minors, right? But you know, it's just it's adults, and you just kind of have to be aware of that, right? Whatever that means to you. Then I added this recently, the ... who sometimes act like children, because, you know, I was talking to someone who is really important to, I think, to the industry as a whole, but just a trusted individual. I was talking to them, and they are it's somewhat of an influential person in the space, and you know, they told me straight up, like, you know, there's just a lot of, most of the people in this community just never grew up. Like, they just act like children. And I don't like chalking people up to like, yes, this is exactly what you are. But like, I will admit that not everyone, but a majority of the people that I have come across, I think it's not that they act like children, but I think they lack the awareness or experience in communicating or working with others and having a platform. You know, there's a lot of people who have a big platform that probably shouldn't, you know, but they have a big platform and they might have gotten that when they were young and they never had that professional experience of working a 9 to 5, of having to suck up to your fucking boss, of having to say the right thing so you don't get fired. There's a lot of people out there that may not have experienced that. And experience a lot of like the communication you have to go through with various types of audiences, with various type of people. And so I think it's more so like we have a lot of just inexperienced and unprofessional people in this space. You know, I also see a lot of people drop out of school, drop out of their job so they can pursue VTubing. That's not wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Again, I'm not putting anyone down by saying that. If that's your life choice, I respect it. But the thing is that there is a potential, whether we like to admit it or not, there is a potential that these people who, you know, a large mass of us, not everyone, but some of us, you know, we don't always have that part of our brain formulated where we know how to professionally engage with people, but also engage as a content creator, right? And then receive professional help. We don't know how to a lot of people that I've heard stories about where they do get that professional help and they don't do anything with it because they don't know how to receive it. Basically, they've never had that experience receiving criticism or receiving, I guess more specifically, professional criticism, development criticism. You know, they've never had that experience, and so when they get it, it's very like, you know, like they're like, oh no, you can't tell me what to do, you know what I mean, like, or they're just like, they don't believe it, you know what I mean. And so we live in this space where there's a lot of inexperienced people, and that can lead to, I think, an overarching theme of just childlike behavior or just immature behavior, I guess I should say, just immaturity. Yeah. So anyways, again, that's not everybody. Like, I'm not trying to put anyone down. It's not a bad thing if you take different steps in your life. Okay. I'm just saying that, generally speaking, a lot of people, not everyone, you know, in this community lack experience and or don't know how to handle professional, you know, help, basically. So anyway, okay, my last point, and possibly the most important one, be careful of yourself. It sounds weird. Like, what do you mean? You are going to be your biggest obstacle in a content creation journey, genuinely. Because, yeah, other people can tell you that you suck, or that your voice is lame, or that, you know, oh, you're just doing everything so that you're just trying to grow off of other people. Like, people can tell you that, but if you stop doing what you do, ultimately everything stops, right? You are the one that has to sit by yourself when you die, on your deathbed. The only person that is guaranteed 100% win rate that's gonna be there when you die is you. And I know that's morbid, but what I'm trying to say with that is you are the one that is gonna determine the steps that you're gonna take, that is gonna determine the direction that you're taking. So if you ultimately have a mindset that is unfortunately weak, or you know, influenced easily by outside sources, it's gonna be hard, because the simplest of sentences will make you flip out, or they'll make you want to like stop doing content creation. And I say this because I don't want me, Kōri, I'll say it, I don't want you to stop. The worst thing that you could do for yourself, if you want to do content creation genuinely, like let's say you get started, you like it, the worst thing you can do for yourself is stop, in my opinion. You know, unless you decide, hey, this isn't for me. Like if there's life circumstances, you decide it's not for you, okay, great. But if everything's going swimmingly, you know, you are ultimately the one that makes the decision that you're not gonna do this anymore. No one else should make that decision for you. I mean, again, not to talk poorly about anyone, not to bring up any controversial topics, but you look at Cinder. She just completely fucked shit up, for sure. We can agree on that, right? You know, whether it be purposefully or not, I don't know the whole story, so don't quote me on anything. You know, Cinder, like, a lot of bad drama happened. She disappeared for a little bit, and then she still came back, right? She didn't stop. You don't have to stop either. Is basically what I'm saying. She didn't stop. In fact, when she came back, it was calculated that her comeback stream, she had probably gotten like $40,000. So people paid her to write that 1,000-page Google Doc. Okay? So all I'm saying is, you know, at the end of the day, she decided to keep doing it. She decided to come back. She decided to still make content. You know, even though she went through all that shit. And that was a more like dramatic and exaggerated and really weird and negative situation. And that you're probably not going to go through. Hopefully. Please don't. But at the end of the day, you know, I don't want you to stop. I want you to try to build something that can be sustainable for you, because we're in this for the long run. You know what I mean? And so please try to remember that you are going to be the obstacle, not other people. Like, you are the one that's going to be ultimately the one that decides, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. And I would like you to not have to get to that decision. I would like for you to think about how you can reframe your mindset, or even if, like, for me, it sounds like stupid, because like I on one hand say don't lean on other people, but on the other hand I'm saying that I kind of do lean on other people, where if I'm feeling like shit about like myself, you know, or like my journey, I know that I can come onto my stream and be connected with the people that actually care about the things that I'm excited about or passionate about, and like they'll hype me up, they'll make me feel better, you know, because I always feel like shit whenever I'm on social media, you know, and then I get to come onto here and I'm like, oh, this is nice. You know. And so for me, it's like, I think it's always a balance of like, you know, remember that at the end of the day, you have to try to build a mindset, and remember the people that are there, that are going to be there to support you, that are there for you. It might only be 5 people, but those 5 people are there for you. They're not there for anything else. And I've always said this, and I'll still say it even now. I'd rather have 5 people who give a shit about what I do watching me than 100 people who couldn't care less if I died the next day. Like, I want to have people who care. That's just really it, you know? And even if they don't care, that's all right, whatever. But those are the people that I get on stream for, or the people that care about what I'm passionate about, that are excited about this. That's why I start the stream. And then obviously for myself too, because I want to remember that I matter to myself, you know? It's so easy to get swept up in everything else that you forget that you matter, that your mindset matters, that your health matters, you know what I mean? So anyway, there you go. Just remember that you are amazing. You are a wonderful human being at the end of the day, and to never stop trying to reflect and grow as a person, and also as a content creator if you do decide to be a content creator. But no matter how much you grow as a content creator, that doesn't define your value as a person. You're all still very valuable to me, and the other people around you, to your loved ones, okay? That's not gonna change. So just know that. All right. Moving on. Okay, if you decide to get into VTubing, here are a couple of things that I would like to relay to you, aside from all the other bullshit that I talked about. Okay, try to have fun, try to frame your mindset into a positive one, and try not to compare yourself to others. I won't go that deep on it, because I already went pretty deep on it already, so there you go. Numbers are not a direct reflection of you or your content. Content creation and VTubing is really whatever you make of it. And that is true. Again, like I kept saying, your journey is your journey. Try not to compare yourself to others, you know, because the steps that they took, we don't even know some of the steps they took, honestly, right? You know, they could have signed a contract with the devil. We won't even fucking know, you know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is that, you know, you are your own anime protagonist, okay? This is your story, this is your show, you know. Please know that, like, you are what is gonna dictate your journey, and whatever you want out of VTubing, you know, try to take the actions and steps to receive that. But really, VTubing is whatever you make of it, you know? So it's up to you at the end of the day. This is your path, you know? This is your decision-making game where you get to choose your destiny or whatever the fuck. Anyway, all right. Okay. It's okay when goals change, but recognize when your expectations are not meeting your actions and goals. Talked about that immensely. Again, this is more so for sustainability, right? If you feel like you're running a mile so that way you can, I don't know, play the flute, like that doesn't make any sense. I mean, maybe it does make sense. I don't know. But let's just say that those are completely different things. Like you're running a mile to, adopt a dog. I don't know, that still makes sense. Anyway, I'm trying to make something that I don't use a tissue. I don't know, whatever. You're doing something that just doesn't make any sense towards what you want to do, you know? It sucks. You're tired, you know? You're tired from running that mile. You didn't need to run that mile, okay? You just go to fucking the supermarket and buy a tissue box and use a tissue. That is what you would do. Those are the steps you would take. So why are you running a mile, right? You don't want to be doing things that are not going to align with your goal because it's just tiring, and that's how burnout happens, you know? And again, it's okay when your goals change because like they constantly change for myself all the time. And having like little goals is also okay. Like, you know, some people have the ultimate goal of like, I want to be, you know, the next Iron Mouse, or I want to have 1 million followers. Well, let's get to 100 followers first, you know what I mean? And celebrate those. Celebrate the goals that you do achieve, you know, not just for the social media post, but, you know, to just celebrate it with yourself. A lot of the times I reach milestones numbers-wise specifically, since we're talking about it, and I don't post it, but I do internally. I'll be like, oh yeah, let's go, nice, you know, celebrate it a little bit, you know, remember that, hey, there is something here. Even if it's just an extra 5 followers, like, hell yeah, celebrate that shit, you know? I would hope that your content creation journey could have more things that you can celebrate than things that you can regret and be upset about, you know? Because then it's not happy. It's not happy, fun time, okay? Anyway, all right. My last point that's hard to see because of the raccoon, sorry. Consistency, research, and outreach. Consistency obviously is the biggest thing. You know, the more that you can be consistent with your content schedule, your streaming schedule, your brand cohesiveness, you know, the more that you can be consistent, the higher your chances are of finding your target audience, right? Great. Research. You want to research those algorithms to figure out how you can get to your target audience, right? Research, you know, what's trending. Research, well, what's the next game that's coming out that I might be interested in playing, or what else could I play on the stream? Look at your analytics, things like that, right? And then outreach. You know, if you do want to be someone that does collabs, if you are someone that's like, you know, I do want to work with sponsors, you know, eventually, you know, then yeah, you want to try to reach out to people. You want to host collabs, you know. The worst that someone can do is say no, but a majority, like 90% of the time, people just don't respond at all. So, you know, I mean, there's really nothing to lose. The worst they could say is like, nah, I'm good, I'm busy, but thanks for letting me know, or like inviting me. And then boom, that's it. But the best that can come out of you doing outreach to a potential collab partner or something like that is maybe even a friendship, or maybe even just like a good working like streamer to streamer relationship where it's like, let's work on these projects together, like a coworker relationship, you know what I mean? And I think the good that you could get out of doing that outreach, out of like putting yourself out there a little bit, because honestly, not a lot of people put themselves out there. It is the honest truth, you know? I think within like, oh my gosh, my first 2 or 3 years of VTubing, I think I probably got invited to a collab like twice. 2 or 3 times. That's not a lot, is all I'm saying, right? And I had hosted like, oh my god, I had hosted like like 50 collabs at one point of like, and within the span of like a few months, and nobody invited me to anything. And so all I'm saying is that there are not a lot of people who actually do research. I was sorry, outreach. I have research too, but there's not a lot of people who do outreach. And so you actually stand out if you try to reach out and be like, hey, do you want to do something? And again, the worst they could say is no. You know, and so just try, but otherwise they're probably just gonna ghost you. If they really don't want to, if they don't want to work with you, they'll either say no or they'll ghost you, and that's usually just how it works. So yeah, that's my recommendation. And then once you do enough outreach and you have like enough in your portfolio to try and, you know, well, try to build a portfolio of like, hey, I've done these collaborations, hey, I've done this outreach, then that's when you build a foundation with your stream, that's when you can start like reaching out to like potential sponsors or things like that. But you have to have a foundation first. Like, I know that there are some people who like at a very, I guess, lower view CCV and stuff like that, like viewer count or followers and stuff, like there are people out there that will still nail, you know, sponsorships. It's just about the way that you pitch, you know, your value and you pitch like what you can do for them. So it's still possible even if you have like a lower CCV and stuff like that. So don't be discouraged by stuff like numbers. I mean, again, you can still try, just try to show your value and show what you can do for them, and then there's a chance that they'll respond and reciprocate that. Anyway, that's all I'll say about that. But you gotta build a portfolio first, like I said. You gotta build something before you can like try to sell yourself, right? Anyway, okay. Okay. Other topics at a high level. These were just things that I felt like including that are not like super, like they are related to VTubing and content creation, but I feel like deserved like its own slide or like for me to talk about today. So, it's not the core of like how to become a VTuber, but or why to get into VTubing is more so what I talk about. But it's still, I think, important. So anyways, we're also nearing the end, don't worry. So if you have questions, hold on to them. We're almost there, I promise. Okay, let me take a swig of water. Okay. How to collab. I did like an entire presentation before about like collabs and stuff like that, and so I wanted to talk about it here. Do your research on your potential collab partner. You know, will they be a good reflection of your brand or stream personality? I know that a lot of people get into VTubing because, well, I've heard this before. People get into VTubing because they want to collab with someone they look up to, like Takanashi Kiara. They're like, I want to collab with her. I think we'd be really good friends. The issue is that like you probably can't like just immediately start off, you know, doing that, you know, working with someone in whole life. You might need to like work up to that point. So you want to try to research like, well, organically as much as you can, network with people who potentially could be a good collab partner. And that are reasonably within your, how do I say this? Like reasonably within your, I guess, like bracket. I don't like putting people in brackets, but let's just say, like I said earlier, you know, you're wanting to try to work with people that are within the same like viewership range as you. Obviously, like a little bit bigger, like it's fine, you know, whatever. But generally speaking, you know, you're not gonna reach out to Saikuno or something like that, right? Like you're trying to work with people that, you know, they're kind of in the same bracket. They understand the grind that you're doing because they're doing the same thing, and you know, hopefully it's like they're also seeing it as the way you're seeing it, whatever that means, whatever it means to look at your collab, you know, and see it as like this is a hangout or maybe it's something else or whatever, you know, hopefully they can reciprocate that back to you, of course, right? So just trying to find someone that is within your network and that reasonably within your network, you know, supporting them on social media platforms, liking or retweeting or commenting, you know. I've seen some people, like, it's no secret, like there's been multiple creators out there that have said like, you know, how did you get to do this collab with what is her name, oh god, it was a whole live talent. I can't remember her name. Don't whatever. Anyways, how did you get to this collab with, let's just say, Mori Calliope? And they're like, well, this is not me talking, this is another creator talking, and I don't want to, I'm paraphrasing, so just know that, but they basically said like they just were supportive on their posts, on the whole live talents like posts. They commented on them, they, you know, congratulated them on their projects, and eventually, you know, invited them to do something, and they said yes. And so it's no secret that, see, but the thing is that we live in an industry where people think that that's cloud chasing, right? But what I'm trying to say is that there is, because I don't see it that way, you know, there's a more organic and genuine way to like network with people than like what I think notoriously people conceptualize as cloud chasing, you know? Because I think like it's the same as if you were at if you were in a club in college or something like that, you know, you talk to somebody and you're like, oh hey, like, you know, you're really cool. Oh yeah, that's really, yeah, you're cool too. You want to like work on something together right now? No, I don't know who you are, but hey, you come to the club a couple times, you get to know them a little bit more. Okay, maybe now we can work on something together. You know, now we can put together this cosplay or do like a cosplay collaboration type thing, matching cosplay or from the same franchise or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same concept, but we don't call that cloud chasing. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying we're trying to like build a friendship, but I do feel like you're organically trying to network in a way that is a little bit, I don't know, just more genuine, I would hope, you know, and I don't know, but regardless, I think that, you know, it's not as cut and dry, I feel like, as what people say of like, if you try to reach out to a big person, they're gonna say no, or they're gonna fucking think you're clout chasing. Like, I think if you show that you are interested in the things that they do, then there's a higher probability. Now, it's not like expected or required, but there may be a higher probability that they would see and recognize that, hey, this person sees like the value of what I do. Maybe, you know, it'd be a little bit safer to work with them versus someone who probably doesn't know the value of what I do or doesn't care about the value of what I do. You know what I mean? So just kind of like consider that a little bit, and just know that, you know, you can work with anyone you want to work with, as long as like they feel like you're, you know, everything aligns and stuff like that, as long as it's a mutual thing. I feel like if you just organically and genuinely try to work with other people or support other people, I think it's like it opens the doors a little bit more, you know what I mean? But that's just my experience, and that's just my opinion. Again, everybody has their own take and experience, you know, doing collabs and whatnot, so that's just my opinion. But again, like, trying to find someone that's not going to like absolutely, you know, if you're someone that doesn't enjoy working with people who like rage quit at a game, you might not want to, you know, work with someone who does that. So like doing research and making sure like, how does this person interact on their stream? Are they gonna come onto my stream when we're collabing and like be negative in some way or impact like the experience in a bad way? You know what I mean? I've also had collabs where like people would just almost completely ignore me, and they would just like be talking to their chat, and it wasn't like much of a collaboration. It was just more so like I just happened to be in the corner. And so, you know, and then I also they would have their, like, not that they were doing this themselves, but like their chat community would go into my chat and like accuse us of cheating or saying some negative things. Now, I don't know if they were like joking or not, but like those types of things are also like, you know, you don't want to potentially attract a community that's going to be a little bit disruptive or like negative, create a negative experience for yourself or your community, right? Like, I think that's the worst case scenario for me, honestly, is like my community experiencing like a lot of negativity from something, you know? Anyway, but yeah, and last but not least, you know, building your page and your portfolio, you know, just making sure that you're, you have some proof of concept. You know, I didn't like immediately start doing concerts and like that was that, you know. I did a lot of collabs beforehand. I learned how to organize those things. I took those baby steps I was talking about. I used to do this like event where it was called like VTuber Clipmas, and there was 2 other variations of it, but VTuber Clipmas was fun because you know, there would be 24 people, not all at the same time on the stream, but like in 8 groups of 3, and these people would send a clip from their stream to me, and then I would play the clip. Like I'd go live, we're on the stream, I'd play the clip on my stream, and we'd react to it and talk about it a little bit. It was a way to be able to highlight other creators and like what they're most passionate about, which is their content, right? But also like chat with some people, you know what I mean, and collaborate and organize an event that was like a little bit bigger than me, you know what I mean? And so I built that. I did that first. You know, I did those smaller collabs. I did the VTuber Clipmas collab. I eventually worked up to be able to organize a concert. And by all means, I fucking made some mistakes. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a perfect person. My first concert, there was a lot of mistakes that I made, a lot of problems, a lot of like, how do I organize this? Because it was my first time organizing something as large of a scale by myself. So, you know, I made a lot of mistakes. I think I'm doing better now, but I needed to continue to build my page and build my portfolio so that way I can eventually get to that point where I can start, you know, actually hosting these kinds of events. You know what I mean? So, that's my recommendation. Like, just try to do some smaller things first, take those baby steps, and then you can work your way up to being able to collaborate with more and more people, is basically what I'm saying. Okay, next one, marketing tips. So I want to start off by saying, like I literally have it here, the definition of marketing. Marketing is the activity, institutions, and processes for creating, communicating, delivering, and exchanging offers that have value. Value is a key word here. And I'm talking specifically about the value of you as a content creator, okay? We've already established you are an amazing and beautiful person. You have so much value as just being a human being. But we're talking specifically for marketing, you have to show off your value as a content creator, which is potentially, probably, different than your value as a human being, right? So when you're marketing that, it can feel weird. It can feel like you're trying to balance your morals, like I have in my last point. But it can definitely feel like, you know, you're trying to like sell yourself, but you don't want to come off as like too weird about it or like egotistical, but that's what marketing is. You know what I mean? Like, it's a really weird balance, and marketing is just like a fucking annoying thing to think about, I think, generally speaking, because like I said, we just live in an industry where like no matter how you market yourself, there's gonna be people who twist the way you market yourself into something that's like completely not it or evil or something like that. And so it can feel like you're walking in eggshells with not just your morals, but also just like the community as a whole. So it sucks, but if you start to see it more so as like, hey, I'm marketing this business, I'm marketing this company, it helps you kind of like distance yourself just a little bit from like the morals that you have, feeling like kind of like, oh fuck, I'm going against myself, you know, my morals and shit. Like, well, if you see this as a business, if you see this as a company, you know, you get to like give yourself a little bit more leeway. I know that sounds a little bit weird. I don't really know how else to explain it. It's just more so like, if you can see something from the lens of like a company or business building perspective, I think marketing is a little bit easier versus like you're seeing marketing as like you're trying to sell yourself, you know what I mean? It's hard. I think it's harder when you're trying to sell yourself, right? It's a little bit easier to be like, okay, frame of mind, I'm a company. Frame of mind, I'm a content creator. You know, this is a persona that I'm selling, you know? And I don't think that necessarily means you need to completely remove yourself from it, but I do think it does help with like still sticking to like the core aspects of marketing without necessarily being completely dismissive of your morals. I don't know. It's a weird thing to like explain. I think it's just something you have to experience, but it is something that I wanted to mention here. Otherwise, like I already talked about quite extensively, being consistent, you know, brand cohesiveness it matters a lot more than you think. Use the same colors, use the same fonts, use the same symbols as much as you can to build familiarity. I literally like remember there was someone that was like, so should I be adding my like character to like the thumbnails? And I was like, yes! Yes, because otherwise it's just an Elden Ring thumbnail. And it's like, well, this is Elden Ring, but like, no, this is about you playing Elden Ring. This is about Kōri playing Elden Ring. This isn't just Elden Ring, right? Like, yes, put yourself in there, you know? We want to see you. It's important for you to be in the thumbnail because we're attracted to your brand. We want to find people who are attracted to you and your brand, right? They want to see if they do subscribe to you, if they do follow you, they see that thumbnail pop up with you in it and they're like, oh crap, that's Kōri. Let me go say hi. You know, like, yes, put your ass on as much as you can, okay? Freaking sit on a scanner, photo print that bitch out, and put your ass, slap it onto every thumbnail. I'm just kidding, but but genuinely, like, don't be afraid to put yourself or like some kind of branding of you on the things that you put out. You know what I mean? Because like, there's that cohesiveness here. Like, okay, we see like Kōri's coming up a lot on my page. I should check her out. Or, you know, just the algorithm hopefully will find out who to target, who your target audience is, and will push it out there. You know what I mean? So just, there is no shame in putting yourself on there. So please try your best and have you a part of the marketing collateral that you have, which is thumbnails or even the posts that you have on your page. Your page is yours. It's about you. So don't be afraid to like have yourself on there if you would like, you know? So yeah, I mean, anyways, I think it's something that I think we could all feel weird about, but like eventually we get to a point where we can do it. I still feel weird about it even now, admittedly, seriously. I still feel weird about marketing Kōri, and it can feel very insecure. It can feel very demoralizing. You know, it can feel very judgy, you know? Because you never know, you're posting something and somebody is gonna be like, oh, she's evil for posting that. And so it's like, shit, it's like, well, then I don't want to post at all, you know? So it can feel like a really grimy thing, but at the end of the day, you know, just do things that you feel like is in your business's best interest, but also balance it with like you and what you feel like is good in your heart, you know? Don't like completely lose all your morals, please. Please don't, okay? Please don't do that, all right? Anyway, all right. Let me continue here. All right, last thing I'll say, and I'll keep this short and sweet because I know that we are gonna get into the Q&A and stuff like that. But you know, I do appreciate people being here if you can, of course. Again, it's never expected, it's never required, but we do appreciate people coming to the stream. If you felt like this information was useful, if you felt like I had helped educate you in some way, if you felt like there was something valuable in what I was saying, I really hope that you can continue to support Kōri in ways that make the most sense for you. And even if you can't, I'm not gonna hate you for it. I'm not gonna think that you're a bad person or that you are not a person that I could be friends with or something like that. Like, you know, I still think you're a great person and you're a wonderful human being, and whether you engage with my content or not doesn't change that, okay? I'm just a guy, all right? And I don't care at the end of the day if you engage with other people, if you end up not engaging with me, totally fine. But if you do end up engaging with me, it is sincerely appreciated, genuinely. It means a lot to me, okay? And so that's all that I would like to say, is that it just means a lot to me, and I really appreciate it. But if you can't, I'm not holding the world against you either. And it doesn't change the fact that you are a wonderful person. So that's all I want to say, and also to say that, you know, if you want to be able to continue supporting the things that I do, having you lurk or just comment or like, or, you know, watching the VOD after, or being a part of the Discord community. You don't even have to talk if you just want to be a part of it, you know, like all that stuff does mean a lot to me. And so I do appreciate it, but again, it's never expected, and it doesn't make you a bad person to do it, okay? And so just know that I'm very thankful for whatever support that I do happen to get, and even if I get none, that's okay too, you know? But these are some of the events that we have coming up, and I'm really excited for all of them. I'm super excited for Dear Diary because it's going to be an awesome event, and you know, I'm just very excited to be doing a concert at a library. You know, that's where Dear Diary is at. Because obviously English degree, it's nice to be able to support a local con in a way, because that's what the library is. It's in Palm Harbor, Florida, and it's gonna be more of like a local con event. Not for me, sorry, I don't want to make that confusing. It sounds like I'm doxing myself, but I just mean it's a more intimate, local, focused, community focused event. There we go. I can speak. I've been talking for 3 hours, okay? And so I'm really excited to be able to be a part of a more intimate event that way, and also be able to support like a library and a smaller, you know, just a community thing, you know what I mean? So I'm really excited about that. Obviously I'm excited about Isekai and Dancing Diamonds, Summer Splash, whatever, you know, but I'm most excited about just being here on the stream, hanging out with all of you, making some memories, because at the end of the day, that's all I'm trying to do here is hopefully make people feel like they belong somewhere, and hopefully be able to put a smile on some people's faces. Not guaranteed, but just hoped. And hopefully be able to make some memories, you know, because that's what I love about IRL events, is being able to make memories with people. That's the thing that I love about it. That's it, period, okay? But I don't care about the performances. I don't care about anything else. I love making memories with people. That's why I do these events. So, anyways. Alright. If you want to hang out, is all this is saying, you know, if you enjoy what we do. And again, I do all these events essentially for free. I don't charge anyone to be a part of it. And I also don't charge people to be able to watch it as well, at least not directly. So, you know, if you appreciate those things, you know, we appreciate you being here. I know that even if you're not here, you're still appreciating it from the sidelines or off stream, offline. That's totally fine. Thank you for being a part of this journey. And I'm excited for what's next. But obviously, we'd love to have you around if you can. Okay, if you can't. But thank you for being here. I hope this was helpful. And yeah, I believe in you. Is this what I want to say? Sorry. I believe in you. If you want to get into VTubing, know that I have your back and I'm cheering you on. I believe in you. It's going to be rough sometimes, but that's okay because you're going to get through it. You have all of the knowledge. Well, you have all of the tools that you need for success at your disposal, okay? You watch this video, epic, cool, you know, or stream, whatever, if you're live. You know, you watch this, you go look at, research your own stuff, like, you are very powerful, okay? Don't forget that. So, just know that you got this, I'm cheering you on. If I could do it, you most certainly can as well, trust me, okay? So, you got this, thank you for listening, good luck, and I will go into the Q&A section now. So, if you have any questions, feel free to submit your questions in the chat. I do, while you guys are submitting your questions, I do have a couple of questions from Twitter. So if you don't mind, I'm just gonna answer those first really quick. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna answer Dead Vib's question. I know Dead Vib's in the chat as well. Thank you for being here. Do you have any tips on making music / recording covers if you're just starting out? Okay, this is gonna sound dumb, but you need to hear me out. Okay, drink water. No, just kidding. Honestly, my biggest tip is release your song. Release it. Because I often get people who ask me, like, how do you know a cover song is done? Or, like, let's just say a song is done, right? And I always tell them, like, I don't. I never know it's done. I never feel like it's done, to be honest. Like, I can always forever feel like there's something I can improve on. But the problem is that, you know, when you sit on a project and you're like, oh, I can do this better. I can do this better. I can do this better. Now what should have been taking you only like maybe like what 3 months is taking you a year, right? And basically my belief, and this is my opinion, when you are stuck on the project, like you're doing the same project for a long time, your capacity to grow is smaller and smaller. And the reason why is because you're still on that same project, and instead of ending the project, working on a new one and taking what you learned from that old project and put it in the new one and improve on that new one, you know, you're just stuck on that same project. And you're just, you know, going in a cycle. You know what I mean? So honestly, like, it sounds dumb, but my biggest advice for recording or just making music in general is just to release it. Because the longer you sit on it, the longer that, the more that you may be stunting your own growth and improvement. You know, you gotta release it and be like, damn, that sucked. And then you gotta release your next song and be like, okay, that's a little bit better. And then you release the next song, you're like, okay, maybe I'm getting the hang of this. And then you release the next song, and it's like, okay, I kinda got something here, you know? But it took me like, oh my god, 2 albums. It took me like 2 albums to be like, hey, I feel a bit more confident about this, you know? So it's just, you gotta just release it. Is basically what I'm trying to say. Please just try to release it and don't just sit in it all the time. Now, outside of that, other smaller tips I have a different mic altogether from I have a mic where I stream, and I have a mic for recording music. I do recommend, if you can afford it, to try to get a mic specifically for vocal recordings if you don't already have one, just because, like, the stream mic, I mean, I scream in this bitch all the fucking time. Not saying that you scream in this mic, but I'm just saying, like, you know, it's nice to try to have one that is more tailored to recording needs, is all I'm trying to say. You know, I have one that, I mean, you can do this with any mic, but it just the quality in which I can hear myself back and adjust the dials. I have a, what did I say? It was a Rode mic. I don't know if I said that. I don't know which Rode it is, but you can adjust, like, how loud the music is and how loud your feedback, your voice is, so that way you can, like, better harmonize with yourself or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So I'll enjoy that, just having, like, a mic that is more specific to vocal recordings. Otherwise, you know, just the basics of, like, maybe even trying to get, like, I bought, like, this little, what is this called? Oh my god, I don't know what the name is, but it's like a sound reduce, it's like for acoustics, you know, so it's like that foam shit, and so I bought one that is small. It was only, I mean, not only, but it was like $40 or something like that on Amazon, and it's just so that way it can keep your vocals a little bit more, like, isolated. Not a pop filter, it's actually like a fucking curved thing. Don't throw stuff in the chat. I don't know what it's called. Just trust me. It's a thing that helps with isolating the vocals a little bit more. So if you don't have a recording studio like how most people have, where they have, like, the sound canceling walls and shit, just having, like, a sound canceling like little area is good. I've heard people, like, will literally record in their closet, you know? So if you're trying to get better, like, recordings, you can try that. But otherwise, God, making music, like, there's too much. I could do an entire stream about it. It's just, watch tutorials, try out some free plugins. You know, plugins are essentially what makes your vocal sound a little bit more dynamic, you know what I mean? And your instruments as well. So you want to try to get some plugins, but a lot of them cost money. Like, Auto-Tune is a subscription, motherfuckers. Auto-Tune is a fucking subscription. So, like, that kind of shit sucks, but generally speaking, like, just try to put something out is genuinely how I feel. I know it doesn't sound like good advice, but I promise you, it's like, it's all for the sake of, like, trying to continuously improve at, like, a steady rate, so that way the more that you put out, the better it gets every time, essentially, instead of just, like, sitting on something forever, you know? Alright. I'm sorry if that's not very helpful, but that's like as good. I think, like, without going into, like, an insane amount of nitty gritty about, like, music production and shit anyway, I think that's, like, you know, where I'd go. But recording covers is honestly a good start, because you learn how to mimic or kind of replicate like how someone professionally wrote and sang a song, you know what I mean? So you get to like latch a little bit more onto like harmonies and melodies and things like that. So covers are a great way to start. Same with like making music, you know, it's always good to have a bass track, to like a reference track to be able to work off of. Like, what are the sounds that you hear, you know what I mean, and how can you replicate that? So I think working on covers is honestly a really good start, but you know, keep trying. Keep putting stuff out, is what I'm saying. Kind of broad, but what makes a good thumbnail, specifically ASMR if you need a topic. So that's Luna Faye. Thank you for your question, Luna. So I don't do ASMR, so I don't want to like misguide you. But for me, like I said before, I think for me it's like making sure that your VTuber model is like present, basically. Make sure it's present is all I'm saying. Like, you know, you want your branding to be cohesive. So hold on, I have to burp. Excuse me. So for me, for example, if you go onto YouTube and, well, I mean, I think it might not be there, I don't know. But if you go onto YouTube, you look at like some of my thumbnails, you'll see that the thumbnail design for some of them, it looks like the background of this. And like it looks similar to this, is basically what I'm saying. And so to me, it's like, okay, it's the brand cohesiveness. Like, when you have, if you're uploading stuff consistently on YouTube, for example, if you look at other VTubers, a lot of their thumbnails are done by like the same artists, or they look about the same. Like they'll have like a border and they'll have like the same kind of font, and then their model art or you know, their model, whatever, you know, they'll have a kind of the same formula, for lack of a better term, for all their videos. But it's so that way when somebody clicks on your YouTube video, like your videos tab on YouTube or Twitch or wherever, they're seeing thumbnails that create a sense of cohesiveness. It looks cleaner, it looks more professional. So my honest opinion is just go for something that is cohesive, essentially. Like it looks like a little bit more professional. You've got the text, like a big text if you want. But your model has to be there. Like your branding should 100% be there. Otherwise, however you frame it, you know, whether it is your model art or it's artwork that you commissioned, like try to make it feel like it is cohesive in some way, as best as you can. That is my honest answer. And I see that a lot with ASMR content creators too. Like they'll have their model and like a cute pretty background, and then it's like ASMR, and then in smaller text it's like counting sheep or some shit. I don't fucking know. I'm sorry, I'm an ASMR person. I'm not trying to make fun of them, by the way. I'm sorry. But I'm just saying, I don't know. It's just something like that. Okay. So anyways, you know, look at other ASMR channels is what I would say. Look at their YouTube tab, YouTube video tab, and see what their thumbnails look like, and maybe try to replicate that slightly, but 100% have your model art or model in it. Have your design in it in some way. And definitely like, you know, just try to have that be cohesive across the platforms and brand awareness, all that stuff. So yeah, that is my answer for that. Thank you for your question. Okay, I'm gonna make sure there's not any other questions on the other post, but I'm pretty sure we're good. Okay, let me get to the chat here so I can answer your questions. Okay. Hi, YoHallo. So good to see you. Oh my gosh, how are you doing? Welcome in. Hello, great timing. I was actually looking at the chat this time. Hello, how are you? How was your day or night or time? How are you doing? Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Hello, hello. We just did a little VTuber Help segment, and I'm doing Q&A now. So I'm sorry to everybody else in the chat that I haven't been able to address. Thank you for waiting for me. I will now do the Q&A section, so sorry about that. Let me see. I have my dog's name in my head. No, you're good. Your dog's name is Koji. Oh my god, that's so cute. That's so cute, though. Wait, what kind of dog do you have? Dude. Man, I wish I had a dog. Really, any animal at this point. Like, I literally thought about getting a gerbil. Anyway. Okay, sorry. I'm good. How are you? We're chilling. I'm a little bit tired from talking so much, but I just gotta work. Work. Well, thank you so much for coming by, and I hope that work went relatively smoothly. Hopefully you can get back home and get some grub, get some snacks, some dinner perhaps, some good food in you, and take care of yourself, you know. That's what matters the most. So thank you for being here. Oh my gosh, it's good to see you. And thank you for participating in Sunlight Stage. Really excited for it. Thank you. Okay, sorry, let me catch up here. Let me see. Also, hi, Joe. Oh my gosh, now I need to find a skater that can handle my weight. So, hey, scan your butt. Anyway, Pandemos, thank you for being here. Demo loves Corey. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. You want to get engaged with me? Real? Okay, hell yeah. Let's do it. Las Vegas, baby. No, I'm kidding. You're just a chill person. I genuinely find your streams relaxing. Thank you, Shiplord. I appreciate that. This was super helpful. You helped this old lady. No one's old, okay? Except for me. Because I'm Nicolas Cage. He's a little bit old. Anyway, I'm just kidding. No, we're young at heart, okay? Anyway, let's see. Is it okay that I don't know if I'd be able to handle being a VTuber mentally? Oh, 100%! I would be concerned if you're like, yeah! I'm the strongest VTuber out there. Yeah, I'd be concerned if you said that. I'd be like, yo, wait, hold on. No, yeah, I think, being a little, I mean, okay, this is my personality. I always err on the side of caution and insecurity, okay? I'm an introvert at heart. So, yeah, I do think that it's totally normal, I think, to be like, I don't know if I could do this. Because it is a lot. And I think, like, this is a challenge, you know? It's kind of like a part-time job. Or at the very least, a very intense hobby. And so just like how getting into any hobby, there's a learning curve. You know, whether it's crocheting or rug tufting, like there's a learning curve and that can be very daunting. So 100%, like it can feel scary and you're not, and there's a lot of questions and like, well, can I even handle this? Like 100%. But that's why we take the baby steps, right? Like, don't set your expectations to the moon quite yet. You can get there, but like, first you gotta be like, okay, let me try to stream once or twice and see if I like it. Let me try to record a video, you know, just try it and like, see how it goes. And then maybe you can ramp up to 2 or 3, you know what I mean? But no one is expecting you when you get started to like, be a full-time streamer. No one's expecting you to do that, okay? Maybe yourself, but like genuinely, again, that's what I mean. You are your biggest obstacle. Like you set the pace, you create your journey, you dictate what you're going to put out, right? And so ultimately you get to create a plan, hopefully, that is going to be in your best interest and best for your mindset, right? But that's the problem. Only you can create that plan. I can't make that for you, right? You are the one that's gonna have to sit down with yourself and be like, what can I realistically do? You know? And it's okay if that changes. It's totally fine. And it's also okay if you start and you try it out and you're like, this isn't for me. But at least you have an answer, right? Like, I try to live my life like I don't want to regret not trying, you know? I'd rather try and fail miserably than to not try at all. And so, you know, me personally, and this is just my opinion, like, I think it's good to try. And even if it doesn't work out the way that you had hoped, you know, at least you have your answer. You know what I mean? At least you know, hey, this isn't for me. And that's a step forward in any way, because then you can like, okay, this isn't for me, but maybe, you know, X or Y is for me, and you get to move on to something that could really make you happy. Because at the end of the day, we're all just trying to chase our own versions of happiness. I want you to be happy. I want to be happy. I want everyone to be happy. So, you know, I would like to encourage people to take steps that ultimately will lead to their happiness. So, yeah. Okay. Go to Corey Crescent. Thank you, Unholy Cannoli. Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Joe. And hi, Spelly. Oh my gosh, it's good to see you. Incredibly kind of you to do this. Thank you. Well, thank you for listening. Thank you for soaking it in. I appreciate I appreciate that. So thank you, and thank you for being a part of an upcoming concert as well. Thank you. I got only 3 questions if you don't mind. The first question, if you're one of the streamers you had expectations high and either quit or rebranded, why would you rebrand? If I was one of the streamers where I had my expectations high and I quit or rebranded, why would you rebrand? I'm not trying to play like devil's advocate or something, but maybe I just don't really understand your question. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. I think if I had expectations super high and I quit or rebranded, I'm already doing something wrong. Like that's just, I mean, that's how I feel. But how I could fix that, you know, is, you know, okay, now that I have decided to quit, or now that I have decided to come back and rebrand in some way, what can I do this time to not set my expectations so high, or what can I do this time to take actions that are a little bit more like viable to meet those like expectations that I would like to achieve, you know what I mean? So that is the first step. Why I would rebrand, I don't know. I've never been in that situation before, so I don't want to like misguide, but I mean, I would just want to rebrand to something that's ultimately going to make me happy and that I'm passionate about. And again, rebranding to something that I can have a better mindset towards. Because if you quit or if you rebrand, that means that there was something inherently that didn't make you happy in the first place about like whatever you were doing. And so I would be more so concerned about the mindset going into it again, rather than like, well, why do you rebrand? Well, there's just something wrong, obviously, right? So I would try to fix that mindset, or find those answers within myself on like what is a better direction, or what is the direction that I like to go in, and then initiate like, okay, here's what I want to do with this new era, you know what I mean? So that's my thoughts on it, but I'm sorry if I misunderstood your question. If you need to like rephrase it, let me know. But I will admit, I've never rebranded, and I haven't quit yet. I've gone on hiatus. I almost quit a couple of times, but I haven't done it yet. So, you know, if I misunderstood, let me know, and I apologize if I did. How essential is getting sponsors for your VTuber funding? You know, if it's not your full-time gig, it's not essential at all, you know? And I never encourage full-time streaming. It's something where it's like, it's very unstable, and like, I don't want anyone to be put in a situation where their toilet isn't working and they can't fix it, you know what I mean? Like, then you're really just gonna shit yourself, and that no one wants to actually shit themselves. So, you know, I think for me, it's like, I worry about people who try to initiate like full-time streaming or VTubing, because then they do have to rely on sponsors a little bit more. Either that or their community, which is like, your community should not be your piggy bank, right? So it's a weird thing for sure, but do I think it's essential for VTuber funding? No, I don't. I don't think it is, but if you are purely like just expecting all the money from VTubing to fund, like all the money you get from VTubing to fund the other stuff you do for VTubing, then yeah, you're gonna need sponsors, you know? But sponsors are really difficult to get, which is why I say you need to build a portfolio first. You need to build your brand first. Without those things to show that you have value and that you can do it as a content creator, and you can do it on your own, you know, create something and present the content creation value, you gotta do that first before you can even think about getting sponsors. Because here's the other thing. I've had people come to me and be like, how do I sell merch? Where do you buy your merch? Or how do you get sponsors? Whoa. We want to do step 1 first, okay? Don't even think about that yet. Like, have you started streaming? No. Okay, let's start with the stream first. Basically, you may be getting too much in your head about it if you're thinking that far out. Like, you gotta do step 1 first. You know, we all gotta go through that trial and tribulation of just trying to stream. Because if you don't like this, sponsors are just completely out of the question. So why even think or bother even really thinking about something that like you may not even get to if you don't like doing VTubing? You know what I mean? So my advice is to be careful how far out you're looking, because if you look too far, then you're missing the stuff that's right in front of you, right? And you're missing pivotal steps that it's going to take in order to get to that chapter 500. Sponsors are a thing, in my opinion, I think sponsors are a thing that happens in chapter 500. I have not had sponsors until this most recent year. Actually, within the last 4 months was the first time that I had sponsors ever. And I've been doing this for 4 years. So it takes time, and it's something that is way far out in the future, in my opinion. There's so many other things that you need to build and focus on yourself before you start even thinking about certain aspects like sponsors and shit like that. I only mention that in the outreach because it is something that you can consider eventually, but it's not something that you should blind yourself with or something that should stop you from starting, because it's like there's a very high possibility that you might not even encounter that problem, you know? So I'm afraid of having a mixed key lime ass. I'm afraid of having a mixed audience. I love playing JRPGs and shooters. I think I might be alienating my audience. Do you focus on a variety or a few games? So I'm a variety streamer at the core of what I do. My usual recommendation is doing something like, you know, this is a dumb saying, but like, Sunday shooter games, you know what I mean? That sounds weird, but like you have like a designated day where it's like you can expect consistently I will be playing this game on this day, this type of game or whatever on this day. The other days I will have this or something like that. But again, it comes down to consistency. If you're communicating with your audience that like, hey, I am consistently streaming on these days and this is what I am consistently streaming, then that should be okay. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily think you're alienating your audience. I think it's just a natural thing that happens when you are playing a variety of games. Like some people come and like, it's the same for me. I play Elden Ring, people come, and then I play Cyberpunk 2077, people leave, but then some other people come for Cyberpunk. So, you know, it's natural, and I don't think you're necessarily alienating anyone, but it can feel like that when you're a smaller streamer because you're really like trying to get as much as you can. So I would suggest either what I just said, which is having a designated day to like do this type of game, and communicate that clearly with your audience, or two, you spend, you know, a month or two just playing JRPGs, and then another month or two just playing shooters, but trying to more consistently, it's about consistency at the end of the day. You either consistently do it on a certain day or you consistently do it for a longer period of time, in hopes, and again, that's not guaranteed, but in hopes that, you know, those people who consistently watched you for JRPGs will also come back and consistently watch you a little bit more for those other types of games, if that makes any sense. But consistency is key. I hate saying it, but it's true. Just try to be consistent and communicate with your audience as much as possible, basically. I do have a question for you. If you could tell yourself one piece of advice when you were starting out, what would it be? Well, I've said many things in this presentation of things I wish I knew. I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. I guess I would tell myself that my community and my audience will change constantly, you know, every year almost. My audience has shifted and changed, right? And that's okay. I guess that's something I would tell myself, because there was a time where I was like, you know, no one from before is coming back, and it's like there's something wrong with me. But like, there's nothing wrong with you. It's just the times change, people change, they find other things to entertain themselves, or, you know, they have lives, you know. I'm not taking away, I don't want to take away from their lives. They got lives to live, they go do and live their lives, and like I'm not always a part of that equation for them, and that's totally fine, you know. But I think I wish I could tell myself that generally speaking, your community changes, you know, whether it's the game that you're playing that day or it's the donathon you have that month. Like, people come in and out, and that's totally fine. And I know that it is, but I guess I wish I told myself that my core community, or who I thought was my core community, would not always be my core community. And even now, I don't expect who I believe my core community is now to be my core community in a year or two from now, you know? So I kind of wish I had told myself that before, so I didn't feel so like shitty about myself, I guess. But aside from that, maybe like be careful of certain people. I would probably say don't engage with this person or this person. I guess the last thing is like, you know, if people or a company says they can do something and support you, do a trial run and see how they actually can support you, instead of just saying, yeah, sure, let's do it, and then like they can't support you, basically. So yeah, I think those are some of the things I would tell myself. But there's a lot, dude. I've fucked up a lot, and I still fuck up a lot, so anyway. All right. Question 2, for social media, and I understand Twitter is mostly a main line of that. Would you consider, even for others or yourself, to limit those platforms to ones you have, like your Discord community or Twitch, and to grow a community you could use alternate platforms like Billy or Bill or others that could limit the toxic interactions that you get? At a high level, my initial answer is you know, by limiting your content, you limit the amount of eyes that see it. So it's definitely harder for you to grow. But if your mission is not to grow, because that's totally fine, okay? If your mission is to, like, you know, I just want to, this is your path. Again, like I said, this is your path, and however you want to take it is up to you at the end of the day, right? You know, if you want to condense it or like focus on those couple of platforms that you are most comfortable with, there is no one that is going to stop you from doing that. Like 100%, I think you should do that. I wish it was a little bit more acceptable to do that, but unfortunately, like, if you want to like grow, quote unquote, it's a little bit harder, right, on other platforms like that, because there's just less eyes, right? You have to expect, you know, not as many people use, you know, use Twitch as the people who use TikTok, right? There's not as, you don't know how many people are going to be in your Discord community. You know, how do you get people into your Discord community? Or are you just like utilizing another Discord community to try to grow? You know what I mean? Like, then that only has so much that it could probably give you. So the more that you limit yourself as far as social media goes, the more that you have the chance to limit the amount of people viewing and seeing your content. So if my recommendation is, if you do decide to do that, that's totally fine, okay? But I would definitely hone in on like, how do those algorithms work? And I would tailor every piece of content that I put out on those platforms. Like, I should have a different video for Discord, or let's just say Instagram, then I have a video for TikTok. You know what I mean? Like, the videos, this video is meant for this algorithm, this video is meant for this algorithm. You know what I mean? Like, if you're limiting yourself, I would definitely be very, very poignant with the videos that or the content, generally speaking, that you are posting on those, because you want it to be quality over quantity, right? So that is my recommendation. But at the end of the day, like, as long as you're on a public platform like Twitch, or YouTube, or really even Discord too, yeah, you're gonna get toxic people. I wish there was a way to be like, oh, fuck that, no, you can't see it, but it does exist. So, but yes, hopefully if you're not on the very big drama sites, you'll get away from it a little bit more, you know? But there's no guarantee, of course, that you won't experience some toxicity, unfortunately, even on Discord, you know? So I remember I was a part of these Discords that just felt like another VTuber Twitter feed, which was just like, why do you want to be a part of this? It's just like, I don't want to be on Twitter on Discord, you know? Anyway, all right. No worries, thanks for answering my question. It's a goal of mine to release a cover this year. Heck yeah, you got this, Deadvid. I believe in you. That's gonna be awesome. This is a weird question. I'm older. I don't want people to think I'm younger. How would I avoid that? You know, so Lil, I'll say the like I said earlier, I could give some advice, and I will. But ultimately, I want to tell you, just to be honest, you can't control what other people create in their heads. You can't control the narrative that people write in their heads. You know what I mean? Like, it's just an unfortunate reality, and I'm just trying to set expectations. And I think you know this already, of course. But it's hard to you know, see or understand what people are gonna write in their heads when they see something, right? Hold on one moment. Pretty Angel, oh my gosh, thank you so much for the freaking raid. It's so good to see you. How are you doing? Oh my goodness. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. What were y'all up to? Were you up to some cool activities? Yapping perhaps? Playing some video games? How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. It's so great to see you. Thank you so much as well for joining us for Sunlight Stage, I believe, right? Thank you so much. I'm really excited for it. It's gonna be great. Yeah, no, I'm just, thank you so much for being a part of this. So yes, how are you doing? Thank you for coming in today. We did a VTuber Help segment. I just talked about like VTubing stuff, basically at a high level, and yapped for a little bit. We're on a Q&A section right now, so I'm just answering some questions in the chat. If you have any questions about VTubing, content creation, etc., I can try to answer, of course, but yeah. I'm doing great. Was doing a test stream unannounced, and my strawberries still found it. Oh, straw bunnies. Excuse me. That's even cuter. Oh my gosh. Straw bunnies still found it. Played Heartopia and hung out. Oh, that's awesome. Oh my gosh. That is so cute. Yo, test streams are some of the most magical streams. All right. That's so cute. That is so sweet. Also, I love that name. Straw Bunnies is super cute. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much for doing the test stream. Okay. I hope you got to test some things out and learn some stuff and hopefully tailor it to your needs. And thank you for creating content and streaming in general. And thank you for rating us, of course, too. So yeah, if you need to do any after stream care, sorry, my mind is scrambled right now. If you need to do any after stream care, please do take care of yourself. Get some snacks, okay? Stay hydrated, all that good stuff. But thank you for being here. For those of you who don't know who I am, YoHallo, my name is Kōri, and I do a lot of IRL events. I go to a lot of anime conventions, virtually attending and streaming my point of view there, interacting with the con goers. I also have been spearheading the IRL VTuber concert space as well. So I've been doing a lot of concerts. We have one at the end of this month called Sunlight Stage. It's in Mesa, Arizona. You will also be able to watch it here on the Twitch for free. So yeah. I'm coming back to streaming post health issues, so it's nice. I saw you live and wanted to raid as a thank you for having me in that concert in November. Oh, it was New Cloud. It was New Cloud. Oh my gosh. Was it New Cloud? No, Simple Symphonies. Sorry, November. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Pretty Angel. Yes, Simple Symphonies. That was I was like, yes, I remember now. Okay, yes. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Oh my gosh. Yes, Simple Symphonies was an amazing time. Thank you for participating. Thank you for bringing your wonderful self in it. So absolutely, I appreciate it. Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for trusting me with the event. And absolutely, yes, please take care of yourself. Please hope you feel good. And I'm glad that you're hopefully feeling a little bit better since you were able to do a test stream, but I hope you continue being on the up and up. You get to take care of yourself and whatnot. So yeah, absolutely, if you need to continue to get offline and you know, get some good vibes going, okay, please do take care of yourself. All right, and thank you so much for rating us today. It means a lot, so thank you so much. Let me see. Okay, give me a second. Let me catch up here. I'm very far behind. I'm very sorry. Okay, I was answering a little bit their question of you know, being older and not wanting people to think that they're younger. So again, like I said, unfortunately, just to be transparent, a lot of people, they'll just build their own narrative about you, whether you like it or not. And it sucks. I mean, I deal with it often. And you know, it's like, no matter what you say or do, they're just gonna like think that the world is a certain way, and that's just like it, you know? So I would say, just know, like, I preface with that. Like, I give advice, but I want to be transparent that we cannot control what other people think at the end of the day, you know? I think, and this is just my opinion, but I generally do see people who are older, they try to lean into that a little bit more with their model, their VTuber avatar or model, or their branding. Or they will like more actively post about their age. Now, obviously, if you don't want to post about that, don't, obviously. I'm just speaking on what I have seen. You know, I've seen people like kind of joke about it as well, like, oh, I'm a hag, you know, I'm so-and-so, you're, you know, years old, whatever. They'll joke about it. Or I've also seen people who are like, hey, I just want to say like I'm an aunt, or like I'm a grandma or something like that. I'm not saying that means you're old, I'm sorry. I just mean, like, it sounds so insensitive. I'm not trying to be ageist, but I'm just saying what I've seen online. You know, they'll say that they have like a family, or they're like teaching, like they're a teacher that's like teaching, I don't know, I don't know if I can, I'm trying to remember what they said, but they they'll say like a little bit more about them, about like, hey, I am older, or I do these certain activities, or talk about certain topics that are a little bit more relevant to my age, you know what I mean? So that is my recommendation, just based on what I have seen. You know, at the end of the day, just do what makes you happy, but otherwise, like, if you do want it to be more obvious, like, definitely like having parts of your model reflect, or your design reflect that you are older, is obviously helpful for sure. Generally speaking, just trying to have it like in your about as well, like, hey, I'm an older VTuber, and I appreciate being viewed as such. Or if you are like, if you have a rules thing, a command, you can say like, hey, I'm a, you know, you can say it in your rules, or like your lore, or about me, whatever. So yeah, I mean, that's my initial thoughts. I'm sorry if it's not very helpful. You know, I don't want to come off as like ageist or anything like that, so I'm sorry if that was kind of weird, but that is like my best like foot forward, I guess, is what I'd say. But yeah, hopefully that's a little bit helpful. All right. I wanted to ask about the niche, that's variety, or the targeted community you want. What do you think is the hardest thing to go for? Since so far, from what I've seen from my friends, one of them is a variety streamer, but they are monotone and chillax mostly, though. They have at least, have least amount of growth no matter what they did. While my energetic and committed friend putting up persona, energetic and committed friend putting up an energetic persona has hit a new, maybe every stream. I'm happy for both, but I'm wondering, is it? I'm just reading your question again, sorry. So the problem is, I think, less about how they're portraying themselves on stream, and maybe, okay, well, actually, there's one thing that no one maybe talks about that often, but I'll say it out loud because it's not fucking private information. You know, the Twitch algorithm, unfortunately for all of us, it does prioritize, or has a higher likeliness to push your stream out if there's engagement on it. So if you do have active like redeems happening in your chat, or people using commands even, or just chatting in your chat, and obviously viewers obviously contribute to it as well, right? Generally just engagement, right? If you have more engagement on your stream, the higher chance that Twitch is gonna push it out, right? So we feel like, okay, energetic streamers who are talking and yapping a lot, they have higher viewership. Well, yeah, they're potentially getting pushed out more because they have a chat that is a little bit more active or engaging, right? And Twitch algorithm wants that engagement. They want people to sit on their platform. They want people to buy subs and buy like, you know, that's what Twitch is. It's a platform to make money and to make people sit on the platform, because the longer they sit on the platform, the more money that Twitch gets, right? So the algorithm is trying to push highly engaged streams more out into, you know, the recommended and things like that, right? And so it might feel that way because of the algorithm is basically one of the things I'm trying to say. The other thing I'm trying to say is that, you know, a lot of the viewership you get tends to come from social media. So if you're, you know, if your more chillaxed friend is, you know, posting actively, and I'm not saying this is what they're doing, but if they are more posting actively, but they're posting about the games that they're playing or their things that are more cozy or chillaxed, you know, I don't know what that means, I don't know what that looks like, but basically if they're posting about things that like accurately represent their personality on stream, then that will probably encourage the people that do see those posts and that are interested in that kind of content to come onto the stream, right? But it's also like, you know, like I said, it's also a little bit less about, you know, the way you interact on the stream, but also your value. There are a lot of streamers out there that are very quiet, or they don't talk, they don't engage a ton with their chat, but they provide value in a different way where, you know, for example, like, there was a YouTuber that I saw that was popping off really quickly who was like just really, really good at like freaking Phasmophobia, and they would like very cohesively talk through them playing Phasmophobia on like, you know, what they're doing to beat the game or whatever, and they would end up making a video out of it, you know, but you could see he wasn't engaging with the chat at all, but he was very like coherently, this is what the value is of the stream, I am playing Phasmophobia and showing you how to be good at it. That was his value, is like, this is how you be good at this type of game, like I'm showing you, you know, how to do this, you know. But he was very monotone. He didn't engage with the chat. He was chillaxed, as you would say. And so, you know, that is what I could relate it to, is that your friend may also just need to locate and hone in on what is their content creation value. You know, if it's just being relaxed, it's hard to market that, right? You know, it's something that, yeah, they're gonna have to sit with, and I don't have the answer for them, I'm sorry. You know, that's something they're gonna have to figure out for themselves, essentially. And that we all have to figure out for themselves, so that they're not alone, and there's nothing wrong with them because they need to, you know, figure that out or anything like that. Like, nothing wrong with any of us. It's just, we gotta sit there and have these chats with ourselves, you know what I mean? So that is what I would say, that's the best answer I could probably give. So hopefully that's somewhat helpful. But thank you for your question. Also, my gosh, Golden Kappa Train, what? Thank you so much. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, GT. Oh my gosh, to Pretty Angel, thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you, the Scrub Lord. Thank you for the subscribe with Prime. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support, everybody. Thank you for the Golden Kappa Hype Train. All right, let me see. Let me go ahead and also, that's fine, actually. Sorry for taking much space, truly, but those are, like, truthfully questions I have in mind. No, you're good, okay? Like, this is the time to ask the question. You're totally fine. Thank you for asking your questions. You don't have to apologize. You're totally fine. Thank you for asking them. Is it hard to get sponsorships? Are they worth it? Like I said, GT, I think, like, it's not something you should be worrying about. It's genuinely how I feel. Is it hard? Not if you build a portfolio and you show, you can prove that to them that there's value in whatever you're trying to do. I don't think it's that hard. But it takes time and experience and a portfolio to be able to get to that point. Are they worth it? It depends on what you're trying to do. I mean, yeah, yes, I mean, it says it doesn't go against you, right? It's a positive, but you know, then you have obligations, and so it's a mixture of things. That's basically what I want to say. But don't get too caught up in things that, you know, are way far out in the future, is what I would say, because then you're gonna be super brain scrambled like me. I have a small white booger-eyed dog. I don't know his breed. Dude, I know exactly which type of dog you're talking about now. That's so real. All I know is that he is 100% sassy. We love that. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Thank you for sharing. That's cute. what's your tips for uprising VTubers, especially with your busy schedule and working on these events? You're so cool and it's so admirable. Oh, you're too kind. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm trying, but not always successful for sure. Tips for uprising VTubers. I mean, I definitely talked about just general advice here. I guess obviously consistency is key, right? Like just trying to stick to a schedule, stick to like try to find a niche and stick with it for as long as you can. You know, I think something that would be good for quote unquote, you know, uprising VTubers. I mean, I think I'm an uprising VTuber too. I don't know. I'm in the same boat as all of you. I don't know, man. Cry a lot. No, I'm just kidding. I would say that organically doing outreach and networking, I think, is good. I mean, we had a whole talk about it, so I won't say it again all over, but you know, just like trying to network with other people, or doing research on what, you know, others are doing. What I think has actually been really helpful for me specifically really has been looking at streamers that are in a bracket that I would like to reach. So for example, one of my goals is to get Twitch partner. And so I have been taking some time to look at streamers who are not in the 1 million viewer bracket, but like in the 100 to maybe 150 or 200 viewership range. And I'm like looking at their streams, I'm looking at how they engage with the community, and at a high level, I'm trying to understand, you know, what are some of the things that I need to do according to like the, you know, the Twitch algorithm, or just the VTubing community, audience, watchers, whatever, you know, like what are these things that these streamers with higher CCVs doing, that not that I can copy and paste it, but what are some things that, you know, make sense for me that I can kind of try to do my own version of, essentially. But it is like you're using other streamers as like a case study, essentially. Like you're looking at the bracket in which you want to reach, and obviously make sure it's attainable, right? Like we're not going to go from 5 to 500 in a day. You know, we're taking those baby steps, and we're looking at, okay, you know, the next bracket, 50 viewers. What are some people that are in the 50 viewers, you know, streams doing? How are they conducting themselves? How are they engaging with their chat? Things like that, you know, I think is pretty helpful. Looking at their page, like what are they posting, you know? I think it's good to try to check that out and just see, you know, what they're doing, and see if there's anything that you can do similarly. Again, not copy and paste, but to try and replicate in a way that's most comfortable for you and that makes the most sense for your brand. So there's that. Otherwise, like short form content, I mean, you know, that's really big. It sucks, but like genuinely posting across all platforms is like really important, you know. TikTok, Instagram Reels, you know, YouTube Shorts, those are like the most, arguably like the most important mechanisms for content. So I would definitely use that as much as you can. I also think like I've been more interested in multi-streaming as well, because like TikTok lives, apparently, I don't know this for a full fact, so don't like quote me, but like TikTok is pushing their lives a little bit more because again, they want to keep people on the app. So you know, trying to multi-stream as well, just so that way you like consistently, have content on like all platforms, and you're just trying to present your live. Like it doesn't matter if there's like 1 or 2 people watching on TikTok. What matters is that you're like actively on there, and hopefully the algorithm is gonna find a way to push your live to your target audience eventually, you know, to an audience eventually that's gonna actually want to digest your content. So I mean, generally, like, it sounds shitty, but at a high level, consistency, right? That's a big tip. And then just the amount, like getting as much content as you can out. Like you want to try to leave as massive as a digital footprint as you possibly can, is the way that I see it. So you're trying to put as much content out. You're trying to build, you know, your pages to look cohesive. You know, again, you want that branding cohesiveness. If I click on your Twitter, I should see a similar branding, you know, aesthetic and whatnot on your website. You know what I mean? So branding cohesiveness as much as you can to make people remember you and want to come back to your streams, and then consistency, and then just putting out as much content as you can. Content that specifically can present your value, and even more deeper than that, content that fits the algorithms of the platforms that you are posting on. Like, it's not ideal, but I think if I was able to like make like the best video for the YouTube short audience, and then make another best version of that video for the Instagram real audience, I would, but that's a lot of fucking time, and I don't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. So, you know, but in a perfect world, you would have like every single piece of content. It is poignantly created for that algorithm, basically. It's shit, I know. No one likes talking about algorithms because it's like beep boop, you know, but it unfortunately is a reality of the industry that we're in, you know. Anyway, VTubing is a high contact sport, real. I mean, if you debut for the first time and you hit it big, you'd have expectations high. Then after you rode that hype, now the hype is settling down, aka another more polished VTuber took your place. You said you either quit or rebranded. My question is, why would you rebrand instead of working on that model? Again, sorry for the confusion. Oh, no, no, you're good. Thank you for clarifying. No, I was telling a myth. That's like, it's like a common saying in like the VTubing community. Like, for lack of a term, it's like a wives' tale. It doesn't always happen. It's just that like that's what people say. Like that, like for example, when I debuted and like the first month into my debut, there was like, remember that person that I told you was like, they were kind of like riding this line of like, they hated me, but also like they seemed like they wanted to make me say something that they were gonna screenshot out of context and twist my words, but also they seemed like I'm your friend, but like I'm gonna fuck up your career. Like they were writing this weird line. Remember I told you about that? Anyway, that person had also said like, you know, oh, I don't want you to be like the VTuber myth where you know, leave or go on a hiatus or graduate or rebrand in 2 months, you know. So it's a myth. I mean, it's sometimes it's real, but it's not like 100% win rate. It's like, you know, it's like a gotcha. Like 8% of people fucking win the gotcha or whatever. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's just, it's not something that everyone does, but it's something that just, I don't know. I don't know why they rebrand instead of working on that model. I think it's just, again, it comes down to them being unhappy about something. So, on a high level, like what I said earlier still exists, or is still pretty valid. But I don't know, like, it just is a myth. It's like a wives' tale. It's like folklore of the VTuber community that you debut and then 2 months later you rebrand or whatever. And so that's just the myth. It doesn't necessarily mean it exists, but you know. Anyway, yeah. All right. Eatled asks, I know this is a weird question, but is stalking as big of an issue with VTubers as with non-VTubers? I don't know. I hope not. Shit, dude. I think in any... Okay. There's two problems with this, right? One of them being, that, like, just like how, if you're in America, eagle noises, you know, we constantly hear about school shootings and stuff like that, right? Like the news will always or tend to present the negative, like the truly negative things, instead of the positive things. And so it's easy for us to feel like this is super common, this is happening all the time, because that's what goes trending, right? So on one hand, I personally don't actually know what like how big of a stalking is a problem for non-VTubers. I heard about 1 or 2 stories, but like that's about all I've heard. For VTubers, I haven't really heard of any of that, but I mostly hear just like, honestly, I mostly hear just VTubers being assholes to each other. Like it's a VTuber on VTuber MMA action. Like they just hate each other for some reason. So that's mostly what I hear. And it's usually VTubers like that dox each other. Like that's honestly, like, I'm laughing because it's comical. That's mostly what I see. So I don't really know. I mean, any community has people that are going to be a little bit crazy, like a little bit, you know, a little bit off, a little bit like, yeah, stalky behavior. But I personally don't know. I've never heard of it, but I'm also like not, terminally online, so I could be completely wrong. I mean, some people, if they have the will to be evil, they will absolutely do it. But I think a lot of other people try not to give someone a reason to be evil, right? And so, I mean, I don't think it's a problem, but I do know, okay, the only other thing I can think of is like, I know that at Off-Kai, a lot of people were saying like, oh, here are my rules for Off-Kai, no hugging, or unless you ask first, or like no pictures. And then the other thing would be like, don't follow me around. So I guess it might be like somewhat of an issue, but like now that I'm thinking about it, but I don't know, like, I'm sorry, but people, like, it's not just the VTuber community, it's like people at conventions. I had people follow me around when I was in cosplay before. I had a guy I told this story, and I'm not gonna say it all over again, but the glove guy, this guy just follow me and my friend group from the con to dinner. Okay, so, I mean, I don't know. It just happens anywhere. I think online communities, unfortunately, can easily attract evil people on the internet that, can do some crazy things. But that's, like, anywhere. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just, sorry. Anyway, let me see. Shadow Bartender, question about the Gen State Comic-Con. I'm a very recent fan. I was wondering when you are going to be appearing. I'll be there the whole weekend. We have a booth set up, and just like my other con experiences, we have a booth that gets set up, and I try to be online most of the day. Obviously, I take like breaks here and there, but for the most part, I'm online. Otherwise, we have the concert, Dancing Diamonds, on that Friday night, but I'll be there the whole weekend, essentially. So, I'm sorry, that's not very exact, but like, that's literally the answer, so. Anyway. Oh, a theme day. I was thinking about Shooter Saturdays. Okay, just, Key Lime, I'm gonna be rude with you. Just don't call it Shooter Saturdays. Call it, like, FPS Saturdays might be better, but, don't say shooter, because that sounds like you're fine, trust me, but other people might read Shooter Saturday and think that you're actually going to do something crazy. So don't name it that, but like definitely name it something similar. Is basically what I'm trying to say. Anyway. Alright. Let's see. Hi Brown Till, good to see you. Also Keek, thank you for the check-in. What type of games would VTuber play? Thank you, Best Game, for your question. Any game you want. That's genuinely the answer. It's whatever you're passionate about, I think, is what matters at the end of the day. Obviously, there are some games that go trending over others, but, you'll find your people. So whatever you are most excited and passionate about playing, you want to try to attract people who are also excited and passionate about whatever you're doing, or activities, or games that you're playing. So at the end of the day, that's dictated up to you. Not me. So, Let's see. Looking back at the questions, they sound incoherent, so I'm sorry. It says my English isn't really my main language, and still thank you for answering that. Oh, absolutely. No, you're good. I have an English degree, but I still fucking suck all the time. So, you know, it's also my fault. So you're good. You're good, Kat. I'm just glad I could answer them, you know? So I understood what you were saying for the most part, so you're totally good. All right. Let's see. Catch up here. Deep Honor, can someone make being a VTuber work? I don't know what a VTuber is. I thought I knew, and I feel like I've been told so many different things on what a VTuber is. I don't really know, but my answer is probably not. Probably not. People want to follow your page for you and like your value, and usually, you know, they don't always want to follow your page for other things. So I think based on my understanding. But anyways, let me see. Kōri, did you know you could get free games on the Epic Games Store? I didn't know that, but thanks for letting me know. Let's see. The illusion with the buns on your head are super cool. Oh, thank you, Kōri. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. I'm sorry I'm late to saying thank you for that. Oh my gosh. Let's see. How did you first get into doing IRL concerts? Sorry if this question was asked earlier. No, you're good, Angel. It actually was not asked. So let me see. Well, truthfully, to be transparent, I was coming out of a time where I was questioning my journey. I was thinking about quitting. I wasn't in the best spot of my life or of Kōri's journey. But I basically, you know, I really wanted to do a concert. I'd always wanted to perform. It's kind of like a dream of mine. And so I wasn't getting any opportunities to do it. And I decided basically to just try to make the opportunity for myself. And ultimately, believe it or not, because I was in this mindset of like, you know, I wasn't getting opportunities and it sucks. And I wish I had one. Because I was making my own opportunity, I was like, well, I why not bring other people on to this opportunity as well? Because I know how it feels to not get that opportunity. And so it'd be nice to be able to extend that invitation to other people. And so I was able to invite people to it and do the group collab songs. Well, I came up with that idea, you know, so to do the group collab songs and try to get people in there. But I also had to balance that with like, you know, how do I market or, you know, get more eyes essentially on this event. Well, that also meant trying to invite some of the bigger, you know, V singers or idol people in the VTubing community as well. So it was like, it was a weird thing because it was my first ever concert and like I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, to be honest. But really it was just a passion project. Like that's really how I first got into doing it. I mean, I already did IRL events before where I was like, you know, going to conventions or going to like a rave or even a food festival. So I was already accustomed and I guess semi-experienced in the IRL space. So now it was just like, you know, I thought about how I could continue to push that boundary. How can I do more with the IRL space? Well, concerts were basically my idea. And so that's basically how I got into it. So yeah, I don't know. I hope that kind of answered the question. I think it's not that extravagant of an answer, but that's basically all it was. So just like, I want to do it. I'm passionate about it. I have some experience in it. I'll give it a shot. And boy, did I fuck a lot of shit up, but I also did my best. So, and I learned from it to hopefully not continue to fuck shit up later. But anyways, do you have any advice for someone who wants to pursue doing IRL events too? So I did an entire stream, and I also have a video on basically the pros and cons of conventions, and like going to anime conventions and doing IRL stuff. If that is something that you want to do, my honest advice is, you kind of have to like make as much content as you can from it, for sure. Basically, it's I talk about it in the video, and I'll be transparent about it now. In all honesty, I don't, and I'm not saying this. Let me be very clear. I'm not saying this to, you know, gatekeep or to stop you from doing what you want to do. At the end of the day, do what you want to do. I'm just being honest about like my experience, and that's the only thing I can speak to. And it's not to try to dissuade you or anything like that, because obviously I'm still doing what I'm doing. Honestly though, IRL events are not really worth it. Like, I'm being so real. Okay, I did a whole video about it. I did a whole VOD about it, but to highlights of what I said, I've been to 30 plus conventions. I am lucky if I go to a con and then again, this depends on your outlook on it, depends on your goals. With my goal in mind, which is I want to bring more people to my stream, here's the problem. I go to these conventions. I am lucky if I get 2 people from the convention to actually be a part of the community. And I mean that by like more than just showing up the day after the con and being like, hi, I'm from this con. And then that's it. You know what I mean? Like, they come and then they just say hi and then they leave and they never come back, right? So I'm lucky if I get 2 people. I'm lucky if I get 1 person sometimes from a con that actually kind of, maybe they're not, I don't expect them to be always here, but I just mean like they come more than just once, you know what I mean? I'm lucky if I get 1 or 2 people. So if you're trying to build your stream, if you're trying to build your, I guess, your social media interaction engagements, you know, you have to understand that the IRL event audience, these are con goers. These are people who most of the time they are going to events. They're not online usually. At least they're not online watching streams is basically what I'm trying to say. Like, if you're trying to bring people to your stream like how I would like, you know, one of my goals, it doesn't really work basically. And again, I'm just speaking from my experience and from my point of view, and also, you know, from my goals. Like, if your mindset is just like, I want to like make content, IRL content, and you just want to make it, that's like just what you're passionate about, do it 100%. Okay, don't let me stop you. I just want to, like, I'm saying this to set realistic expectations that the IRL event audience is very much different from the average VTuber audience. You know, a lot of these people are just not, they probably won't end up showing up on your stream. You'll get some follows, you'll get them coming back maybe once on the stream after the con, and then that might be it. And so I'm just letting you know that that's just my experience, and like that might not be yours, but like that's just what I experienced. And like, if your goal is to grow your stream, it might not be the best way to go. In all honesty, I think it's more important to build a foundation for yourself, like online, and then once you feel like comfortable and, you know, just like solid in that foundation that you have, then 100% I think you can branch out and do more like IRL content and stuff like that. But having that like brand cohesiveness is like even more important when you're doing IRL stuff. Like, I wish I had this model, you know, 2 years ago when I started doing IRL events, you know, because then people will remember me, you know what I mean? But you want to be solid, basically, is what I'm saying, before you start branching out and doing the IRLs, because it's a commitment and it's like time consuming. Like, you know, when I do the cons, truthfully, I'm online for like 8 hours. Like, anyone in the stream that has been on a con stream before can attest to that. Like, sometimes I'm on there for 10 hours, like, and I take maybe like 3 breaks, one of them 10-minute break, you know, a lunch break, but usually I eat lunch here at my desk. Like, you know, I'm committed to being online at the con. It's a lot of time and honestly energy. I'm an introvert. I do struggle, believe it or not, to be put in those social situations. So my social battery gets drained really quickly. It's just a lot. It's very tiring. And for, you know, depending on your goal, if you're like me who wants to bring people to stream, the return on investment is pretty low. Basically, it's almost like not fair and just not worth it. But I like it, like I'm passionate about it, and that's why I do it. So if you're passionate about it, you like it, 100% pursue it. Make as much content as you can out of it is what I would say, so that way you have like you want to present like, this is the content that I do, and like try to get an audience that's going to like reciprocate that is how I feel personally. So I just want to be honest that it's not always like it looks all fun and stuff, but it's, you know, different audience, it's a different type of interaction that's just not common in the VTubing spirit. Like, there's a reason why not a ton of VTubers do IRL content, because it's just not you know, it's not really worthwhile, in my opinion, unless you're passionate about it, again. So, anyways, thank you for your question. Let's see. Defining your niche problem. Yeah, right? Cool. No, I am older and this helps so much. It would wig me out to be seen as anything other than a granny age. Oh, okay, I got you, Lil. That's totally fine. Absolutely. Well, I'm glad I could help a little bit. Anyway. Let's see. Thank you for the bitch GT. I appreciate it. And again, thank you so much for the golden hype train. Kappa hype train. Okay. Yes, thank you. I have to burp. Oh my god. And thank you for the gift to Keeg. GT, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. It's hard to find a niche you can have if it's just like card games that works, but what about card games? There's so many streamers there, really needs to be something unique, I think. Yeah, it's a weird, like I said, there's no such thing as like original content anymore. Unfortunately, that's just like kind of the landscape we live in, but you try your best to like let your personality and your individuality like present itself as much as you can, right? So like just because someone else has that niche doesn't mean you can't, but right. It's a very complex problem for sure. What is your number one tip for new VTubers? If you could tell yourself anything when you were beginning, what would it be? I did answer that already, Kohi. So I'm not gonna answer it again. I'm sorry, but I did answer it already. So if you want to check out the VOD, you can skip back. I'm sorry. It was just like I don't want to answer. I don't want to say the same thing again because I already forgot what I said. So I don't know. Just be easier on yourself. Something like that. It just. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it was something about like it's okay when your core community changes to not like beat yourself up about it, because like I definitely thought there was something wrong with me because like a lot of people that I thought were like my core community just like you know left or something like that, and I was like, oh, what's wrong with me, you know what I mean? Other than that, I mean, I don't know. I forgot what I said. I'm sorry, but I did answer that question. Let's see. TikTok live, yes, very big, right? The biggest tip for TikTok and Instagram specifically, sell your short in the first 3 seconds. If they don't find you interested in the first 2 seconds, people will swipe. Yeah, that's pretty real. Hello, Looney Pup, good to see you. How are you doing? Kōri, how do you fill this blank space when streaming with low viewers? I try hard, but I get kind of sad trying to talk to an empty audience. Hold on, I have to sneeze. Give me a second, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Oh my gosh, how embarrassing. I recently came back after years of hiatus and the return is hard. I hope this question's okay. You're good, Looney Pup. No, it's a good question. My go-to answer for this, and I think really the main answer for this is don't be afraid to write stuff down before the stream. I even now, even nowadays, like I will like just on a private Discord chat, usually like to myself, I will write like, okay, you know, here's something I want to talk about on stream today, or I will pull up like a list of questions. I used to do this a lot more when I was starting out, but I'd pull up like a list of questions of like, you know, dumb questions you'd ask on a date or something silly, you know, obviously it depends on what kind of content you're making, but like basically a list of questions for like getting to know your audience or getting to know, more so getting to know somebody. And so generally speaking or whatever. So I'll pull up a list of questions and I'll like read the question out loud, and even if nobody responds, it doesn't matter. You answer the question, and like what I try to do, and maybe it's because of the English degree, is like I try to story tell. So I will take forever to tell a story just to fill in that gap. Like I will exaggerate things. Like it's just the way you use your language. You know what I mean? You tell these like descriptive details about something that seems kind of silly, but there's a punchline at the end of it.
anyway, that's just what I think of. But you know, generally speaking, you have some questions that you already have lined up, or you have some topics that you write down before the stream to have ready. So like when you do get that moment of like, oh shit, what do I say or what do I talk about? You can like relax, take a deep breath, take a look at your list of questions, or take a look at, you know, the topics that you noted down earlier, and then just, hey, what do you guys think about airplanes, dude? Like, Spirit Airline? What the fuck, man? They're like just crashing and balls out all the time. Oh my god. You know what I mean? So, definitely like being able to talk about, hey, there's this video that I watched, or oh my gosh, I had this experience at the supermarket today that was so crazy, or today I bought some toilet paper and I absolutely freaked out when I realized that I didn't pay for it. You know, like just like, you know, mundane ass shit can feel stupid and fun, depending on the way that you tell it, right? And talk about your day, talk about your life. You know, people are there because they want to hear about you, and don't be afraid to like retell the same story. I fucking say the same shit often, so don't worry. I've retold like many stories over the course of the 4 years that I've been streaming. But there's always new people that come in and have never heard it before, and then like your older viewers get to kind of relive that again, or hear your new version of telling that story. You know what I mean? So, but generally speaking, trying to be prepared for the stream is what's gonna relax you the most and help you stay in that flow state, is my opinion. It's just like riding a bike. You just gotta practice, you know? It doesn't happen overnight, and it takes time to get used to. And it definitely is like a matter of like building that confidence up as well, which is probably one of the more challenging parts. But you'll get there, you know? But just know that you can always lean on things like pre-written stuff, or you know, questions that you just find online. You know, that's totally fine. And be able to try to tell a story around it, you know? Like, some people, like, and another example is like, hey, what kind of superhero would you be? Common question, right? Everybody fucking, we all hear it. What kind of superpowers would you have if you're a superhero? Well, see, here's a funny story about that. So, you know, when I was a kid, I had always really wanted to blah, 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 blah. And then you tell the story, and then you answer the question. You know what I mean? So, even if it doesn't have to fully do with superheroes, like, I'll still, even if it's just like I did a superhero pose and that was it, like, as long as it somewhat matches like the theme of what you're talking about, as long as you can make it connect, like, you could tell that fucking story. It doesn't matter. I mean, again, you ask my chat, I constantly go on tangents, and half of them never feel like they actually make sense with the thing that we're talking about, but like I connect it in some way. All right. Anyway, that is my advice. All right. Opinion on Transformers. Oh yeah, lit, dude, lit. That's all I gotta say, I guess. People at cons are very weird. A little bit. Not the glove guy. Yeah. They exist anywhere. It's a risk of any profession. This job just puts you in front of others. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Absolutely. Thanks for answering my question. Absolutely. Happy to help. Let's see. Hello, Retro Samurai. Thank you for coming by today. Hachibi, Goofy, and Lana, thanks for stopping by. Thank you for coming by as well. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good to see you. Kōri is so passionate. Gasp. Some of us came here this way. I came from a convention. Yes. I found Kōri in Level Up 2024. Became part of Kōri's community after attending her Isekai concert. Yes, Level Up 2024. I guess I'm just epic like that. Yeah, let's go. Thank you so much. This truly has given me so much insight and idea of where to start. Absolutely, I'm happy to help. I'm glad that it was it resonated in some way. And hey, at the end of the day, like, take all of my advice with a grain of salt. Please do your own research. Like I said, this is your journey at the end of the day. I hope that I could provide some insight, but obviously my insight comes from my experience, and my experience is going to be vastly different from yours. And so at the end of the day, you know, my experience is my truth, and your journey is gonna be your truth, and like you're gonna find what's gonna work best for you. You know what I mean? I can never tell you what that's gonna be. So I believe in you. I'm cheering all of you on. You got this. All right. Does the merch sales make it somewhat worth it, or very much for the love of the game thing? So I feel like I'm not a great person to answer this question, because I like some of my merch I produce myself, and then some of it I like, well, the rest of it I like essentially like what is the word? I purchase it in bulk, and I'm the one, like, I own it. I commonly with other VTubers that I've seen, like, I have not seen anyone else do it the way that I do, which is probably good. Like, you probably shouldn't be doing it the way I do. But basically, other VTubers will partner with, like, merch companies, like Uwu Market, for example, is a popular one. Kawa. I'm trying to think. But yeah, they partner with like companies, merch companies, and the merch companies will take a split from that. And in that sense, like, I don't know what that split is. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if it's worth it, is basically what I'm trying to say. I think if you have an audience for it, I don't see, like, you can definitely try, you know. If you want just like people to have some memorabilia, that's always fine too. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I also feel like I said earlier, it's important to not get too far ahead of yourself. Like, there's a lot of things that most likely you can work on foundationally with your content and invest in that instead. Like I said, invest in short form content. That's what's like booming right now. Get an editor for that. Like, you know, the quality of your content should come first, beyond the merch and the sponsorships and the like, you know, you have to really focus on building a portfolio and building up a platform and a foundation, I think, before you get too far ahead of yourself and then you get all scrambled and it's like, oh, there's this and there's that and this. Like, it's just too much. And I speak from experience. I was put in that similar situation, which is like, there's too much going on, and like, I've put my content to the wayside, and I'm like, to this day, you know, paying the price for that. So, you know, I think definitely don't be afraid to just focus and like not get too far ahead of yourself, essentially. Also, oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. Hello. Oh my gosh, hello, Saren. It's so good to see you. Thank you for coming in earlier. I really appreciate it. And also, oh my goodness, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What are y'all up to today? What are y'all doing? I forgot the raid message. No, you're good. No, you're absolutely all good. Oh my gosh, we handled it. There you go. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh, what are y'all up to today? Because gaming, perhaps? Thank you for stopping in earlier as well. Working on comms and yapping. Oh, let's go. Hell yeah. What kind of commissions were you doing? That sounds, oh, artwork. Okay, no, that's awesome. Heck yeah, that's super cute. I can hardly draw stick figures, so I always like deeply respect people who can do art. That's awesome. Heck yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for creating content. Thank you for bringing your wonderful community here. I'm also really excited. Did you get a shout out? I just want to make sure. Can we get a shout out for Saren, please? Let me see if I can do it really fast. Ace. Oh gosh, hold on. I'm sorry. Why isn't it letting me paste it? Oh. Thank you. I'm sorry. I was like, why is this not letting me paste it? Oh my god, everything's falling apart, my whole world. Anyway, oh my god. Yeah, a manga commission for a VTuber lore debut. What? That is so cute. Oh my gosh. That is so freaking cute. I love that. Hell yeah. That's so cool. I've always wanted one of those. That's really cool. Oh my gosh. We sang Kōri and the frog bog. Yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. Yes, also I want to say thank you for joining us for Sunlight Stage and another concert coming up, I'm sure. Thank you so much for trusting with the event. Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you coming in today. It means a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, hi, I'm Kōri. I just did a VTuber Help segment, and I'm doing a Q&A right now, which is why we're kind of, you know, talking, yapping, answering some questions, hopefully trying to be insightful and helpful as best as I can, of course. But yes, I do a lot of IRL events. I go to a lot of conventions, anime conventions, and I virtually attend, streaming my point of view there. I also have been spearheading the IRL VTuber concert space as well, doing a lot of concerts, and that's been really great. We have one at the end of this month called Sunlight Stage, so I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. Obviously, Saren, if you need to do any after stream care, please take care of yourself, get some water, get some snacks. Thank you so much for streaming, creating content. Thank you so much for bringing over your wonderful community here. Really appreciate it. But don't let me hold you hostage, okay? We're just doing the Q&A portion, so that's what's up right now. But thank you for being here. Let's see. Thank you for saying hi, Bluish. And thank you for coming in, all the raiders. Thank you very much. Let me catch up here. If someone is looking for more specific advice on how to improve, do you know of any resources to have their specific channel and VODs looked at? I watch my own VODs, but I have been struggling to figure out what specifics would help engagement while I'm on stream. I do know I need to do more off-platform content for sure, though that's one part I'm aware of. Specific advice on how to improve, resources on having your channel and VODs looked at. Well, the ones that I know of are paid for, and I how do I say this? I've never used one personally, so I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never used one personally, so unfortunately, I don't even know who to I haven't worked with any of them, so I don't feel comfortable recommending you them, but I will say generally speaking, there's a lot of people who are VTuber managers, and they claim that that's one of the services they have. I would be careful because I've also seen some people who claim to be VTuber managers but have been problematic apparently. I don't know, it's all hearsay. I don't really know, I've never worked with them. So again, take my opinion with a grain of salt. But yeah, I mean, there are certain people who have slots open for VTuber management help, or you can pay them for it. They do hourly or session type things, but I think even before you do that, I think it's just really important to look at your analytics, not your VOD. Yeah, your VOD is important of course too, but I think look at your analytics and actually try to understand what it's trying to tell you. I think it's really hard when you're first looking at them to be oh, no, numbers, what does this mean? Because that's how I felt. And sometimes I still feel that way, to be honest. So I would say really digesting and understanding what your analytics are and what they mean and which ones that you actually want to be focusing on. I recently learned that you should be changing your tags on Twitch weekly, if not more, because you want to be constantly testing to see which tags are, making impressions and thus bringing in viewers. So you want to take out the tags that are not performing that well and instead put in new tags that are going to be performing in a way that brings more people to your stream, or other way to say it, it gives the algorithm something to work with and an audience to push your content to, essentially. So tags on Twitch are definitely important. But what's going to help you is not necessarily hiring someone to look at your analytics, but more so you look at them, learn what these things mean, and try to tailor your what you learn from your analytics and certain aspects like the tags or your content or the game that you're playing, right? And try to tailor it to be something that could be a little bit more beneficial, right? With viewership or engagement or whatever it is, right? So that is I think the step, the negative one step, step zero, basically. I'm sorry, my brain is dead. Step zero, I think, would be trying to analyze and understand what your analytics are trying to tell you before you even hire someone to do it. And I'm just saying that because of budget, because I don't got a lot of that. So it's you try to consider okay, what can I decipher first, and then I think once you have a better understanding of it, you are set up for success, because then when you do hire on that person to look at your analytics, you can kind of understand better what they're trying to tell you, because sometimes you work with people that this is they breathe this kind of stuff where they analyze these channels and things like that, and they talk in a way that you just won't understand. So if you can at least try to have an understanding, you can answer any questions they have about your content, that looks good. It's solid. It means that you have an understanding of your analytics, that you have an understanding of your channel, at least a somewhat a base understanding, you know what I mean? And I think that will make the consultation that you pay for more worthwhile. But to be honest with you, I don't have any names to drop, and I don't feel comfortable dropping any names because I haven't worked with any. So I'm sorry, but I'd say that'd be good to look at. And you could even watch a video on like how to understand your Twitch analytics, you know what I mean? So I'm sorry it's not that helpful, but hopefully that like kind of gives some direction. Do you like to stream to a smaller audience or a larger audience? You do. Well, like I said, I would rather stream to 5 people who cared about me and the content that I do and my passions than 100 people who don't give a shit. So I don't think I care about, is it big, is it a small audience, is it a big audience? It's not really about numbers for me. It's more so, it's about, does this community feel like I belong here? It's more so what it is. So yeah, I don't know. That's how I feel about it. Anyway, thank you so much for coming in today. Ellie, it's good to see you. I appreciate it. Thank you for checking in for your lurk. I appreciate that. We're just doing a Q&A right now, so I'm super behind in the chat. I apologize. Okay, let me see. I never thought about that. Writing things down is really smart. Thank you so much. I often talk about things I learned about my degree because I find it interesting, but it's really niche and confusing sometimes. Oh, I feel you. I feel you. Well, that's cool though. Hey, I mean, I think it's cool. So I would like hearing people talk about their passions, even if it is niche. And so maybe that's just me, I guess. I don't know, but thank you. That's really helpful. Thank you for taking time to answer. Absolutely, I'm happy to help. Well-placed pre-written joke goes hard. Real. We're here for the ride. Thank you, Nix. I appreciate it. And those are the best Kōri moments. Thanks, Keeg. She does that often. Damn. All right. Thanks, son. Oh my god. Hey, good to see you, Kōri. What's up, Lord Ashira? Good to see you as well. Oh my goodness. Hello. I have a merch question. I'm also looking into doing merch. How do you do it? How you do it? Make the initial investment on small things myself and contracting the larger stuff out. What should the margins look like to where I don't bankrupt myself? I want people to have really cute posters and body pillows, but I also need it to make sense financially. To be honest, Keeg, my answer from before still kind of stands. Like, I'll say this. When I first got started as a VTuber, there were people that kept telling me, I want merch of Kōri! And then I got merch, and I paid for all of it, and only like 3 people out of the 20 people who said they wanted merch actually got it. It's okay, you know, we're not made of money, it's okay. But that's why I say, hey, you're not made of money, they're not made of money. You have to expect that unless you do like a pre-order, you actually don't really know how many, and even with the pre-order, you don't really know how many people are gonna buy it. And so, honestly, trial run it a little bit, you know, like posters are relatively low investment, but potentially a decent reward. As far as like margins look like, I have no clue. I'm not even trying to I'm not gatekeeping, I promise. I'm just being brutally honest. I don't fucking know. I always price my merch lower than the common margin because I was like, I'm not worth shit. No, I'm just kidding, but I just wanted to make it affordable. So if your goal is to I don't know, like it depends on your goal. If you're trying to make money, then I would look up what is the common margin. Like I don't have that answer, to be honest. I think Google might, but like I don't really know because I always went well below the average. Like I would look at, you know, what are the prices at other conventions, typically speaking. Like I remember when I was trying to figure out my prices for my merch, I literally watched like a walkthrough of Offkai and I was like, what are these people charging for the VTuber merch? And I took that and I dumbed it down to like I minus some dollars, some of them more than just dollars, some tens of dollars, and I was like, okay, I'm comfortable with this. So I wasn't doing merch for money. And so for me, like the term margin, I'm like, what do you mean? Like on an essay or like, I don't know. Like, I'm sorry. I wish I had an answer, but I genuinely don't. I tried to keep it affordable. If I wouldn't, okay, I said this before. If I wasn't gonna buy it, if I wouldn't pay that much for it, then I'm not putting it out for my community to have to pay that much for it, is basically how I feel. If I wouldn't purchase it, as an average community member, I'm not comfortable as Kōri putting it out. So that is like the only mentality I had going into merch. And so it's a dumb one, but that's what it was. And so I don't really have an extravagant answer for you. I'm sorry. But that's I mean, do a trial run, start small, see how it goes. Don't like, you know, sell your kidney for it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, sorry if that's not that helpful, but hopefully that gives a little bit of insight. Anyway, thank you. You do a lot for convenience also. No, please, you're too kind. Thank you, Saren. I appreciate you. I'm a lurk to support. No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, lurk. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, please take care of yourself. Do what you gotta do. Thank you so much for being here. Having a VTuber manager feels like a necessity for me sometimes, but maybe I just need an assistant like James more than I need a manager. It just depends on what you want. I think if you can like really pinpoint what you need help with, then you can actually decide, do you need a representative? Do you need an agent? Like, you know, or do you need a manager? But you know, agents and reps do something different than what a manager does. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm saying pinpointing what you need help with is the first step, I would say, before you decide if you even need a manager. Because like for me, I was like, do I need a manager? And then I realized that the thing that I needed the most help with was research. And I was like, that's not really something a manager does. A manager is like there to manage shit, and I don't need someone to manage the shit that I do, you know. So you know, it just it depends on what you need it for, is what I'm saying. Thank you for the lyric. I appreciate everybody a little bit. That's helpful. Thank you for answering. Absolutely, glad I can help. 5 low fans will be better, always be better than 100 passerbys. Real. Clippers are important for growth. What do you think, Kōri? I mean, yes and yeah. I think that it helps. I think anything helps. I think the more that you can distribute your content, whether it be through Clippers or on your own pages, yes, that is going to be important. You know, the more shit that you get out, the higher chance that one of those things will hopefully go viral, right? That's the goal, is that you want some stuff that you do go viral. So the more that you put out, hopefully, the higher chance that maybe one of those things will pop off a little bit, right? But at the end of the day, while they can help, I don't think that they're like make or break, basically. Because Clippers also, some of them, not all of them, are essentially stealing your content and are not always supportive of the people that they are clipping. So it's like a double-edged sword, basically. And it's also like, if somebody clips something and it doesn't look good, like it's not something that is a good representation of who you are, that can also hurt, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I think that they're a double-edged sword. They could potentially cause harm, in fact, to your brand. So I don't think they're super important for growth, but I think that it can help if done, you know, positively. Anyway. Yeah, the answers don't like, ah, shit, Sharky, fuck. And I was saying, yeah, for sure. The answer is always Taco Bell. So, tend to give out my posters for Shiny Nickel. Let's go! Hell yeah. Research and development. Yes. Hell yeah. Okay, so this is a clipper. How would you ask someone to clip you? I mean, I don't think I would ask anyone. I think for me, it's more so like everyone has their own things that they find funny. And so, I mean, I don't necessarily care, but at the same time, I don't want things to be clips that are like me crying or like me being like mad or like venting about something, like more heart-to-heart stuff. Like, I don't feel like that's something that is a good representation of Kōri's brand. I think you should be clipping what is the best foot forward. Like, imagine you have one video that you can show someone to sell them on Kōri's brand. Even if that video to you is me burping and shitting myself, sure, show that video. But that's how, like, I kind of view clips. You know, it's like you want to try to clip something that, like, if you showed it to a friend or somebody, it might encourage them to come to the stream. You know what I mean? So that's how I see it. But if I'm like sitting here fucking snot babing it up and like blowing my nose, I don't think like people don't want to fucking see that. So so yeah, anyway. Let me see here. My gosh. And catch up on YouTube chat here. I am super behind. If you have any questions, I'll take the last questions now. I don't know if I can take all of them. I'm pretty tired. So, if you have any absolutely burning questions, I will try to answer. But yes. Hi Tim, good to see you by the way, over on YouTube. What's up? YoHallo Jax as well. Welcome in Spen. Thank you for being here. How can I be awesome like Kōri? You're awesome for not dismissing individuals' interests and also for being honest and truthful about VTubing to everyone. Keep up the amazing work. Oh, thank you, Tim. I appreciate that. I'm trying. I'm trying. Anyway. When someone that you bring on to help with your event gets into unrelated drama outside your event prior to your event taking place, how do you handle the situation? Oh. This is a complicated question because it's like, I don't know, like, so it depends is what I want to say. It depends. So most of the time I do honestly try to, I mean, it doesn't really happen. I think it's only happened like once, but it's like a special circumstance that I don't even know how to explain. I will say that I usually, okay, my advice would be like, it's hard, right? Because it's like, so the time that it's happened, it's just a matter of like, you have to take it from a business standpoint. It's like, listen, I'm not saying I believe in the nasty things that are going on online or anything like that. However, comma, this could potentially stop or like reflect poorly on my event and thus events that I do in the future. And unfortunately, from a business standpoint, purely from a professional business standpoint, I have to protect this brand, and thus, for now, I have to ask you to step away from the project. And that's not, I'm not saying I believe in anything. I don't know exactly what's going on. It's just a matter of like, I really do not want to potentially have this, you know, reflect poorly on the company, on the brand, on the event. So it's more so like you try to frame it as professionally as you can. But it's like a really sticky situation, right? Because it's like, I don't know. And again, like, I don't really know. It hasn't really happened, to be honest. So, I'd say maybe try to have like, in your events, like even with mine, I do have like moderators, you know, that are a part of like the Discords. And so like, you know, you can ask them to potentially pass on the message or basically like have a middleman. But obviously that can obviously get skewed as well. It's hard to say. There's not really any like clean and easy, you know, way to do it, but I do recommend, if you feel like it's going to damage your event's reputation, then I would just try to nip it in the bud, basically. Because if anyone tries to come after you for it, be like, no, we let them go as soon as we found out that there's something going on, you know? So it's not their fault, it's not your fault, it's nobody's fault, but you have to, like, for the sake of your, you know, business, you have to just let them, you know, let them go for a little bit, you know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's what's important. So I've seen it happen in my colleagues' events, and their approaches are quite interesting. It feels like someone must get alienated publicly. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it depends on the. Yeah, I know some people like actually post about it and say nasty stuff or whatever, but like, I don't know. I think it can be handled quietly, but if someone brings it up, you can say they're no longer a part of this or something like that. But I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know. It's not really like been a problem. So it's yeah. I don't know. Sven, hello, welcome in. What got you into being a VTuber? I'm sorry, but I answered that question like a while ago, and it's it's not a long story, but I don't feel like telling it again, so I'm very sorry. If you are curious, you can check it out in the VOD. It will be available, but unfortunately, I've been talking for 3.5, almost 6 hours, so I'm just like, I don't want to repeat myself again. But yes. I know you're good. I know you haven't been here in a while. I'm just being honest with you. Like, I'm tired, so I want to answer you, but unfortunately, I already answered it. So, yeah. I mean, someone told me, you think you'd be good at this? And I was like, all right, lit. And then I was like, I did it. I jumped in, I deep dove, and that was it. That's pretty much it. So, yeah, I have a really weird story. Like, it's not anything extravagant. It's just like I decided to do it, and that was it. Like, I don't know. But that is very high level. If you want the actual answer, I did tell it earlier in the stream. But yes, you're good. I'm sorry that I don't have the energy to retell the story again. So, anyway, burning question. Hi, greeting garbage, by the way. Can you get a good night's rest after stream, or is it a case of eat food and decompress for a couple hours and sleep? It depends. It depends. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think most of the time I just go to sleep. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, sometimes I like to eat something after, but it just depends. I like didn't eat anything today, so I am hungry, but but like, so I probably will eat something, but like usually I like, it's not a huge problem just to like get ready for bed and like decompress in bed, I guess. So yeah, please get my question, get some rest. No, you're good. I already answered it. Loser. No, I was kidding. I'm just kidding. Anyway, all right. Closing the Q&A now. You have no longer the chance to ask any questions. Okay. All right. But yes, that is that. I don't have a VR spend, and I don't play that either. But thank you for asking. What we do a lot of is IRL events, so pretty epic stuff. Very exciting. We have a concert later this month. Would love to see you come by, of course. So, yeah. Anyway, yes, thank you everybody for hanging out. I hope it was helpful, you know, and hope that, you know, it gave some insight. And again, if this was helpful and insightful to y'all, please feel free to come by the stream if you can. Again, not required, not expected, but insanely appreciated that, you know, you come by, you know, so I can keep doing what I do and hopefully can keep learning and growing and giving some solid advice, hopefully, you know what I mean? So thank you so much for your support thus far, and thank you for being a part of this journey. And the VOD will be available on Twitch. It'll also be available forever on YouTube. It is added to my playlist that is called VTuber Help Segment, so you can just click on playlist and it'll be right there. VTuber Help Segment, excuse me. And my other episodes are there. I probably will be taking them down because they're like really dated information. So yeah, but we'll see. Anyways, but at least this is updated, so I'm just happy about that. Anyways, this is indeed helpful. Thanks for all you. Thank you, Sam, and thank you also for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. I'm glad that it was helpful. Thank you again for hanging out and sitting here and listening to everything. You know, like I said, it means a lot, and to have your support, and hopefully I'm glad, well, you know, I'm just glad it was helpful. You know, that's all I try to do, is be a little bit helpful. So thank you very much. Let's see, we are going to go ahead and raid into Pocky. Pocky is let's see, doing a just chatting stream. I don't know if they're like reading, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna go raid into Pocky. Pocky had also nominated me for that a little Friendo end of the year Friendo award show hosted by Prez, and it was really great. Unfortunately, we didn't get the win, but it's okay. I don't, I'm not part of that stuff to win anyway. It's just for fun. So it was great to be able to see so many amazing creators highlighted, and I was just honored to be nominated or even considered for it. But Pocky was the one who had nominated me, and so I'm really grateful to Pocky for that. Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out today. I will see you tomorrow with another stream, hanging out. And feel free to join our Discord. It is pinned comment right now if you want to join the Discord. We have a very fun and active community. We'd love to see you guys come hang out if you have time. We'd love to have you. Thank you so much again. I'll take care. You take care. All of that stuff. All right. Anyway. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much. Ayasumi nasai. Bye-bye.